the Demonata by Darren Shan. Read by Rupert Degas. Part 1. Loch. Damn the Sandman. My hands are red with blood. I'm running through a forest naked, but I don't care. I'm an animal, not a human. Animals don't need clothes. Blood on my tongue too. Must have fed recently. Can't remember if it was a wild creature or a person. Not bothered much either way. Still hungry. That's all that matters. Need to find something new to chew, and soon. I leap a fallen log. As I land, my bare feet hit twigs. They snap and I sink into a pool of mud. I collapse, howling. The twigs bite into me. I catch a glimpse of fiery red eyes peering up out of the mud. They aren't twigs. They're teeth. I lash out with my feet, screaming wordlessly. And mud and bits of bark fly everywhere. I stare at the mess suspiciously, my heart rate returning to normal. I was wrong. I haven't fallen victim to a monstrous baby with mouths in the palm of its hands and balls of fire where its eyes should be. It's just a muddy hole, covered with the remains of branches and leaves. Scowling, I rise and wipe my feet clean on clumps of nearby grass. As I'm using my nails to pick off some splinters, a voice calls, "Grubs!" The name doesn't register immediately. Then I remember. That's my name. Or it used to be once upon a time. I glance up warily, sniffing the air, but all I can smell is blood. "Grubage!" the voice murmurs, and I growl angrily. I hate my real name. Grubs isn't great, but it's better than Grubage. Nobody ever called me that except Mum and my sister Gret. "You can't find me!" the voice teases. I roar into the darkness of the forest, then lurch at the bushes where I think the voice is coming from. I tear through them, but there's nothing on the other side. "Wrong!" the voice laughs, coming from a spot behind me. I whirl and squint, but I can't see anyone. "Over here!" the voice whispers. This time, it's coming from my right. Still squinting, I edge closer towards the source of the voice. This feels wrong, like it's a trap, but I can't back away from it. I'm drawn on by curiosity, but also something else. It's a girl's voice, and I think I know whose it is. Movement to my left, just as I'm about to round a tree. 8 long, pale arms wave in the light of the moon. Dozens of tiny snakes hiss and slither. I cry out with fear and slam into the tree, shielding my eyes from the horror. Seconds pass, but nothing attacks. Lowering my arms, I realize the arms were just branches of a couple of neighboring trees. The snakes were vines, blowing in the wind. I feel sick, but I force a weak chuckle, then slide around the tree in search of the person who called to me. I'm at the edge of a pond. I frown at it. I know this forest, and there should be no pond here. But there it lies, regardless, the full moon reflected in its still surface. I'm thirsty. The blood has dried on my tongue, leaving a nasty copper-like taste. I crouch to drink from the pond, going down on all fours and lowering my head to the water like a wolf. I see my face in the mirror like water before I drink. Blood everywhere, caked into my flesh and hair. My eyes widen and fill with fear. Not because of the blood, but because I can see the shadow of somebody behind me. I start to turn, but it's too late. The girl pushes my head down hard and I go under. Water fills my mouth and I gag. I try to fight, but the girl is strong. She holds me down and my lungs fill. The coppery taste is still there, and I realize as I blink with horrified fascination that the pond is actually a pool of blood. As my body goes limp, the girl pulls me up by my hair and laughs shrilly as I draw a hasty, terrified breath. "You always were a useless coward, Grubage," she sneers. "Gret," I moan, staring up at the mocking smile of my sister. "I thought you were dead." "No," she croaks, eyes narrowing and snout lengthening. "You are." I weep as her face transforms into that of a mutant wolf. I want to run or hit her, but I can only sit and stare. Then As the transformation ends, she opens her mouth wide and howls. Her head shoots forward, her fangs fasten around my throat. She bites. I wake, choking. I want to scream, but in my imagination, Gret's teeth are locked around my throat. I lash out at my dead sister, still half in the dream world. When my arm fails to connect, I rub at my eyes, and my bedroom swims back into sight around me. Groaning softly, I sit up and dangle my legs over the edge of the bed. Covering my face with my hands, I recall the worst parts of the dream, then shiver and get up to go to the toilet. No point trying to sleep again tonight. I know from past experience that the nightmares will be even worse if I do. I pause in the doorway of the bathroom, suddenly certain that demons are lurking in the shadows. If I turn on the light, they'll attack. I know it's ridiculous, a ripple from the nightmare, but despite that, my finger trembles in the air by the switch, refusing to press. Ugh, the hell with it. I finally sigh, stepping forward. Letting my fear have its way on this night, as on so many others, I go about my business in the dark. Misery. Of course I have nightmares. Who doesn't? Every night? No. Most nights? A pause. No. But a lot. I shrug and look away. I'm in Mr. Mork's office. Misery Mork, the school counsellor. He holds court a few times a week, chats with students who are struggling with homework, peer pressure, pushy parents, normal kids with normal problems. And then there's me. Misery loves sitting down for a warts-and-all session with me. Why wouldn't he? Everyone here knows the Grub's Grady story. Parents and sisters slaughtered in front of him, long months locked up in a nut house, incarcerated in a facility for the temporarily disturbed, Misery puts it. Came to Carshry Vale to live in a spooky old house with his uncle Dervish. That uncle lost his marbles soon after. Grubbs played nurse for a year until he recovered. Went to a movie set with Dervish and his friend Bill E. Spleen months later. Witnessed the tragic deaths of hundreds of people when a disastrous fire burnt the set to the ground. With a history like that, I'm a dinosaur-sized bone for every psychiatric dog within a 100-kilometre radius. Would you like to tell me about your dreams, Grubich? Misery asks. No. Are you sure? I feel like laughing, but don't. Misery's harmless. It can't be much fun trekking around his small cache of schools dealing with the same boring teenage problems day after day, year after year. If I was in his shoes, I'd be itching to get my hands on a juicily messed up student like me too. Grubich? Misery prods after a few seconds of silence. Telling me about your dreams might help. A problem shared is a problem halved. I almost respond with, what's a cliché shared? But again I hold my tongue. I'd ruin Misery's day if I cut him down like that. Might reduce him to tears. They're not much of a problem, sir, I say instead, trying to wind the session down. I'm missing physics, and I quite like that subject. Please, Grubich, call me William. Sorry, sir. I mean, William. Misery smiles big, as if he's made a breakthrough. The nightmares must be a problem if they're not going away, he presses gently. If you told me, perhaps we could find a way to stop them. I don't think so, I respond a bit sharper than I meant. He's talking about stuff which is way over his head. I don't mind a school counsellor showing interest in me, but I dislike the way he's acting like a second-rate mind sleuth, clumsily trying to draw out my secrets. I didn't mean to offend you, Grubich, Misery says quickly, realising he's overstepped the mark. To be honest, sir, I say stiffly, I don't think you're qualified to discuss matters like this. No, of course not, Misery agrees, his features sorrowing up. I don't want to pretend to be something I'm not. I apologize if I gave that impression. I only thought if you were in the mood to talk, it might help. It might be a beginning. Of course, it's not I'm under no illusion. As you say, I'm not qualified to... He mutters to a halt. Don't have a breakdown, I laugh, feeling guilty. It's no biggie. I just don't want to talk about my dreams to anyone. Not right now. Misery gulps, nods briskly, then says I can go. Tells me he'll be back next week but won't ask to see me. He'll give me some breathing space. Maybe in a month or two he'll call me in again to shoot the breeze. I hesitate at the door, not wanting to leave him on such a down note. His head's bowed over his notes and he looks like he's fighting back sniffles. Mr. William... He looks up curiously. Next time, if you want, you can call me Grubbs. Grubbs, he repeats uncertainly. It's what my friends call me. Oh, he says, and his face lights up like he's won the jackpot. I slip out, masking a smile. School counsellors. Child's play. Lunch. Locke wants to know what I was talking with Misery about. The size of your brain, I tell him. We wondered how small it was. Don't worry about the size of my brain, Locke snorts. My brain's fine, a lot healthier than your pea of a think tank. How big is a brain? Charlie asks. Everyone stares at him. I mean, does it fill the whole of the head? He starts poking his skull, searching for soft spots. In your case, I doubt it, Locke says. You've probably got enough empty space in there to hold a football. Laughter all round. Even Charlie laughs. He's used to being the butt of our jokes. He doesn't mind. They're always light-hearted. Everyone likes Charlie Rowell. He's too nice to get vicious on. 6 of us, sheltering from rain in a doorway, overlooking the football quad. The usual pack of barbarians are kicking the life out of a tired old ball, and each other, on the quad, oblivious to the rain. My group, me, Locke, Charlie, Frank, Leon and Mary. Locke and I stand a head or more above any of the others. We're the biggest pair of lunks in our school, which is what drew us to each other in the first place. Locke's a wrestler. He wanted me to be his partner, so he became my friend. I held out for a long time. Real wrestling's nothing like the stuff on TV, very calculated and unspectacular, but he eventually persuaded me to give it a go. I'm not much good, and don't get a real kick out of it, but to keep Locke happy, I travel to a few meets every month and get down and sweaty on the mats. I think Misery's sexy in an older man kind of way, Mary says to a chorus of astonished jeers and catcalls. You've got the hots for Mork, Leon gasps, faking a heart attack. No, Mary says coolly. I just think he's sexy. I bet women are all over him outside school hours. The laughter dies away and the 5 testosterone-tastic guys in the group look at each other uncertainly. It's not something we'd admit to, but girls our age know a hell of a lot more about the adult world than we do. Adults operate differently. It's easy to tell the winners and losers in school, the cools and geeks. But the world beyond is puzzlesome. Professional sportsmen are obviously cool, as are actors, pop stars, etc. But what about normal guys? What makes an ordinary man attractive to a woman? I don't know. But if Misery Mork has it, we could all be in trouble later on. By their frowns, I know the others are thinking exactly the same. While we're trying to come to terms with a world where Misery Mork is a sex god, Rainey and Shannon stroll up, arms linked, laughing at some private joke. I was just telling the boys, Mary says, how sexy Mr. Mork is. William, Rainey says, nodding thoughtfully. He's a dash. William, Locke barks at his sister. That's what he told me to call him. I didn't know you'd been going for counselling, Locke growls. There's a lot you don't know about me, Rainey says sultrily, then raises an eyebrow at Shannon. William Mork? Dull or dishy? Deep pan dishy, Shannon says seriously, then laughs. I'm sorry, your face is... Swine, Leon snarls as the other girls squeal along with Shannon. That wasn't funny. It was hilarious, Rainey counters, crying with laughter. You lot are so easy to wind up. Imagine Misery Mork as eye candy. She laughs even harder. Here, I say, pulling out a handkerchief and handing it to Rainey. Rainey smiles sweetly and dabs at her cheeks with the hanky. 4 sets of lips immediately purse. Wolf whistles galore. "Grubs and Rainey sitting in a tree," sings Frank. "Get stuffed," I grunt and coolly retrieve my handkerchief from Rainey. Cue more whistles. Lunch flies by as it usually does. So much to talk about. Friends, teachers, homework, TV, movies, computer games, music, wrestling, the size of brains. Robbie McCarthy joins us midway through. He's not a regular member of the gang, but has been cuddling up to Mary recently, so he's had to spend time with the rest of us. I joke around with Rainey a lot. The handkerchief was especially for her. One of Dervish's. I used tissues, like everybody else who isn't living in the Middle Ages. I've been carrying it around for a week, waiting for a chance to present it to her. Corny, and done as a joke, but half serious too. A chance to share a smile and a sweet look. Rainey knows I fancy her, and I think she's hot for the grubster. But I've not had much experience in things like this. There's every chance I've read the signals wrong. I won't know for sure until I find the guts to put an arm around her and try for a kiss. But I think the odds are in my favour. Locke's cool with it. I've seen how he is with other guys who put the moves on Rainey. He puffs himself out to look even bigger than he already is and growls like a bear, scaring them away. If Rainey was keen on any of them, she'd tell him to back off. But most of the time she lets him play the protective big brother, and even encourages it. It's important to have Locke's approval. He's my best friend. You don't try to date your best friend's sister without his permission. It just isn't done. Towards the end of lunch, a small, chubby boy with a lazy left eye shuffles over, and I feel a stab of guilt, much stronger than the pang I felt in Misery Mork's office. "Hi, Grubs," Billy says, smiling hopefully. "Hi," I grunt. "Hey, Billy, how's my man?" Locke exclaims and sticks his hand out. Billy extends his own hand automatically, but Locke whips his away, puts his thumb on his nose, sticks his tongue out and wiggles his fingers. "Sucker!" Bill E. flushes but manages a sick grin and lowers his hand sheepishly. "Very mature," Rainey says dryly, rolling her eyes at her brother. "The shrimp doesn't mind, do you, spleen?" Locke chortles, grabbing Bill E.'s head in a wrestling lock. "No," Bill E. says, voice muffled. Locke releases Bill E. and ruffles his hair. Bill E.'s still smiling, but the smile's very strained and his face is fire engine red. "How you doing, Grubs?" "Not bad. You?" "Okay." We smile awkwardly at each other. The rest of the group stare at us for a second. Then normal conversation resumes. Only we're cut out of it. "Doing anything this weekend?" Billy asks. "Not a lot. Maybe practicing some wrestling moves with Locke." "Oh. I was thinking of coming over to watch some movies, if that's okay." "Hell, you don't have to ask." I laugh uneasily. "You can drop in any time you want. It's your house as much as mine." "Coolio." Billy's smile resumes its normal shape. "You want to watch a movie with me?" "Maybe. But I might have to go over to Locke's and practice, you know." "Yeah," Billy says quietly. "I know." The bell rings and everyone files back to class. Hundreds of kids groaning, shouting, laughing. Bill E. heads off in his own direction. He doesn't say goodbye. I watch him walk alone and lonely in the crowd, and I feel twisted and vile, like something a maggot would crawl out of its way to avoid. Bill E. Spleen was my best friend before Loch Gossel hit the scene. When I moved here after my parents' death and my spell in the nut house, he made me feel like I wasn't all by myself in the world. He helped me establish a life again, settled me in at school, kept me company during lunch when everybody else was wary of me, fought by my side on the Slaughter film set. And it wasn't fire we had to contend with. Tried to help when my nightmares kicked back in hard not long afterwards, even though his own mind was in turmoil. How do I repay him? By abandoning him for the friendship of Loch, Rainey, and our little group, cutting him loose, being a Judas. It's wrong, but it's the way things go. When an old friend doesn't fit in with your new pals, you cut him loose. It's the law of school. I've dumped other friends in the past, and several have done it to me. The difference here is that Bill E's my half-brother, even though he doesn't know it. Chemistry. I usually find it interesting, but this afternoon I can't concentrate. I keep thinking about Bill E. I didn't mean to give him the big brush off. When I first met Locke, I had time for Bill E. I'd only see Locke occasionally after school. I still hung out with Billy a lot. That gradually changed. Locke began inviting me round to his house and coming over to mine. Through Locke, I became friends with Frank Martin, Charlie Rawle and Leon Penn. And through them, I got to know Shannon Campbell and Mary Hayes, and of course Rainey. Rainey makes me forget about Bill E. for a few minutes, daydreaming about her shoulder-length auburn hair, long eyelashes, light brown eyes, her curves. She's not perfect by any means, big and sturdy like her brother with a ski slope of a nose, but everybody thinks she's one of the hottest girls in our school. I shake my head to stop thinking about Rainey and my thoughts drift back to Bill E. All those new friends made demands. It was exciting to be accepted by them, included in their conversation, treated as an equal. It had been a long time since I was part of a crowd. I hadn't realised how much that mattered to me, or how much I'd missed it. I wanted Billy to hang out with us, but he just didn't fit in. I'm not sure why. He's younger than most of us. He started school a year early, but Leon isn't a lot older than him. He's small, but Frank's no giant either. He uses corny words like coolio, but Robbie's favourite exclamation is the seriously uncool radical. He has a lazy left eye, but Charlie has buck teeth. Shannon has an ugly facial mole. I'm built like the Hulk. We're all a bit odd, one way or another. Bill E. is clever, funny, much better talker than me. But he never found a niche at school. I didn't realise it when I first started. Bill E. seemed like the most normal kid around. I knew he didn't have a lot of friends, but I was certain he fit in more than I did. After a while, I began to notice things. Like how Bill E. never went to anybody's house after school. How people made jokes about him and aped him when he said things like coolio. How he was bullied by boys like Locke Gossel. I'm not blind to how Locke treats Bill E. He teases him all the time, like with the fake handshake and headlock today. It's different to the way he treats Charlie. Nastier. He embarrasses Billy in front of others, makes him feel small and unwanted. I often thought of challenging Locke and the others who pick on Billy. If any of them hurt him, I'd have definitely taken them on. But teasing is harder to deal with. You can't punch a guy for being sarcastic to somebody. Can you? I'd have worsened the situation if I'd interfered, made Bill E. look like a weakling who couldn't stand up for himself. Besides, it wasn't so bad. His life wasn't a walking misery, and he always had me to cheer him up. Class ends, English next. I walk to it by myself, quiet, thoughtful. I feel ashamed. I should go up to Billy this afternoon, invite him back to my place, free up the weekend to be with him, watch movies, eat popcorn, go searching for Lord Sheftry's buried treasure like we used to. But I won't. Instead, I'll just suffer the guilt, wait for it to pass, then let things go on as they have been. Lousy, yeah, but that's the way it is. Misery Mork wouldn't understand if I tried to explain. But I'm sure anyone else in the school, or any school in the world, would. Nightmares. Of course, I have nightmares. Who doesn't? I brushed misery off with that line, but it followed me home from school like a stray dog. I live a couple of miles outside Carshry Vale in a massive old house 3 floors high, filled with antiques and mystical knickknacks. It was once the property of a tyrant called Lord Sheftry, a charming chap who enjoyed chopping up babies into little pieces and feeding them to his pet piranha. But these days it belongs to my uncle, Dervish Grady, as rich as Lord Sheftry, much more powerful, but without any of the nasty habits. Dervish is munching a sandwich in the kitchen when I get home. "Good day at school?" he asks, handing me half of the sandwich. So, I reply, taking a bite. Chicken and bacon, yum. Dervish looks much the same as when I first met him. Thin, tall, bald on top, grey around the sides. A tight grey beard which he shaved off a year or so ago but has grown back, piercing blue eyes, dressed all in denim. The only real difference is his expression. His face is more lined than it used to be, and he has the look of a man still recovering from a haunting, which he is. "Billy said he might come over this weekend," I tell him. Dervish nods and goes on munching. He knows things aren't the same between Billy and me, but he's never said anything. I guess he doesn't think there's any point. Nothing he says could fix the situation. It's best for adults to keep out of things like this. It's widely accepted that we can't solve their problems, so I'll never understand why so many of them think they can solve ours. I tell Dervish about my session with Misery. He's only mildly interested. "Mark is a nice guy," he says, "but not much up top. If he gets too inquisitive, let me know and I'll have a word." "It'll be a cold day in hell when I can't handle the likes of Misery Mork myself," I snort. "Oh, Grubbs, you're so manly," Dervish gushes, fluttering his eyelids. "Get stuffed," I grunt. We laugh and finish our sandwich. Of course I have nightmares. Who doesn't? I can't get the damn line out of my head. All the way through homework, while watching TV, then listening to CDs and flicking through a wrestling magazine of locks. Everyone has nightmares, sure, but I doubt if many have nightmares like mine. Delirious dreams of demons, wholesale slaughter, a universe of webs and comet-sized monsters, all based on first-hand experience. I get to bed about 11:30, fairly normal for me, but sleep doesn't come easily. And when it does, I'm in my bedroom at home. My first home. Blood seeps from the eyes of the football players in the posters on my walls, but that doesn't bother me. Gret walks in. She's been split in two down the back, guts trail behind her, a demon with a dog's body but a crocodile's head is chewing on the entrails. "Dad wants you," Gret says. "Am I in trouble?" I ask. "Not as much as me," she sighs. Down the corridor to Mum and Dad's room. I've walked this 1,000 times in my nightmares, always feeling the heat and fear. A few tears trickle down my cheeks as my hand rests on the doorknob, the way they always do. I know what I'm going to find inside. My parents, dead, and a wickedly smug Lord Loss. I don't want to open the door, but of course I do, and everything happens the way it did that night when my world first collapsed. The scene shifts, and I'm in the insane asylum. Arms bound, howling at the walls, seeing imaginary demons everywhere I look. Then one of the walls fades. It turns into a barrier of webs. Dervish picks his way through them. "I know demons are real," he says. "I can help you." "Help me escape," I sob. "No." He holds up a mirror, and I see that I've turned into a werewolf. "Help you die," he snarls, and swings at my neck with an axe. I kick the covers off and roll out of bed. I hit the floor hard and scramble a few meters across it, fleeing my axe-wielding uncle. Then my vision clears, and I realize I'm awake. Groaning, I push myself to my feet and check my bedside clock. Nearly 1 a.m. Looks like I won't be getting any decent sleep tonight either. My t-shirt and boxers are soaked through with sweat. I change, pop to the bathroom, splash cold water over my face, then go on a wander of the mansion. I often stroll when I can't sleep, exploring the warren of corridors and rooms, safe here, knowing no harm can befall me. This house is protected by powerful spells. Creeping through the old restored part of the mansion, feet cold from the stone floors, too lazy to go back and get my slippers, I find myself in the newer section, an eyesore which was tacked on to the original shell when it was uninhabitable. Dervish keeps talking about demolishing the extension, but he hasn't got round to it yet. I return to the ornate, overblown majesty of the older building and wind up in the Hall of Portraits, as I usually do on sleepless nights like this. Dozens of paintings and photographs, all of dead family members. Many are of young people cut down long before their natural time, like my sister Gret. I studied Gret's photo for ages, a lump in my throat, wishing for the millionth time that I could tell her how sorry I am that I wasn't there for her in her hour of need, her hour of lycanthropy. It's the family curse. Lots of us turn into werewolves. It's been in the bloodline for more generations than anyone can remember. It strikes in adolescence. Loads of us hit 12, 13, maybe even 17 or 18, and change. Our bodies alter. We lose our minds, become savage beasts who live to kill. We're not werewolves like in the movies who change when the moon is round, then resume our normal forms. When the change hits, it's forever. The victim has a few months before the final fall, when he or she goes a bit nutso each full moon, but then the night of total change sweeps in and there's no way back after that. Except one. The way of Lord Loss and demons. Dervish's study. Playing chess against myself on the computer. The study's an enormous room, even by the mansion's great standards. Unlike the other rooms in the old quarters, it's carpeted, the walls covered with leather panels. There are 2 huge desks, several bookcases, a PC, laptop, typewriter. Swords, axes, and other weapons hang from the walls. Dervish removed them when he was prone to sleepwalking and attacking me in his sleep, but he's safe as a baby now, so the weapons are back. But he never replaced the 5 chessboards he once kept here, which is why I'm playing on the computer. Gret was infected with the family curse. In an attempt to save her, Mum and Dad locked horns with a demon master called Lord Loss. Yeah, this isn't just a world of werewolves. Demons also prowl the shadowy corridors of the night. The Demonata, to give them their full title. Lord Loss is a horrible creature, with lumpy, pale red flesh and a snake-filled hole where his heart should be. He's always bleeding from thousands of small cuts and cracks in his skin, and floats around instead of walking. He thrives on pain, haunts sad, tortured humans feeding on their misery. Nothing appeals to him more than a person in severe agony. Except maybe a cracking game of chess. My hand moves slowly on the mouse, directing black and white pieces on the screen. A powerful family magician discovered Lord Loss's passion for chess many decades ago. He established a contest wherein 2 relatives of an affected child could challenge the demon master to a chess match. If Lord Loss was defeated, he'd restore the child's natural form and lift the curse forever. But if he won, my parents lost. Under Lord Loss's rules, both were killed along with Gret. I would have died too, but I was able to call upon hidden magical powers and escape. Months later, under Dervish's care, I learnt the truth about what happened, and that Bill E. was my secret half-brother. I also found out that Bill E. had fallen prey to the lycanthropic curse. Dervish and I faced Lord Loss. It was the bravest, most terrifying thing I've ever done or hope to do. I managed to outfox Lord Loss and turn his love of misery against him. He didn't take it lightly, swore revenge on all 3 of us. He almost exacted that revenge months later on the set of a movie called Slaughter. A horror maestro was making a film about demons. Dervish, Bill E. and I were lured into a trap. Lord Loss set an army of demons loose on the cast and crew. Hundreds of people died horribly, but we managed to escape. Bill E. was badly shaken by his run-in with demons. With Dervish's help, he recovered and is back to his old self pretty much. But there's a nervousness in his look these days. He's always watching the shadows for flickers of demons. And me? Apart from the nightmares and sleepless nights, have I got over it? Am I living the good life, getting on with things, making my way in the world? Well, yes, I'm trying. But there are a couple of flies in the ointment of my life, threatening to mess everything up. First, it'll be a few more years before I know for sure whether or not I carry the lycanthropic gene. There's a strong possibility I could turn into a werewolf. If I do start to turn, I'm damned. Lord Loss won't intervene. He hates us with an inhuman passion. Nothing in either universe would tempt him to offer me the chance of salvation. Dervish hasn't said as much, but we both know the score. If I fall under the spell of the moon and my body changes, an axe to the neck will be the only cure. As for the second fly, well, in a way that's even worse than the first. Back in my bathroom, I splash more water over my face. Letting myself drip dry, I study the water flowing down the drain. It spirals out of the sink in an anti-clockwise direction, under the control of gravity. I focus and stare hard at the water. An inner force grows at my prompting. The stream of water splutters, then starts to spiral downwards smoothly again. but in a clockwise direction. I watch for a few seconds, then shake my head and break the spell. The flow of water returns to normal. I head back to bed, dejected and scared, to spend the rest of the night awake and miserable beneath the covers. Magicians are rare. Only 1 or 2 are born every century. Humans with the magical potential of demons who can change the world with the flick of a wrist. There are others called mages. They can perform magic when there's demonic energy in the air, but under everyday conditions, they can only manage minor spells. Most mages are part of a group known as the Disciples. They fight demons and try to stop them crossing to our world. As far as anyone knows, I'm neither a magician nor a mage. I have more magical ability than most people, and tapped into it when I faced Lord Loss and his familiars, but I'm not a true part of the world of magic. That suits me fine. I don't want to become a demon-battling disciple. I want to lead an ordinary life. The thought of brushing shoulders with Lord Loss or his kind again terrifies me, and as somebody who isn't naturally magical, there's no reason why I should get involved in any more demonic battles. I can sit on the sidelines with the rest of humanity, ignorant of the wars being fought between the forces of good and evil, free of the curse of magic and the responsibilities it brings. At least that's what Dervish believes. That's how I'd like it to be. But something changed in Slaughter. I discovered a power within myself, and although I masked it from Dervish, it hasn't gone away. The magic is working its way out, keen to break free. It allows me to reverse the flow of water, lift great weights, move objects without touching them. I've awoken several times to find myself levitating above my bed. I've fought the magic with desperate determination, and for the most part I've been successful. I hope that by focusing and fighting it every step of the way, I can work it out of my system and return to normal. I'd like to talk with Dervish about it and seek his advice, but I'm afraid. Magic is his life. He's a disciple first and foremost, dedicated to the task of keeping the world safe from demons. Dervish loves me, but I have no doubt that if he knew about my power, he'd press me into learning more spells. He'd say the world needed me. He'd nag, lecture, and plead. I'd resist, but my uncle can be extremely persuasive when he puts his mind to it. I'm certain he'd nudge me back into the world of magic, back into the world of demons. So, here I am. I want to be an average teenager whose only worries are puberty, acne, scoring with girls, impressing my friends, and getting through school in one piece. But I'm forced to spend the better part of every day brooding about turning into a werewolf, or becoming a whiz-kid wizard who has to fight evil, heartless demons. Of course I have nightmares. Preparations. Dervish has to go away for a couple of days. Mira's heading off for pastures distant. Might not be back this way for several months. Wants to say goodbye in style. In style? I smirk. Mira Flame is one of Dervish's closest friends. Definitely his sexiest. She's hotter than a hot dog that's been cooked extra hot. Are you and Mira finally gonna get it on? Don't be ridiculous, Dervish snorts. We're just friends, you know that. That's what you always tell me, I tease. Well, Dervish huffs, it's true. I've never made a pass at her and I don't intend to start now. Why not? I ask, interested. Dervish pulls a saintly expression. Grubs, he says softly. Remember when I told you that your dad was Bill E's dad too? Yes, warily. What I didn't tell you was that your mother, well, the woman you thought of as your mum only met your dad after you were born. Mira... He stops. I gulp at him, Head pounding, limbs trembling, my world starts to explode. Then I catch his grin. "You son of a jackal!" I roar, swatting him around his balding head. "That wasn't funny!" "Oh, it so was!" He laughs, wiping away tears. Most of the time I get a kick out of Dervish's warped sense of humour, but there are other times when it really gets up my nose. "Keep it up," I growl. "Maybe I'll tell Misery Mork about you. I doubt if he'd see the funny side of a sick joke like that. Wouldn't surprise me if he took me out of your custody and put me someplace where the people are halfway normal." "If only." Dervish sighs, then squints at me. "I don't want to lay it on heavy, but I've something to say and I want you to pay attention." "What now?" I ask with a sulky sneer. "Ma and Pa's spleen are my grandparents? Misery Mork is your long-lost brother?" "This house has been wrecked once already," Dervish says. "I don't want it destroyed again. Keep your freakish little friends under as much control as you can. A certain amount of wear and tear is unavoidable, I accept that, but they'll only run wild if you let them. Lay down the law, and they won't cause too much damage. And for heaven's sake, don't let any of them into my study. Remember that it's guarded by spells, so if anyone wanders in there uninvited—" "What are you babbling about?" I snap. I hate when he starts on a spiel without making it clear what the subject is. Dervish frowns. "A bit slow today, aren't you?" "What?" I roar impatiently. "I'm going away." He raps my head with his knuckles. "You'll have the house to yourself." He raps it again. "It's the weekend." He goes to rap my head a third time. I catch his hand in mid-air, my face lighting up with a smile as I finally get it. At the exact same moment we exclaim, me excitedly, Dervish sarcastically, "Party!" "Strip poker," Frank says earnestly. "It's a must." "Hey," Locke barks, "my sister will be there." "So we'll wait till she sneaks off with grubs then, blah, blah, blah." Everybody laughs, even Locke. "Have you told the girls yet?" Charlie asks. "No, I wanted to discuss it with you lot first, get some ideas, like how many people to invite. Should I have a theme? If—" "Theme?" Locke snorts. "This isn't a fancy dress party, fool." "I wouldn't invite too many," Leon says, a worried look on his face. "I made that mistake once, had just about the whole school back to my place while my parents were away skiing. I did what I could to clean up the next day, but it was impossible." "Yeah," Frank nods. "This is your first party. You don't want to blow it by taking on more than you can handle. Especially since there's so much opportunity for the future." Locke agrees. "That mansion could be highly valuable over the next few years. Loads of rooms, loads of bedrooms, and an uncle who knows the score. It's a gold mine. But we've got to tread carefully. If we trash the house now, Dervish might never leave you alone again." The discussion continues. Everyone, Locke, Frank, Charlie, Leon and Robbie, chips in with their own ideas. Music, food, drink, the guest list, each is debated at great length. But the guest list is the one we keep coming back to, the topic that creates the most divisions. "2 girls to each guy," Frank insists, "if not 3. "Nah," Robbie grunts. "Equal numbers or else they'll gang up on us." "What do you care?" Leon challenges him. "You only have eyes for Mary." Robbie winks. "A lot can happen at a party." Out of the blue, Charlie shouts, "Jelly beans! You got to have jelly beans! Plates of them everywhere!" "You're a bloody jelly bean!" Locke roars as we fall apart in tears of laughter. "What are you hyenas splitting your sides about now?" Rainey asks, appearing on the scene without warning, Shannon by her side. "Where—" Charlie starts. Locke elbows him and nods sharply at me. My party, my news. "Dervish is away this weekend," I tell Rainey, wishing my heart wouldn't throb so loudly. I'm sure she can hear it. "I'm having a party." "Great," Rainey smiles. "I hope we're invited." "Of course," I say, miles too quickly. Then, aiming for cool, "But don't tell anyone. I want to keep it exclusive. Just a select handful of my more discerning acquaintances." "Nice," Rainey says and strides away, sharing a giggle with Shannon. "More discerning acquaintances," Leon mimics as the others poke me in the ribs and make catcalls. "You're full of it sometimes, Grady." Word spreads quickly about the party. I've never been so popular, surrounded at the start and end of classes, pumped for details, besieged with requests for an invite. I think the location of the party is as much a draw as anything else. Everyone in the Vale knows about the spooky old mansion where I live, but most have never been inside. At lunch, I'm faced with a steady stream of party-hungry teens, all in search of a golden ticket. I feel like a king, hearing petitions flanked by my royal advisors, Locke & Co. I play it icy at Locke's advice, saying numbers are limited. I can only invite a select few. I don't say an absolute no to anyone and promise to take all requests into consideration. So I'm a poser. So sue me. Just before the bell rings for class, my last petitioner approaches. Bill E. He's smiling awkwardly, even more so than usual. Hi, Grubs. Hi. How's tricks, Splenio? Locke says, putting out his hand. I groan as Bill E falls for the trick again, makes to shake and is humiliated when Locke whips his hand away. Sucker! I don't wait for Bill E or Locke to say anything else. Have you heard about the party? I ask quickly. Yeah, Billy says. I know I was supposed to come over this weekend, but you're not going to back out, are you? I cut him short. Come on, Billy, this is my first party. I need you there for moral support. A rosy glow of happiness spreads outwards from the centre of the chubby boy's cheeks. You want me to come? He asks quietly, half suspecting a cruel joke. Of course, I say firmly. In fact, if you don't, the party's off. Now hold on a minute, Locke begins, startled. I mean it, I silence him, eyes on Bill E, trying to put right at least some of the wrong things between us. Well, I mean, I guess... Okay, Bill E grins. Sure, why not? Great, I raise a warning finger. But don't tell Ma and Pa Spleen it's a party or they'll never let you come. No shit, Sherlock, Bill E laughs and heads off, much happier than I've seen him in a long while. Dervish is getting ready to leave, in his leathers, pulling the straps out of his helmet. His motorcycle's outside the front door, primed to go. Is the party tonight or tomorrow? He asks. Tomorrow. Too awkward for people to come tonight, plus it gives me time to go shopping in the Vale in the morning. You know I'll be back early Sunday afternoon, he reminds me. I know. If I walk in and find pools of puke and mountains of rubbish. You won't, I assure him. There aren't many coming and a few are sleeping over to help clean up in the morning. The only thing is, I'm not sure if I'll be able to do all the laundry before you return. That's fine, Dervish says, then raises an eyebrow. Those staying over are all boys, I presume. Of course. They'd better be, because if I find out otherwise... You won't. Good. The pair of massive front doors are already open. Dervish walks out, breathing in fresh spring air. It's supposed to be cold over the weekend, he says. Don't leave the windows open or the house will be freezing. I have everything in hand, I tell him. I doubt it. He climbs onto his bike. Say hi to Mira from me. Sure. Give her a kiss from me too. Funny guy. Then, without a goodbye, he's off, tearing down the driveway, already approaching the speed limit. And he's only warming up. If everyone drove like my maniac of an uncle, the roads would be awash with blood. This isn't the first time Dervish has left me alone in the house, but it's the first time he's left me in total control. Before, the understanding was always that I was simply holding the fort, no parties. This time, he's as good as said the house is mine for the next 40-odd hours to do with as I wish. It feels strange. I find myself thinking of everything that could go wrong. Broken windows, smashed vases, someone stumbling into Dervish's study and turning into a frog. I half wish I could cancel. I've been to a couple of wild parties with Locke over the last few months and never worried about what we were doing, the mess we were making, what would happen to the kids who lived there when their parents returned. Now the shoe's on my foot. I realise what a risky undertaking it is. Maybe I should pull a sickie and call the whole thing off. The phone rings. Locke. It's as if he's sensed my wavering mood and is intervening to sway me back into party mode. Has Dervish gone? He asks. Yes. Good. I didn't want to discuss it at school. Too many ears. But what about booze? Yea or nay? That might be a bit much, I mutter, Things will probably be wild enough if everyone's sober. Yeah, it'll be wilder if everyone's drunk. Locke laughs. But a lot more fun. I was thinking about all those bottles of wine in the cellar. No way! I snap. Most are expensive, very expensive. Nobody goes near the wine. That's a golden rule. If anyone breaks it, I'll kick you all out. Spoil sport, Locke grumbles. What about beer? I could ask one of my older cousins to get us a crate or two. I'd rather you didn't. You're not wimping out, are you? He asks suspiciously. Well, I start. Good, Locke says quickly. Let's forget about the booze then. If anybody brings some, great. If not, we'll just muddle by sober. Fair enough? Yeah, I say unhappily. I guess. Great, see you in the morning. Oh, and I'll be bringing Rainey to help carry the bags. Is that okay? Sure, I say, spirits lifting, instantly forgetting about my reservations. That'll be fine. Yeah, whatever. A short laugh, then Locke hangs up, leaving me to get on with the planning of the party. Locke, Rainey and I make 3 runs to the village. Frank and Leon join us on the last run when we realise we need more hands. It's brilliant spending so much time with Rainey, walking beside her in and out of Carchery Vale, discussing the party, bands, politics, whatever she feels like talking about. Locke offers to chip in with some money for the drinks and food, but I tell him it's okay. Dervish is rich. There's a family fortune knocking about, which will one day be mine and Bill E's, and he never begrudges me anything. He left a wad of cash for me in his study and told me to make good use of it. Rainey does a lot of the organising. I spent a couple of hours last night drawing up a list of everything we might need, and was more than a little pleased with myself. She took one look at the list this morning, laughed, and tore it up. Is Jesus coming? She asked. No, I replied, astonished. Then forget about the loaves and fishes miracle. What you had on that list wouldn't have got us through to 9 o'clock. Now fetch me a fresh pad and pen. This needs a woman's considered touch. Much as I hate to admit it, she was right. Carrying the supplies back from Carchery Vale, it feels like we've bought far too much. We could feed the starving millions with this lot. But by the time we've divided it out into plates and bowls and distributed them around the 3 main party rooms, 2 big living rooms and the kitchen, there doesn't look to be a whole load. Maybe we need to make another run, Frank muses, opening a bag of crisps. Maybe you need to stop snacking before anyone arrives, Rainey retorts, grabbing the bag from him. No, she says, casting a professional eye around. This will do. Any more would be a waste. She checks her watch. I'm going home to get ready. And you boys... She wrinkles her nose and pulls a face. Ever heard of showers? She leaves. I look around at Locke, Frank and Leon. They stare back. Then we all raise an arm and sniff. Party animal. The party's not set to start until 7, but the first guests begin arriving soon after 6. I'm nervous and twitchy, worrying about where their coats should go, if there's enough food and drink, if anyone's smuggled in anything they shouldn't have. But as more arrive and the laughter and buzz of voices increase, I begin to relax as I realise people are having fun. Not everyone who comes was on the invitation list, but there's nothing I can do about that. If I turned them away, I'd sour the atmosphere. A few blow-ins have to be expected at any party. Locke and Frank help. Leon can't make it until 9, opening the front doors and greeting newcomers while I'm showing others around the mansion. It's cool to be a guide to so many fascinated guests. I love leading them through the corridors, pointing out weapons on the walls, explaining the house's bloody history, showing them the hall of portraits and the faces of the dead. How come there are so many young people? Mary asks, studying the paintings and photos. We're an adventuresome lot, I lie. We don't sit around quietly waiting to grow old. We embrace life and danger, and as a result, a lot of us die young. They leave good-looking corpses, though, Rainey says, and giggles sweetly when I blush. Bill E. arrives at 7:45. I'm coming down the stairs when he enters, admitted by Locke. Hey, Bill E., great to see you. Glad you could come. Locke enthuses, offering his hand, which Bill E., predictably, and I must admit amusingly, tries to shake. Sucker! But even Locke's teasing can't spoil the mood. Bill E. breezes past him, feathers only mildly ruffled, and makes for the nearest pile of food. 10 minutes of solid munching later, he's by my side, marching after me as I lead the latest group on a tour. By midway, he's taken over. He knows much more about the house and its legends than I do, and is better at telling the stories. I don't mind. It's nice to see him come out of his shell. I wish he was like this all the time. As the night lengthens, I start to feel strange. Nauseous. Dizzy. The rooms and people around me appearing oddly out of focus. My breath is heavy in my ears, and my stomach and chest ache if I move quickly. It's not alcohol. Nobody brought booze. But maybe somebody spiked the soft drinks with a spoon of nasty powder or a pill. "Are you okay?" Rainey asks, spotting me staggering towards the kitchen. "A bit weird," I gasp, having to sit on the floor a couple of meters shy of the kitchen door. Rainey squats beside me. "You don't look good," she says, and feels my forehead. "You haven't been drinking, have you?" I shake my head. "Drugs?" Her voice is hard. "Not that I know about," I wheeze. "I was going to the kitchen to check. Think somebody might have spiked the drinks." "They'd better bloody not," Rainey growls, surging to her feet. "I'll have them arrested if they have. You wait here." She storms off to investigate. 5 or 10 minutes later, hard to keep track of time, my head's throbbing so much, she returns, calmer. "Everyone else is fine. I don't think the drinks have been tampered with." "Maybe I'm just sick," I mutter. "That's what it looks like," she says, then grabs my arms and hauls me to my feet. "Let's get you outside. Fresh air will do you a world of good." She steers me through the kitchen and out the back door, then props me against the wall and stands watch beside me as I take deep breaths and try to focus. After a few minutes, my head clears a little, and my stomach settles. "Better?" Rainey asks, tilting my chin up, examining my eyes. "Good as new," I smile. Rainey leans towards me, a serious look in her eyes. I tense. Will this be our first kiss? I hope I don't mess up. How do they do it in the movies? Tongue or just lips? But at the last moment her expression crinkles and she kisses me quickly on the nose instead of the mouth. "Come on, Romeo," she laughs, taking my hands. "It's too cold out here for monkey business." "What about inside?" I murmur, smiling at myself for getting the line out without stammering. "Maybe later," Rainey grins, and heads back in. I follow in high spirits, feeling much better than I did a few minutes ago. It's only when we reach the kitchen door that I stop and feel a stab of real panic. The light's been switched off inside the kitchen. I can see the reflection of the sky in the dark glass at the door. Letting go of Rainey's hand, turning slowly, I look up at the cloudless heavens and fix my sight on the moon, which is round and fat, dangerously near to full. Locked inside Dervish's study, breath coming quickly, raggedly, trembling wildly, remembering the night Bill E. changed, the beast he became. Dervish had to cage him up to protect people from him. He would have killed otherwise. Am I turning into a werewolf? I don't know. The sickness and dizziness are still there, but they might be more a product of fear than anything else. Maybe it's just worry that's turned me white as a ghost and left me ready to throw up, shaking like a human maraca. I focus on my hands, willing them steady. After a while they obey me. Then I force myself to breathe normally, evenly. When I feel like I'm in control, I study my reflection in a small hand mirror, looking for telltale signs around the eyes and lips. That's where the marks show first. Nothing. The same lines and creases. Eyes a bit wilder than normal, which is understandable, but mine. Not clouded over or animalistic. I wish Dervish was here. I consider calling his mobile. He isn't that far away. The speed he drives, he could be here in a couple of hours. I dig my phone out of my pocket, scroll down to his number, start to bring my thumb down over the dial button, then stop. I'm not turning, I grunt, angry at myself for being so scared. It's after 10. I check my watch. Hell, nearly 11. The moon's at the height of its powers. If I was going to change, it would have happened by now. But maybe it's the start. A voice within me whispers. A voice I last heard in slaughter many months earlier. The voice of magic. Nobody changes overnight. It's a gradual process, spread out over a few months. This could be the beginning of the end. Maybe, I agree, refusing to panic. But I'm not going to turn savage tonight. Nobody has anything to fear from me, so there's no point dragging Dervish back. But if it's the change, if your time as a human is limited, all the more reason to party hard while I can. I laugh viciously, then make myself go downstairs, smile and act like everybody else. Normal. Midnight comes and goes. So do most of the guests, walking or cycling home, a few collected by their parents. By past, only those who are sleeping over remain. Locke, Frank, Leon, Charlie, Robbie, Bill E., Rainey, Mary, and a few others who've begged a bed for the night. Okay, I lied to Dervish about only boys staying, but what he doesn't know can't hurt him, right? Do you want me to show you where you'll be sleeping? I ask, eager to wind the party down, still feeling sick. The hell with sleep, Frank laughs. Time for spin the bottle! While there are good-natured groans, nobody objects. So, 5 minutes later, we're all in the largest of the party rooms, sitting in a nervous circle around an empty bottle. Lots of giggles, nervous looks, licking of lips. I do a quick head count. 9 boys, 4 girls. How are we going to work this? I ask Frank. We each take a turn spinning, he says, rubbing his hands together eagerly. When it points to a member of the opposite sex, hoo-bah! But there's more of us than them, I object. So? He frowns. Well, I mean, at least 2 of them are going to have to kiss more than one guy. Worried about Rainey kissing anyone other than me. Frank laughs. That's how it works, moron. We all get plenty of action. Only simple kisses, Mary interjects. No groping or tongues. Not unless both want to, clear? Course, Frank says quickly, leering. We mean it, Rainey says. If one of you breaks the rules, that's it. End of game, you all miss out. Okay, Frank sighs, rolling his eyes. We get the message. Now, who first? It's Grubbs' party, Locke says. That's okay, I cough, getting cold feet. I think Bill E. should have first shot. I second the motion, Bill E. laughs, more at ease than I've seen him in a long time. He grabs the bottle and spins it madly. It turns, like it's never going to stop. But finally it does. And it's pointing at Rainey. Bill E. grins. Sorry, amigo, but the bottle decides. I feel my temper rise as Bill E. and Rainey meet in the middle of the circle to a series of whistles and crude remarks. The bile that's been threatening to bubble over all night forces its way up my throat. But then Rainey pecks him on the lips and they both sit down. I relax, swallow the vomit, and grin greenly. The game continues. Great laughs when one of the boys spins and it ends up pointing to another boy. Lewd giggles when that happens to the girls. Most of the kisses are like the first, quick pecks, but a few are stronger, where the pair are attracted to each other. Robbie and Mary, Leon and Nina Duffy. I get to kiss Mary twice, Nina 3 times. This is getting serious, she says jokingly, before Rainey finally spins and the bottle ends up pointing at me. Woohoo! Frank chortles. Touchdown! Charlie cries. Easy, Tiger! Locke grunts, smiling tightly. Rainey and I stand and walk towards each other. Rainey nudges the bottle out of the way with her left foot. We smile shakily, then kiss. Her lips are drier than I thought they'd be, but nice. My hands slide around her back, and I lock my fingers together, careful not to hug too hard in case I crack her ribs. The kiss continues. Her lips move, and mine follow. This is easier than I imagined. I don't know why I was so nervous before. I could get used to this very quickly. Lots of cheers and whistles. I drown them out, eyes closed, feeling so happy I could burst. A warm fire grows within me, burning away the feeling of sickness, spreading rapidly through my body, squeezing out of my pores like steam. I lose myself in the hot, hypnotic kiss, unaware of anything else. Then gasps of amazement wreck the moment. What the? How the hell? Oh my God! My right eye opens an angry fraction. What's everybody getting so worked up about? Then I spot it. The bottle, spinning again, but not on the ground. About a meter above the floor, suspended in mid-air, floating upwards as it spins. The bottle rises smoothly. Everyone, with a single exception, is on their feet, backing away, alarmed. Rainey realizes something's wrong. She breaks off the kiss, takes a step back, sees the bottle. Her expression freezes. Bill E's the only one not moving. He's staring at the bottle intently. I think for a second that he's controlling it using one of Dervish's spells. I huff myself up to roar at him, but then I catch the alarm in his eyes and realize he's trying to stop it. I'm the one making it rise. The bottle reaches a point about half a meter above my head, then levels out. It's spinning faster than ever, making a small whirring sound. "What's happening?" Robbie shouts. "Glorbs, are you doing this?" I don't answer. My gaze is on the bottle. Although it's spinning too quickly for the eye to follow, I find that I can slow the action down. The world seems to go into slow motion around me. People's mouths move infinitely slowly. Words reach me as though dragged through a pipe from a long way away. "Grubs! What's going on?" The bottle explodes, and the world speeds up again. Shards of glass shoot at me, Rainey, everybody in the room, at our faces and eyes. Instinctively, I bark a word of magic. I don't know what the word is or where it comes from, but it freezes the shards in place. They hang in mid-air, dozens of tiny pieces of glass, pointing at us like a flight of mini arrows. "No way!" somebody shouts, more excited than afraid. My friends start lowering the hands which they'd instinctively raised to protect themselves. Bill E stares at the bits of glass, then at me. His eyebrows are furrowed. He knows this is magic, but he can't understand how I'm doing it. He saw me do more than this in Slaughter, but that enclosed area was crackling with magical energy. Many of us could perform amazing feats there. In the real, normal world, he thought, like Dervish, that I had all the magical ability of a duck. "Grubs," Rainey says uncertainly, touching my right elbow. "Are you okay?" "Yes," I whisper. "Do you know what's happening?" Scared, looking for reassurance, gazing at the shard nearest her face, worried it might shoot forward again. "Yes," I smile. Without knowing how I'm doing any of this, I wave a hand at the glass, and several pieces turn into flower petals which drop slowly, beautifully to the floor. I wave my other hand, and more shards turn into butterflies. They flap away, zoning in on the light overhead. One last wave, and the rest of the glass is transformed, a mixture of butterflies and flowers. I grab one of the falling petals and present it to Rainey. "For you, my lady." Then everybody's cheering, clapping my back, grabbing for petals and butterflies, demanding to know how the trick was performed. Only Bill E knows there was no trick. Only he realizes this was real magic. And only he can possibly understand and share in my sense of bewilderment and gut-stabbing fear.
End of Disc 1. Disc 2.
Later, everyone but Bill E and me has gone to bed. I'm at the door of my room, still holding a petal. Bill E's facing me, eyes steady and serious. "How'd you do it?" "Dervish has been teaching me." Bill E shakes his head. "Bull. Dervish told me you don't want to learn magic. He's cool with that. But even if he was teaching you, that's way beyond anything I've ever seen him do. Apart from in slaughter. He looks around nervously. Are demons breaking through? Did you tap into their power? No, we're safe here. Demons can't cross in Carcery Vale. Then how did you do it? He presses. Where did the magic come from? I shake my head miserably. Forget about it. This doesn't concern you. I might be able to help if I told you, it's none of your business. Billy looks hurt, and I feel sorry immediately. It's no big deal, I lie. This has been building up for a long time. I haven't spoken with Dervish about it, but after tonight I guess I'll have to. This isn't the first time it happened? Billy asks. There have been signs, but nothing this obvious. Do you think... He can hardly bring himself to say it. Do you think you might be a magician? No, Dervish would know if I was. But maybe I've got more potential than we thought. I might be a latent mage. If so, Dervish will know what to do. Billy nods, starts to leave, looks back. You won't be able to turn away from it anymore, he says softly. Magic, I mean. You'll have to learn now so you can control it. If you hadn't been able to stop that glass tonight, if you hadn't turned it into butterflies and flowers... I know, I sigh. You'll really tell Dervish? You won't try to keep it a secret? I'll tell him. I'm not a fool. I know what magic can do if it isn't properly channeled. I don't want to hurt anyone. Billy smiles, says goodnight and leaves. I slip into my bedroom, lie on top of the covers fully clothed and stare at the ceiling, listening to my heart pound and my blood swoosh through my body, trying to make sense of whatever the hell is happening inside me. Later, slowly coming awake, sluggishly realizing I must have fallen asleep on top of the bed. Then I click to the fact I'm not on the bed anymore. I'm standing by the round stained glass window in my bedroom, listening to howls outside. No, not outside. In here. My head whips round in panic, fully awake now. I can't see anything in the room, but I can hear the howls of a werewolf. Where is it? It must be close. It's so loud. Where? With a jolt, I realise he's in the glass in front of me. At least, his reflection is. My face is darker than earlier. A wicked glint to my eyes. Lips pulled back over my teeth. Raising a hand, I see that my fingers are curling inwards, claw-like. I start to howl again, stepping into the coloured rays of the moon. I stop, focusing on my reflection. I feel the same warmth that I felt when I was kissing Rainey just before the bottle started to rise. I study my face, the sharp lines, the wild eyes. Directing the warmth towards it, I wish the mask away, wanting my normal face back, telling this vision of a man-wolf to go. And it does, even though it shouldn't. My skin resumes its ordinary shape and colour. My lips droop back down over my teeth, my fingers unclench, the howled eyes in my throat, and becomes a dry cough. Moments later, I'm me again, standing by the window, bathed by the tinted light of a moon which, for some reason, is no longer affecting me. The warmth is still there. I hold on to it like a security blanket, take it to bed with me, and sustain it, keeping it alive through the rest of the long, weary night, too terrified to close my eyes, afraid of what I might turn into if I drop my guard and give myself over to unprotected sleep.
Treasure hunt.
I sneak a few hours of shut-eye post-dawn, when the sun's chased the moon off and I'm safe. But it's an uneasy sleep, filled with nightmares of werewolves and a body in revolt. I imagine myself doing awful things, causing chaos. Only it's not entirely me. It's a beast with my shape and form, but with a twisted face, fangs instead of teeth, claws instead of nails, blood-soaked hair. Grubbs Grady, monster extraordinaire. When I stumble down the stairs a little after noon, most of the cleaning has been taken care of. Locke tells me Rainey had them all up at 10 and working like demons. His choice of phrase is unfortunate. She had to leave at 11, but left him in charge to make sure nobody slacked off. "That was some trick you pulled," Leon says, sweeping up petals from the living room floor. "I'd love to know how you did it." "It was magic," Charlie says, shooing a butterfly out through an open window. "A magic trick," Leon corrects him. "No, real magic," Charlie insists. "It was, wasn't it, Grubbs? I've seen the books lying around about wizards, witches and whatnots. It was real magic, right?" "No," I force a thin smile. "Just a trick. There's no such thing as real magic." "But the books," Charlie exclaims, "are just books." I finish, tiredly, then go see what state the kitchen's in. As I'm leaving, I hear Leon mutter, "Magic? You're a real arse sometimes." "I don't care what he says," Charlie sulks. "I know what I saw. It was real magic. I'd bet 1,000,000 jelly beans on it." When everything's as clean as we can get it, my friends say goodbye and make their way home to recover before school on Monday. Bill E. and Locke stay on. They've arranged to spend the day here. Bill E. waits till Locke's in the toilet, then asks how I'm feeling. "Fine," I lie as my brain throbs with a splitting headache and my stomach gives a sickly rumble. "I heard howling last night," Billy says. "After we'd gone to bed it woke me. A few others too. There was some talk of it this morning, but not much. Most people were still trying to figure out how you pulled off the trick with the bottle." I grunt, saying nothing. "Grubbs," Bill E. says hesitantly, "I know we've never discussed the family curse. You filled me in on the basics in Slaughter, but you never offered more information and I haven't pushed." For a long time, Bill E. thought Dervish was the one who'd almost changed into a werewolf. I finally told him the truth in Slaughter, neglecting only the part about Dervish being his uncle, not his father. I've never told Bill E. that we share the same dad. I want to, but he feels a special bond with Dervish, believing him to be his real father. I've never had the heart to shatter his illusion. "Well," Billy continues after an uncomfortable pause, "I know I almost turned into a werewolf and that you and Dervish saved me. You faced Lord Loth and won back my humanity. But is the cure definitely permanent?" "Yes." "I'm safe. For certain." 100%, I smile. "What about—" He hesitates again. "Your magic. The howling. Are you safe too?" I don't answer for a second. Then quietly I lie. "Yes." "I won't have to lock you up in the cage in the secret cellar?" "No." I laugh edgily. I hate that cellar. I've only been there once since we defeated Lord Loss, when Dervish's nightmares were threatening to destroy his sanity. I'm fine. That wasn't me howling, probably just a big dog that got loose. Now stop worrying, you're getting on my nerves. Locke returns, wiping his hands dry on his trousers, and the questions stop, though I sense Bill E. doesn't fully believe me. He knows something's wrong, that I'm not coming clean, but he doesn't suspect the worst or anything near it. He trusts me, thinks of me as his closest friend, doesn't believe I'd lie point blank to him about something this serious. How little he knows. A long, anticlimactic Sunday, lounging around the house, all three of us, bored, flicking through TV channels in search of something decent to watch, sticking CDs on, turning them off just a few tracks in. Locke makes cutting remarks about Bill E. winding him up. I worry about lycanthropy and magic. "This is crap," Locke mutters, switching the TV and CD player to standby. He jumps up and rubs his hands together. "Let's wrestle." "I'm not in the mood." "Come on," he prods, slapping my face lightly, trying to sting me into action. "No," I yawn. Locke scowls, then switches his attention to Bill E. "How about you, Splinio?" He grabs the shorter boy by the waist and swings him round.
Let go!
Billy shouts, kicking out.
We've got a live one!
Locke laughs. He throws Billy to the ground, then falls on him and starts to tickle.
No!
Bill E. gasps, face red, slapping at Locke like a girl, half laughing from the tickling, half crying.
Leave him alone!
I mutter angrily. The noise is worsening my headache. Locke stops and stands.
Sorry, Billy,
he says.
Let me help you up.
He lowers his right hand. Billy reaches for it, and Locke whips the hand away.
You're the Sultan of Soccer, spleen!
He chortles, strolling towards the kitchen, shaking his head with amused disgust. Bill E. glares daggers at Locke, then at me.
Gossel scum,
he hisses.
I don't care if he is your new best friend, he's the scum of the earth. Shame on you for hanging out with him.
Don't take it out on me, I snap. You want to get Locke off your back, then face him like a man, not a little girl. He bullies you because you let him.
No, he bullies me because he's a bully.
Bill E. retorts, furious, tears in his eyes. I shrug, too exhausted and sore-headed to argue.
Whatever.
Locke returns and Billy shuts up, but he glowers like an old man whose pipe's been stolen, then storms off and returns with his coat. Going home? I ask as he buttons it up.
No,
he snarls.
I'm doing what I originally planned to do. Huh? You remember my original plan, if there hadn't been a party?
I stare at him blankly and he nods in the direction of the forest.
Oh,
I chuckle.
Lord Cheftree. What's that?
Locke asks.
Nothing,
Bill E. says quickly, shooting me a warning look which I ignore, still sore at him for having a go at me, and sore at myself too for not being the friend, the brother he deserves. You know the stories of Lord Cheftree, the guy who used to own this place? I ask Locke.
The baby and the piranha, yeah, sure.
Grubs! Billy growls, not wanting to share our secret with an outsider.
There's a legend about his treasure.
I take grim satisfaction from Billy's enraged expression.
Treasure?
Locke echoes, interest piqued.
Apparently, he had hoards of gold and jewels which nobody ever found. They say he buried it somewhere around here, that it's still sitting there, underground, waiting.
Locke squints at me, then at Billy.
It's true, Splenio. Get stuffed.
Locke's face stiffens.
I asked if it was true,
he says, taking a menacing step forward.
Yeah, maybe, so what?
Bill E. squeaks, shrinking away from Locke.
Any idea where the treasure is?
Locke asks. Up your butt, I chip in, and both Locke and Bill E. laugh, the tension vanishing in an instant.
Nah, come on, really,
Locke says, facing me again.
Is this on the level, or is Spleen Boy paying me back for all those false handshakes?
The legend's real, I tell him. I don't know about the treasure. We've been all over the forest, dug more holes than a pair of rabbits and found nothing. Right, Billy?
Yeah,
Billy sighs, resigning himself to sharing our secret with Locke.
But you bury treasure because you want it to be hard to find. There wouldn't have been much point in Lord Cheftree sticking it where any passerby could find it. It's out there, I'm sure. And one day, if we keep trying...
He trails off into silence, eyes distant.
I thought you were rich anyway,
Locke says to me.
Why are you bothered about a pile of buried treasure?
I'm not. But it would be exciting if it did exist and we found it. Billy and I used to spend a lot of our weekends searching for it. Even though we never found anything, the searching was fun.
You've given up?
Locke asks. I shrug.
Billy goes looking every so often, but it's been a while since I bothered. He's been too busy wrestling with lunkheads,
Bill E. says sourly, but Locke lets the remark pass.
I've never searched for treasure, Locke says. How'd you do it? With a metal detector? No, Billy says. We walk around with shovels looking for likely spots, then we make trial holes. If nothing turns up, we fill in the holes and move on.
Sounds amateurish, Locke says dubiously. Billy laughs.
Ha! Like Grubitsch said, the searching is fun. You'd need proper, expensive equipment to go after it seriously. For us, it's always been a game. What about it?
Locke asks, casting an eye at me.
You want to go on a treasure hunt? I groan, wishing I could just go back to bed for a few hours. It'd be sitting around here doing nothing, Locke says. But it's raining, I protest. A light drizzle. It'll clear soon. Come on, it's something different. Not for Billy and me. But it is for me, Locke presses. Why don't you and Billy go by yourselves? I suggest. No way, they both exclaim at the same time, then share a look and laugh. Temporary. Very temporary allies. I'll let him tag along if you come, Billy says. Otherwise I'll go home. I still have some homework to finish. Come on, Locke huffs again. Don't be a bloody bore, Grubs. Okay, I groan, rising reluctantly. Give me a few minutes to change. Locke, you and Billy go get some shovels. Billy knows where to find them. Cool, Locke grins, slapping Billy on the back. You leave it to the splinter and me. We know what we're doing. Just one thing, Billy says stiffly. On the very off chance that we find any treasure, it's ours. You don't have any rights to it, understand? I don't want you going all treasure of the Sierra Madre on us. Treasure of where? Locke frowns. It's a black and white movie, Billy explains as he leads Locke away. I'll fill you in on the plot while we're fetching the shovels. It's all about treasure hunters and the destructive nature of paranoid greed. The fresh air clears my head a bit, but after an hour of aimless walking and digging, I'd still rather be in bed. Locke's loving it, though, digging wildly, accidentally hitting Bill E. with clods of earth every so often to break the monotony. Billy doesn't mind too much. He's just glad I'm out scouring the forest with him again, even if we do have an extra, unwanted passenger in tow. We found a few bits and pieces over the years, Billy explains as we give up on our third trial dig and refill the hole. Old coins, scraps of clothes, half a knife. Anything worth money? Locke asks. Not really, Billy says. One of the coins would have been valuable if it had been in better condition, but it was very worn and part of it was missing. Dervish let me keep it. Why were they buried if they were worthless? Locke asks. They weren't, Billy says. The level of the ground's constantly changing. Things fall or are thrown away. Grass and weeds grow over them. They sink when the ground's wet. New earth blows over them. In no time at all, they're 1/2 meter underground. 1 meter, more. The world's always burying cast-offs and stuff that's been forgotten. Heck, even the giant sphinx in Egypt was half buried once and almost lost forever. Nonsense, Locke snorts. It's true, Billy says. We did it in history, and there are loads of important places in Egypt today, burial chambers and the like, which are covered up. In some towns, they know where they are, but people have built houses over them so they can't excavate. I'll never learn any of that in history, Locke says suspiciously. Well, Billy replies smugly, maybe if you were in the upper set. Locke's starting to tire of the wandering and digging. I'm glad, apart from the fact that I'm weary and grumpy. It's late afternoon and it won't be much longer before the sun starts to set and an even fuller moon than last night's rises over the earth like a plum dipped in cream. Maybe Dervish is back already. If so, I want to sit down with him and have a long talk about what's going on in my life and what we need to do about it. They're studying, Locke grumbles, studying his hand where he cut it on the last dig. One more try, Billy says. Then we'll quit after that. Why not now? Locke says. This is stupid. We'll never find anything. It's an old superstition of ours. When we decide we've had enough, we always dig one last hole. Right, Grubs? Yeah, I mutter. That's the way we've always done it. And look where it's got you, Locke snorts, but goes along with the plan, not wanting to be the one who quits first. Billy leads us further into the wild bushes of the forest, trying to pick a good spot for the final dig of the day. Briars catch on my trousers and jacket, and one scratches deep into my neck, drawing a few drops of blood and a loud curse. I'm about to call an end to the farce and demand we go home immediately, regardless of superstitions, when something about the landscape makes me pause. We're in the middle of a thicket, lots of natural shrubs and bushes. It looks much the same as any other part of the forest to the untrained eye, but when you've spent a few years exploring a particular area, you see things differently. You get to know the various types of trees, flowers and weeds. You make mental pointers so you can find your way around easily and quickly. I've been here before. I'm sure of it, but I can't remember when. The memory clicks into place. It was shortly before Billy turned into a werewolf, before Dervish told me about the Demonata and Lord Loss. Billy and I were on one of our treasure hunts. We started to dig around here when Billy spotted Dervish and went all mysterious. He made me hide, so Dervish didn't see us. Then we followed him. That was the day Billy hit me with his theory about werewolves. The day my destiny fell into place and I started on a collision course with Lord Loss and his vile familiars. "Let's dig here." "I'm not sure," Billy frowned, studying the ground. "The earth looks hard." "No," I say, casting around. "There's a soft patch somewhere between a couple of stones. At least there used to be." I find it and give a grunt of satisfaction. I can still see faint marks from where I began to dig previously, a minute or so before Billy went weird on me and the world of werewolves claimed me for its own. "How do you know that was there?" Billy asks. "Magic," I reply with a laugh, then drive my shovel into the soil. Half an hour later, nobody's laughing. We're surrounded by 3 fresh mounds of earth and stones, digging deeper by the minute, cutting down at an angle. There's a large rock buried just beneath the briars and grass, under the shelter of which the earth and stones lie. There's rock to either side too. It's too early to tell for certain, but this looks like the entrance to a tunnel or cave. "What's that?" Locke says suddenly, stooping. He comes up holding something golden. My heart leaps. Billy and I crowd in on him, jabbering with excitement. Then he holds it up to the dim light and we see it's just an orangey-yellow stone. "Damn!" Locke hurls it away. Billy pulls a face and resumes digging. He's working on the sides, clearing the rock faces, while Locke and I dig straight down. Billy pauses after a while and strokes the rock. "Hard to tell if this fissure is natural or man-made. The sides are smooth, as if they've been ground down, but I guess they'd feel just as smooth if nature had done the grinding." Locke hits a larger stone and winces, scrapes around it to find its edges, then inserts the tip of his shovel under one corner and tells me to help him. Together we lever it out, then lift it up onto the bank around us. We're knee-high in the hole, based on my long legs, not Billy's stumpy pins, by this stage. Locke clears the gap left by the removal of the stone, then scowls. "There's another one. Looks even bigger than the first. It's getting rockier the further down we dig," I note. "That's always the way," Billy says. "The heavier stones sink deeper than the smaller ones." "Is it worth carrying on?" Locke asks. "I don't think there's any treasure here." "How'd you figure that?" Billy sneers. "Common sense," Locke says. "This Lord Shaftesbury miser would have wanted easy access to his treasure so he could dig it up whenever he liked. This ground's too rocky, too much hard work. It would have been easier for him to do it somewhere else." "Hey," Billy says. "This is a maniac we're talking about. The guy fed a baby to his piranha. Who knows what he might or might not have done. Maybe he hired men to dig this hole, then killed them and left them to rot with the treasure. Maybe he had others dig it up every few years so he could put more treasure down there, then kill them too. Heck, there could be dozens of skeletons down there." Locke and I share an uneasy glance. "I don't know if I want to go digging up skeletons," Locke mumbles. "Afraid of a few old bones, Gossilio?" Billy cackles. "No, but if there are corpses, we shouldn't disturb their remains." "Not even if they're sitting on a chest of gold coins?" Bill E. taunts him. 5 chests? 10? Not even if we agree to cut you in on a slice of the profits?" "A while ago you said there was nothing in it for me," Locke snaps. "You can't expect an equal share," Bill E. drawls. "But if there's a fortune and you help us dig it up, we'll see you right. Won't we, Grubs?" "Too much talking," I grunt, stabbing my shovel into the ground, trying to find a crack I can use to pry out the next big stone. "Dig!" Almost sunset. Without discussing it, we come to a halt and study the fruits of our labours. The hole is thigh-deep now. It's been hard going for the last 20 minutes, one big, awkward stone after another. At least the hole's no wider than when we started, so we've only got to worry about digging down, not out to the sides as well. "We could be at this forever," Locke gasps, wiping sweat from his forehead. All three of us are sweating badly. No telling how deep it goes. What do you say, Billy? I ask, glancing up at the setting sun, feeling the sickness and headache building within me again. Time to stop? Yeah, Billy agrees. We can't dig in the dark, but we'll come back, right? He looks at me, Locke, then me again. We could be on to the find of the millennium. Meters, maybe centimeters away from Lord Sheftree's treasure. We can't walk away from that. He's right, Locke says. It's probably just a big old hole, but... What about next weekend? I suggest. I can't wait that long, Billy says. A whole week thinking about it, dreaming of the treasure. Also, what if somebody else comes by, sees the hole and finishes what we've started? Locke growls. There aren't any fences around your land, are there? No, I clear my throat. Actually, this isn't our land. We don't own this part of the forest. Locke stares at me hard, then at Bill E., who fidgets uncomfortably. You don't have legal rights to it, he says softly. You are bluffing, trying to cut me out of any find. Billy shrugs. You wouldn't have known about the treasure if we hadn't told you. Anyway, it's ours, Grubbs's, by right of birth. No, it's not, Locke objects. He isn't any relation to Lord Sheftree. Dervish just bought the house, that's all. If I wanted, I could come back here with others and dig without you. Bill E. gulps and looks to me for help. Thirds, I say steadily. An equal split, assuming there's anything down there, and assuming we get to keep it if there is. For all we know, there are laws that won't allow us to keep any of it. But if the treasure's there and we can make a claim, we divide it in 3. Agreed? Agreed, Locke says quickly. Billy looks disgusted but nods angrily. Okay. And we don't tell anybody. Not until we figure out what our rights are, Locke adds. There's no point doing all the hard work and not being able to reap the rewards. If we find treasure, we keep our mouths shut and check the law. We might have to wait till we're 18 to declare our find, or maybe we can never declare it. Maybe we'll have to sell it on the black market. He grins. The gold and diamond market. Not so sure about that, Billy says. Not revealing a find like this could land us in a lot of trouble. We can buy our way out of it with the money we make from the treasure, Locke laughs. Either way, we don't say anything until we know, right? Billy and I share a glance, then nod. Great, it's settled. He hauls himself out of the hole and lays his shovel aside. I don't know about you two, but I plan to be back here first thing after school tomorrow and every day this week and the week after and the week after that until we get to the bottom of this damn hole. You with me? I'll come, Billy agrees. Not every day. Gran and Grandad will get suspicious if I was late home every evening, but most of the time it shouldn't be a problem. Grubs? Locke asks. I'll be here, I promise, glad to have something to distract me from my recent fears. I look up at the darkening sky and add a proviso. But only until dusk. I'm not staying out here nights, not when the moon's up. Home. Waiting for Dervish. He should have returned by now. I ring his mobile to check that everything's okay, but only get his answering message. Sitting in the TV room, TV switched off, no lights on. In my guts and bones I can feel the moon rising. Concentrating on my breathing, willing myself not to change, trying to stay human. Without any sound of a motorbike, the doors open about 10 o'clock and Dervish stumbles in. My head, he groans, slumping on the couch next to me, a hand thrown over his eyes. What's wrong? I ask, thinking he's been in a crash. Then I catch the stench of alcohol. You're drunk. I forgot how much Mira can drink when she sets her mind to it, he mumbles. And isn't like normal people. She doesn't have a hangover the next morning. She was at it again first thing when she woke, and she made me join in. He puts his hands over his ears and moans. The bells, the bells. Tell me you didn't drive home in this state, I snap. You think I'm mad? Dervish huffs. I cast a sobering spell. You're full of it. No, really, it works perfectly, except it's very short term. It ran out when I was almost to Carshry Vale. I had to stop and walk the rest of the way. And the worst thing is, when it wears off, the hangover kicks in with twice as much venom as before. Dervish doubles over, head cradled between his hands, whining like a kicked dog. "Serves you right," I sniff. "You should have more sense at your age." "Oh, please, Grubs, don't play mother," Dervish groans. He staggers to his feet and heads for the kitchen. "I'm going to make an absolutely huge cup of hot chocolate, then retire to my room for the night. I don't want to be disturbed unless the house is burning." He pauses. "Strike that. I don't want to be disturbed even then. Let me burn. I'd be better off." I think about calling him back, making him sit down and listen to me. But it wouldn't be fair. Better to let him get a good night's sleep than tell him about tomorrow. Besides, I don't feel too rough at the moment, not as bad as I felt last night. I don't want to jinx myself, but I think I might be over the worst. Dervish's snores rock the house to its foundations. I don't want to sleep. I want to keep a vigil, stay focused on my breathing, alert to any hint of a change. But I'm exhausted. All the energy that went into the party, lack of sleep last night, walking and digging this afternoon. My eyelids refuse to stay open. Even coffee, which I hardly ever drink, doesn't work. I undress and slip into a t-shirt and boxers, slide beneath the covers. Lying there, I think that maybe I should get a rope, tie it round my ankles and the bedposts, maybe tie up one of my hands too. That should hold me in the event that I change during the night. A good plan. But it comes too late. Even as I'm gearing myself up to get out of bed and fetch a rope, my eyelids slam down and I'm out for the count. Harsh breathing, thumping sounds, cold night air. I come to my senses slowly, the same as last night. I see a pair of hands lifting a large rock out of the ground. They throw it overhead casually as if it was a pebble. They stoop, start clearing more earth away, then stop as I realize they're my hands. I exert my will and look around. I'm standing in a hole, dressed only in my t-shirt and boxers. Bare feet, dirt-encrusted fingers. It takes me a few seconds to realize I'm in the hole where we were digging earlier. The reason I didn't recognize it instantly, it's about 4 times deeper than when we left it. I look up. I'm a couple of meters below ground level, surrounded by rock. In a sudden panic, afraid the rocks are going to grind together and crush me, I grab a handhold and haul myself up. A couple of quick thrusts later, I'm standing by the edge of the hole, shivering from cold and fear, staring around with wonder. There are rocks and dirt everywhere. I don't know how long I was down there, but I must have been digging like a madman. The weird thing is, I don't feel the least bit tired. My muscles aren't aching. Apart from some scared gasping, my breath comes normally, and my heart beats as regularly as if I'd been out for a gentle stroll. I walk over to one of the larger stones, study it silently, warily. I bend, grab it by the sides, give an exploratory lift. I can shift it a few centimeters and that's it. I have to drop it. It weighs a bloody ton. Under any normal circumstances, I doubt I could lift it higher than knee level, not without throwing my back out completely. Yet I must have. And not only picked it up, but lobbed it out of the hole too. Back to the rim of the mini abyss, staring down into darkness. What brought me here? I'd like to think I was just sleepwalking, that I came here because I'd been thinking about the hole all evening. But there's more to it than that. My senses are on high alert, animal sharp, wolf sharp, and I don't think it's any accident that I wound up here, digging as if my life depended on it. As much as I don't want to, I sit, turn and lower myself into the hole. When I'm on the floor, I allow a few seconds for my eyes to adjust, then take a really good look. The hole isn't any wider than it was earlier. The rocks on the sides run down smoothly, like a mine shaft. The angle which we were following has continued, so although it's a steep slope, it's easy to climb up and down. I bend and touch the next rock in line for removal. It's jammed firmly in the earth. I tug hard and it barely moves. Yet I'm sure if I'd tried a few minutes ago while asleep, I could have ripped it out and... Whispers. I frown and cock my head. The sound has been there for a while, maybe since I regained my senses, but I thought it was the wind in the trees. Now that I focus, I realize it's not coming from the trees.
It seems to be coming from the rocks. A jolt of excitement cuts through my confusion and apprehension. Maybe I'm close to a cave, and the noise is the wind whistling between earth and rock. I flash on an image of Lord Sheftree's treasure and the glory of being the first to discover it. With renewed enthusiasm, I grasp the rock again and pull as hard as I can. I might not be able to toss it out of the hole, but if I can budge it slightly, maybe I can... A flicker on the rock, a slight bulging. A shadow grows out of it. Just for a second, then disappears. I fall backwards, stifling a scream, heart racing, eyes fixed to the rock, waiting for it to change again. A minute passes. 2. I get to my feet, legs very shaky, and climb out of the hole, not looking back. I make for home quickly, head down, striding through the forest, ignoring the twigs, stones, and thorns that jab at my bare feet, trying hard not to think about what I saw, or thought I saw, but I can't block it out. It keeps coming back, rattling round the inside of my skull like a rabid rat in a cage. The flicker, the bulging, the shadow. It might have been a trick of the light, or my skittish mind, but it looked to me like a face was trying to force its way up through the rock from the other side. A human face. A girl's.
Hard work.
No sign of Dervish in the morning. He's normally an early riser, so I guess he's still suffering from his binge drinking at the weekend. I want to wake him, tell him about my inner turmoil, the magic, the howling, what happened at the hole. But instead I decide to let him sleep in and get his head together. We'll discuss it when I come home after school, when he can think and focus clearly. Scrubbing hard in the bathroom, the dirt doesn't want to come off, especially bad under my nails. Without wanting to, I think about gravediggers. Their hands must be stained like this all the time. Looking up when I've scraped them as clean as I can, my reflection in the mirror, remembering the face I saw, imagined, in the rock. Something about it niggles at me. It's not just the fact that there shouldn't have been a face in the rock at all. There's something more, something else. I'm on my way out the front doors when it strikes me. The face looked ever so slightly like my dead sister Gret. The day passes slowly, as if I'm experiencing it second-hand, watching somebody else's body going through the motions of a normal school day. Chatting with Charlie, Leon and Shannon, greeting Rainey with a big smile when she arrives with Locke, making light of my friend's compliments about the party, shrugging off the incident with the bottle. A good magician never reveals his secrets. Bill E. turns up. I know he's itching to discuss the cave with Locke and me, but we can't speak of it in front of the others, so he slides past silently. Locke yells an insult after him, cruder than usual, perhaps to cover up the fact that he's become Billy's secret ally. Lessons don't interest me. The teachers could be ghosts for all the impression they make, fading in and out of conversations during break and lunch. The major part of my mind fixed on the twists of the last few nights, the hole I've dug, the face in the rock, the beast I'm apparently becoming. Heading back for class after the lunch bell, Locke and me are by ourselves. Billy hurries up to us and says quietly,
"Still on for this evening?"
"Sure," Locke says. "No." Both stare at me. "Dervish wants me home." I lie. "Not sure what it's about. Maybe something valuable got smashed at the party." Locke winces. "Bad luck. Guess it's just me and Splenio then." He pinches Billy's cheek.
"Get off!"
Billy yelps, pulling away, rubbing his cheek.
"That hurt!"
"Sue me." Locke laughs. Billy turns his back on him.
"Maybe you can come later,"
he asks me. I doubt it, I sigh. Billy looks worried.
"Perhaps I'll cancel too, leave it till tomorrow."
"No, you don't," Locke grunts. "If you back out now, you stay out. This is a joint venture. If you don't pull your weight, and I know that's a heavy load to pull, you chubby little freak, get lost. We don't need hangers-on." Billy's fists ball up. The rage inside him froths to the surface. I think he's finally going to go for Locke, and I silently will him on. If he fights back, maybe that will be the end of the teasing, and Locke will start treating Billy as an equal.
But then Billy looks Locke over, sizes up his height and muscles, and chickens out. His hands go limp and he turns away with a weak,
See you later then.
Locke leans over and mock whispers to me, just loud enough for Billy to hear. To think anyone would notice if I took Spleeney out to that hole and made him disappear. Shut up, you jerk, I snap and march ahead of him, paying no attention to his theatrical gasp. Home. No Dervish. A note on the kitchen table. Gone to fetch my bike. Don't worry about fixing me dinner. Still not in the mood for solids. Hellfire. Of all the times in my life, why does Dervish pick these few days to be Mr. Impossible to pin down? I wish now I'd hit him with the news as soon as he got home. Would have served the old sozzlehead right. Too itchy-footed to wait for him. Better to be active than hang around here, struggling to kill time with homework and TV. So, a quick change of clothes, a hasty sandwich, then it's off to the hole to find out what Locke and Billy make of my late-night digging marathon. They're gobsmacked, standing around the pit when I arrive, jaws slack, staring from the rocks and mounds of earth down into the hole, then back again. Both are holding shovels limply and look like you could knock them over with a fart. Bloody hell! I gasp playfully. You've been working hard! We didn't do it, Locke says numbly.
It was like this when we arrived,
Billy mutters. I force a frown. What are you talking about? We haven't been digging, Locke says, becoming animated. We only got here a few minutes ago. We found it like this.
But who? How? What the heck?
Billy mumbles. We spend 10 minutes debating the mystery. The simplest solution, which I offer shamelessly, is that somebody discovered the hole after we'd left and did some more digging themselves. Billy and Locke dismiss it instantly. There are no shovel marks in the newly excavated sections, and no footprints except our own. I didn't leave any barefooted prints in the night. I must have been extra light on my feet, padded softly, like a wolf. Besides, they argue, who the hell would go digging in the middle of the night? An earthquake? I suggest as an alternative. Snorts of derision. We don't get earthquakes here. Besides, even if we did, that wouldn't explain the earth and rocks piled up around the hole. Locke wonders if a wild animal is responsible.
What sort of animal do you think that might be?
Bill E. sneers.
A troll? Or an ogre? Or maybe it was elves, like in the fairy tale with the shoemaker.
Eventually, Billy comes up with a theory which satisfies all three of us, at least in the absence of anything more believable.
Lord Sheftry, he says. If this is where his treasure's buried, maybe he booby-trapped the entrance with explosives. When we were digging, we set them off, but because they'd been buried so long, they didn't ignite straight away. It took them a few hours to explode, by which time we were safely home, clear of the blast radius.
I don't know, Locke mutters, examining the rocks around us. These look like they were pulled out cleanly, not blasted.
Maybe it was a catapult-type mechanism, Billy says, warming to his theory. He had all these rocks loaded on a platform, which was set to shoot them upwards when the trap was sprung. They crush anyone nearby.
We discuss it further, trying to pin down the exact workings of the trap, wondering if there might be more than just one. I advise caution and propose retreat. We should report this and leave it to professionals to mine the dangerous hole. Bill E. and Locke shout me down.
We'll go slowly,
Billy says.
Carefully,
Locke agrees.
If there are other traps, they're probably slow burners too,
Bill E. argues. But I doubt if there are more, Locke says. What would be the point? One's enough. If it was set off, old Sheftry could have simply cleaned up the remains of the bodies and set the trap again. In the end, despite the dangers, they decide to proceed. Since they can't be swayed and there's no profit in cutting myself off from them, I reluctantly grab a shovel and all three of us climb down into the hole. For an hour, we work doggedly and fearfully, me fearful of faces appearing in the rocks, Billy and Locke fearful of running afoul of the dead Lord Sheftry. We pause every time there's a rustling in the trees overhead, or when a heavy stream of earth trickles down into the hole, me anticipating whispers, Bill E. and Locke thinking it might be the grinding gears of Lord Sheftry's next weapon of mass destruction. But gradually we adjust to the natural sounds of the forest and stop flinching at every minor disturbance.
Bill E. and Locke are more convinced than ever that we've unearthed the final resting place of Lord Sheftree's buried treasure. Not me. There's something magical about this hole. It drew me to it last night, sang out to the moon-affected beast I'd become, and lured it here, turning me into a conspirator, using me to clear the way for... what? I don't know. I haven't the slightest idea what we might be digging our way down to, but I'm pretty certain it's not a rich miser's hidden treasure. Locke and I work paired, chipping away at the hard-packed earth around the large rocks, prizing them out slowly, often painfully, rolling and dragging them up the slope. Bill E. cleans up after us, removing the smaller rocks, pebbles and dirt. We're an effective team, although as Locke tires from the hard work, he starts cursing and teasing Bill E., taking out his irritation on him. At first I ignore it, but he keeps on, spleenio this, fat boy that, dodgy eye the other, and eventually I snap. "Why don't you lay off him?" I snarl after an especially brutal remark about Billy's dead mother. "Make me," Locke retorts. I square up to him. "Maybe I will." Locke holds his shovel in both hands and raises it warningly. I grab the handle and we glare at each other. Then Billy slips behind me and whispers, "Do him, Grubs." It's so flat, so vicious, so un-Bill E. that I turn around, startled, releasing the shovel. "What did you say?" Bill E. looks confused, but angry too. I heard him," Locke growls. "He told you to bump me off." "What if I did?" Billy bristles, and now he tries to get round me so that he can go toe-to-toe with Locke. "Stop," I say firmly. I lay my left palm against the nearest rock wall and concentrate. After a few seconds, I feel or sense the vibrations of a very faint throbbing, a non-human throbbing. "We all need to chill." "Who made you the leader?" Locke barks. "We're being manipulated." His forehead creases and I start to tell him there's magic at work, affecting our tempers. But then I realize how crazy that would sound. "The soil," I say instead, inventing quickly. "There must be some sort of chemical in it, put there by Lord Sheftree. It's making us feel and say things we shouldn't. If we don't stop, we'll beat each other's throats soon." Locke's frown deepens, then clears. "I'll be damned," he sighs. "The sly old buzzard!" Bill E. hoots. "Chemicals to alter our dispositions and turn us against one another. Coolio!" "I thought you were my enemy," Locke says wonderingly, staring at me. "It came so suddenly, without warning. I believed you were out to kill me. The shovel..." He looks down at the sharp grey head, then drops it and clambers out of the pit. Billy and I follow. We find Locke sitting by the edge of the hole, shivering. "Are you okay?" I ask. "I don't think we should carry on," Locke whispers. "You were right. We should turn this over to someone who knows what they're doing. Chemicals. That's out of our league." "No way!" Billy protests. "We're close, I know it. We can't back out now. That'll be real madness." "But," Locke begins. "There might be no chemicals," Billy interrupts. "Maybe we're just tired and edgy. It's been a long day, we're hungry, we've been working hard, it's late. Combine all those and you get 3 sore-headed bears." "It was more than grumpiness," Locke says. "Probably," Billy agrees. "But let's say there are chemicals down there. It's been so long since they were planted, their strength must have dwindled by now. I bet if we dug 50 years ago, they would have blinded or killed us. Now all they can do is make our hackles rise. We should take a short break, clear our heads, then get back to work. If we find ourselves getting short-tempered again, we'll come up for another rest." "I'm not sure," I mutter. If we were alone, I'd tell Billy about my fears, that this place is part of the world of magic. I'm sure he'd take more notice of my warnings then. But I can't speak about such matters in front of Locke. "Why don't we leave it for today? It's getting late. Let's go home and sleep on it." "Not yet," Billy pleads. "Give it until dusk like we planned. Since we're here, we might as well make the most of the daylight." "Splenio's right," Locke says. Now that the influence of the hole has passed, he's his old self again, intent on getting his hands on the treasure, quickly forgetting his fears. "Let's do what we came to, then go home and relax. It might be weeks before we dig all the way to the bottom. We can't get cold feet every time we run into an obstacle." I don't like it, but their minds are set. So after a brief rest, we up tools and edge down the hole again.
We remove one of the biggest rocks yet and haul it to the top. Standing by the edge of the hole, sweating, shaking, flexing our fingers. "This is torture," Locke groans. "Think the treasure will be worth it?" I ask. "It better be." "What if there's nothing there, if it's just a hole?" Locke smiles. "It isn't. We're onto something big. I can feel it in my bones." "You're just feeling what you want to feel." Locke scowls. "Stop being such a—" Billy screams. Locke and I bolt down the hole. We find Billy submerged in earth to his waist, clinging to the rocks around him, face bright with terror.
"There's nothing underneath," he shouts. "My legs are dangling. I'm going to fall. I'm going to fall. I'm going to—"
I grab his right hand. Locke grabs his left.
"We won't drop you!"
I yell.
"Not unless you give us reason to."
Locke jokes.
"I was digging,"
Billy gasps, fingernails gouging my flesh.
"rooting up stones. The floor gave way. My shovel fell. I heard it clanging all the way down. A long way. I thought I dropped this far. I managed to grab the edge. If I hadn't—"
He starts to cry.
"Look at the chubster!"
Locke howls with delight.
"Booing like a baba!"
"Can't you shut up just once in your stupid bloody life?"
I roar, then catch myself.
"The chemicals!"
I hiss.
"Locke! Billy! Take it easy! No outbursts! No insults! Relax! Think nice thoughts! Tell me when you feel normal!"
"How can I be normal when I'm stuck down a—"
Billy shrieks.
"Nice thoughts!"
I interrupt sternly, sensing the throbbing again, coming from the rocks around us.
"Locke, you thinking nice things?" "Yeah."
Locke grins.
"I'm imagining the baby's howls if we let him drop." "Locke!"
"Okay!" He grouches and shuts his eyes. After a few seconds, his expression clears. He opens his eyes and nods to show he's in control. Billy's less composed, but that's understandable given the situation he's in.
"You need to talk to us,"
I tell him.
"We're going to pull you out, but we don't want to hurt you. Are there any stones jabbing you? Sticks? Wire? Anything that might cut into you if we pull you up quickly?"
"I don't think so,"
Billy sobs.
"But it's hard to tell, I dunno."
"Relax," I soothe. "You're safe. We have you. Now concentrate and let us know how we can help you out of this mess with the least amount of discomfort."
Billy focuses and moves slightly, exploring the unseen territory around his legs. Finally he gulps and says,
"I think it's safe to pull."
"Great." I smile falsely. "Locke, you ready?" He grunts. "We'll take it easy to begin with. Act on my command. Pull softly when I say, stop if I give the order. Understand?"
"Whatever."
He shrugs. I'd like to wipe my palms dry, but I don't think Billy would hang there patiently if I released him, so gripping tighter, glad of the dirt on my skin, which counteracts the sweat, I give Locke the nod, and we tug. Resistance, but not for very long. Soon Billy's sliding out of the hole within the hole, trembling wildly but otherwise unharmed. When his feet are clear, we give one last yank and he sprawls on top of us, knocking us to the earth, where we lie panting and laughing weakly. After about a minute, without discussing it, we get up and crawl forward, eager to check out the hole that Billy has uncovered. It's a black chasm. Impossible to see very far down it, the light's too poor.
"Wait here,"
Billy says, scrabbling up to the surface. He returns swiftly, a baseball cap on his head, 2 small torches strapped to either side.
"Spent half an hour last night fixing this up,"
he says proudly, then holds up a bigger, stronger torch.
"I brought this too. Been lugging it around all day just in case."
"Spleen, you're a genius,"
Locke says, and Billy smiles.
"A fat, deformed simpleton, but also a genius,"
he adds, and Billy's smile turns to a scowl.
"Why don't you take one of the lights off the hat?" I suggest. "Then we can all have one."
"No,"
Billy says.
"They're not powerful enough by themselves. You need the two together for them to be worth anything."
He brushes by us, justifiably smug, taking temporary leadership. He crouches by the edge of the hole he made and flicks on the strong torch. Locke and I crouch by him and stare. The hole continues down as far as we can see, at a slight angle. Lots of little stones jutting out of the main rock face, plenty of niches for hands and feet.
"Bloody hell!"
Locke gasps.
"It's massive." "There's no way Lord Sheftree could have dug this," Billy notes. "He might have widened the entrance to make it easier to get to this point, but the rest of it's natural."
How far down do you think it runs? I ask.
Only one way to find out.
Billy grins. You've got to be joking, Locke snorts.
What?
Billy frowns.
You not coming with me?
We can't go down there, I mutter, taking Locke's side. Not without proper climbing boots, ropes, those metal pegs with the loops that climbers use, all that sort of gear.
It doesn't look so difficult,
Billy argues.
I say we try it and go as far as we can. If we run into difficulties, we'll come back later with climbing equipment.
Why risk it? I press.
Let's wait until the weekend, stock up, then. You ever used any of that stuff before?
Locke asks.
Boots, ropes, and so on?
Well, no, but...
Me neither,
he interrupts.
Splenio,
Billy shakes his head.
If we're going to do that, we need to practice,
Locke says slowly.
So we practice. It means a delay, but what if someone comes along in the meanwhile, finds this and claims it for their own?
Locke cuts in. I glare at him.
I hate the way you set out on one side of an argument, then talk your way completely round to the other side.
Locke laughs.
You're too conservative, Grubbs. I share your concerns for our safety, but the spleenster's right. If we take it easy, advance cautiously, stop if we feel it would be dangerous to go on. What if the batteries in the torches die while we're down there?
I ask stiffly, fighting a losing battle but determined not to give in gracefully.
I replaced them last night, Billy says. They're all fresh.
Genius, Locke murmurs, then grins at me.
It can't be that deep. Old Sheftry needed to be able to get up and down with his cases of treasure. The angle's not too steep, and there are loads of toe and finger holes. Let's try, Grubbs, Billy whispers. We won't do anything foolish. You can call it off if you think things look dicey. We'll follow your lead. Promise.
I hesitate and check the time. Glance up to where the moon will soon be appearing. I place my right hand on the rocky floor, feeling for vibrations. But there aren't any. I think of all the dangers. Then of the treasure. If it's there. If I'm wrong. If this isn't a place of magic. If I've been imagining hidden perils. A deep breath. A snap decision. I grab the big torch from Billy. Let's go.
The cave.
Descending slowly, testing each foothold firmly before settling my weight on it. Coming down 3 abreast, me in the middle, Locke on the left, Billy on the right. Locke complains several times about not having a light of his own, but Billy refuses to relinquish either of his torches. I've been to his house. I know that Ma and Pa Spleen keep several torches around the place, ever fearful of power cuts, determined never to be left stranded in the dark. He could have easily brought another torch for Locke. A mistake or intentional oversight? I don't inquire. It's stuffy down here, warmer than I imagined. The air's not so bad, though. I thought it would be stale and thin, but there's a good supply of it, easy to breathe. Part of me knows this is madness. It screams from the back of my head, reminding me of what happened last night. The face, the whispers, the throbbing today. It wants me to assert myself, demand we make for the surface, tell Dervish, leave all this for experienced potholers to explore. But a larger part thinks it's thrilling. We're the first humans to come down here in decades. In fact, if the others are wrong, and this wasn't used by Lord Sheftry, maybe we're the first people to ever find it. Maybe it will turn out to be an amazing geographical feature and we'll get to name it and be on the news. Rainey would really dig being a celebrity's girlfriend. You're an idiot, the cautious part of me huffs with disgust. Put a sock in it, I grunt back. I lose track of time pretty quickly. Have we been down here 10 minutes? 20? The hands of my watch are luminous, so I could check, but I'm not going to start fiddling around in the dark, rolling up my sleeves, leaning forward to squint. I'm keeping both hands on the rock face and all my senses focused on the climb. I go carefully, one hold at a time. Foot, hand, foot, hand, foot, hand, foot. Billy and Locke are the same. We don't speak. My torch hangs from my right wrist by a strap. The light bounces off the rocks. I'd have to stop, turn around, lean back and point the light down to get a clear view of what lies beneath. But I'm not going to do that. I'm taking no chances. The thought of slipping, sliding, tumbling into the unknown. Foot, hand, foot, hand, foot, hand, foot, I touch ground. Or a very large, overhanging rock, can't tell yet.
Wait,
I call softly to the others, who are slightly higher than me.
let me feel around a bit. I think...
I extend my foot outwards. More rock. I tap it. Solid. Gently lower my other foot, still holding tight to the wall. Gradually letting my full weight shift to my feet, I release my grip and stand unsupported. The ground holds and my stomach settles. Bringing up my torch, I shine it around and gasp. A cave. Not the largest I've ever been in, but a reasonable size. Lots of stalactites and stalagmites. A waterfall to my right. I should have heard the noise before now, except my breath and heartbeat were heavy, muffling my hearing.
Grubs,
Locke hisses.
are you okay? What is it? I'm fine,
I whisper, then raise my voice.
it's a cave.
I shine the light on the floor around my feet, making sure I've truly struck bottom. I spot the shovel which Billy dropped.
It's okay,
I tell my friends.
you can come down.
They detach themselves from the wall and stand beside me. The light from Billy's torches mingles and crosses with mine, and we gaze around in awed wonder. The formations are beautiful, some of the most incredible I've ever seen. Water drips slowly from the tips of many stalactites, so this is an active cave, still growing. I recall lectures from a couple of class trips to caves. It can take thousands of years for spikes to form, thousands more for them to alter. If I lived to be 100 and came back here just before my death, this cave would probably look no different than it does right now.
It's amazing,
I sigh, taking a step forward, head tilted back, looking up to where the roof stretches ahead high above us.
How can this have been here all this time? Hidden away, nobody knowing.
The world's full of places like this, Billy answers, even though I wasn't really asking him.
We only see a fraction of what's on offer. People find new caves, mountains, rivers all the time.
Okay,
Locke says, loudly shattering the mood.
it's a lovely cave, beautiful, glorious, la-di-da-di-dum, but I don't see any treasure.
Peasant,
Billy snarls.
this is the treasure. You couldn't buy a cave like this, not with all the gold and diamonds in the world.
I don't want to.
Locke says sourly.
What good's a damp, dirty cave? I'll settle for the gold and jewels.
He looks around and spits.
If there are any.
Billy turns, temper fraying. I speak up quickly. He's right, Billy. Not about the cave not being worth anything. It's amazing, beyond any price. But we came looking for a different sort of treasure. We should check to see if it's here. If it isn't, that doesn't matter. We'll still have found the cave. But if there's treasure too, all the better. Billy relaxes.
Yeah, let's look. The cave isn't that big. If there's treasure, it shouldn't be too hard to find.
We move forward, 3 explorers in Wonderland. Even Locke looks impressed, although he isn't blown away by the cave's beauty in the same way as Billy and me. We stroke the rising pillars, fingers coming away damp. In certain places, the stalactites and stalagmites have grown together to form giant, solid structures which join the floor and ceiling. One is wider than the 3 of us put together, a monster resembling a couple of massive chimneys.
I've never been down a cave without a guide or in such a small group,
Billy says after a while.
It's strange. Quiet. Peaceful.
Hey, Locke grins. You know my favourite bit when I'm down a cave? It's when they turn the lights out so you can see what it looks like pitch black. No way, I say quickly. Billy chimes in.
What's the matter, ladies?
Locke laughs.
Scared of the dark?
Billy and I share a look. Neither of us wants to switch the torches off, but Locke's smirking goadingly. If we don't meet his challenge, we'll never hear the end of it. Go on, I mutter to Billy. You first. He gulps and turns one light out, then the other. The cave feels much smaller now, more threatening. It's probably my imagination, but I believe I can sense shapes in the shadows, waiting to form fully in the darkness so they can leap forward and pounce on us unseen. My finger hovers over the switch on my torch. I'm torn between not wanting to look like a coward and not wanting to fall prey to forces of magical malevolence. Before I can make a decision, Locke does it for me. What a sissy, he crows, then reaches over, jams my finger down hard, and jerks it backwards, quenching the light. My heart races. My breath stops. The walls seem to grind shut around me. In a panic, I try to turn the torch on, but my fingers numb from where Locke pressed down on it. I can't find the switch. I can't turn the light on. The shapes are coming. In a second or two, they'll be upon us, all claws, sharp teeth, and... Billy switches one of his torches on. He's chuckling weakly. That was cool! I look around. Nothing. The cave looks exactly the same as it did before. I was imagining the danger. I force a short laugh and switch my torch on, then press ahead with Billy and Locke. We continue exploring.
End of Disc 2. Disc 3.
After half an hour, I don't feel too hot. It's nothing to do with the temperature of the cave. It's warmer down here than it was on the surface. But with the time, I check my watch to confirm what I already know. It's night. High above, hidden from sight by the layers of rock and earth, the moon's rising. And tonight it's as full as it's ever going to be. I get the same sick feeling as last night and the night before, only stronger, relentless. In horror movies, people sometimes don't change into werewolves unless they sight the moon. If it's hidden by clouds, or they're locked away, it doesn't affect them. But that's rot. The moon's a powerful mistress. She can reach through any wall or covering and work her wicked charms. Billy and Locke are bickering about the treasure and whether or not it's here. Locke doesn't think it is. We've been around the cave a few times and found nothing. But Billy still insists it could be.
You don't think Lord Sheftree would have left it lying on the floor for anyone to stumble across and walk off with, do you?
He argues.
He'd have thought about somebody finding the cave, either by digging down like we have, or maybe through some other entrance he didn't know about. He'd have hidden the treasure, stuck it out of sight, so that even if a stranger wandered in by accident, they wouldn't find it, not unless they actively searched for it. So where do you think it is, genie ass?
Locke sneers.
We've looked everywhere. Unless it's invisible treasure, I don't think. We've looked nowhere!
Billy shouts, and his voice echoes tinnily back at us.
Some of the larger stalagmites might be hollow,
he says, quieter this time.
The treasure might be buried in one of them.
There's an awful lot of stalagmites, Locke says dubiously.
We have time,
Billy smiles.
And maybe it's not down here at all.
He points up at the walls.
There are ledges, holes and tunnels, maybe smaller caves, or for all we know, bigger caves. This could be nothing more than the entrance to a system of huge interlinked caverns. We've lots of exploring still to do. We've only scratched the surface.
Let's do it another time, I mutter, head pounding, feeling as though I'm surrounded by a layer of fire. It's night, time to go home. Not yet, Locke snaps. I don't have to be home for a few more hours. Billy, I groan.
Well, Gran and Grandad will be expecting me back soon, he says. But it's not like I've never been late before. I'll tell them I was with you, that we lost track of time. Which isn't a total lie.
I want to scream at them. The fools, can't they feel it? Even through my sickness with a brain that's being hammered to a pulp by a searing headache, I can sense danger. The throbbing's back, stronger than ever. We need to get out now, quick, before... Or am I imagining the danger like I imagined the monsters in the dark? Maybe it's just my sickness that we have to fear, and this is only a beautiful, eerie cave. Even so, if I turn into a werewolf here, that's more than enough for any pair of humans to worry about. Trapped underground with a supernaturally strong wolf and beast, Billy and Locke wouldn't last 5 minutes. Look, I snap, we have to go. We'll come back tomorrow and explore fully, but it's dark up top, it's night. We said we'd go when the moon rose. I stop, gather my thoughts and try a different approach. We don't want to draw attention to ourselves. If we come home late, caked in mud and dirt, what will everyone think? If they start asking questions—"
"He's got a point," Billy concedes. "Gran and Grandad put Sherlock Holmes and Watson to shame. We should play it safe, act normally, especially if we're going to be coming here a lot."
"Okay," Locke sighs. "But one more search before we leave." He points to the top of the waterfall where it comes gushing out of the sheer rock wall 15 meters above the cave floor. "Up there! Those large holes! We can climb up pretty easily. I want to have a peek at them. Then we can go."
"I dunno," Billy says. "They're fairly high, and that wall's steeper than the one we climbed down."
"What's a wall to 3 hardy explorers like us?" Locke laughs. "It won't take long, and if the treasure's there, we can go home on a total triumphant high."
"Grubs?"
Billy asks. I shake my head violently. I think I'm going to throw up. I'm trembling helplessly. Climbing's the last thing on my mind.
"Are you all right?"
Billy asks, training his twin lights on me. "Some kind of bug," I gasp. "I've had it for the last few days."
"Maybe we should get him home,"
Billy says. "Sure," Locke grunts. "Right after we've explored above the waterfall." He slaps Billy hard on the back. "Come on, Splinario. Last one up's an ass wipe." The ploy works. Billy forgets about me. They race to the wall and climb. Locke's laughing, teasing Billy, roughly urging him on. I turn my back on the pair, leaving my torch pointing in their direction to provide some extra light for them. I stumble away and sink to my knees, lean my head against one of the smaller stalagmites and groan softly. I feel like a corpse that's been stuck in a microwave to defrost, half frozen, half on fire. I try to control my breathing, to think calm thoughts, but my head's full of wild, animalistic images, running, chasing, ripping, fangs, blood. I stare at my fingers. They're curling inwards. I can't straighten them no matter how hard I try. I search within for magical warmth, the energy I've drawn upon over the last 48 hours, but it doesn't seem to be there for me now. Maybe the cave's got something to do with that. Or maybe I'm just out of fighting spirit, out of resistance, plumb out of luck. "Not going to turn," I snarl, thinking of Locke and Billy, what I could do to them, cursing myself for being so slack, not going to Dervish when I had the chance, allowing this to happen. I see now that it was fear, plain and simple. It didn't matter what state Dervish was in. I should have told him the minute he got back. I kept the news to myself because I was scared of what he'd do. I was hoping the charms of the moon would pass, that I was just ill, imagining the inner struggle. The same fear which kept me from learning the ways of magic stopped me from telling my secret to Dervish. Grubbs Grady, coward of the county. And now Billy and Locke are set to pay the price for my cowardice. I try yelling a warning, telling them to stay up high where I can't reach them, but my throat won't work. The vocal cords are constricting, thickening, cutting off my air supply. I guess since wolves can't talk, they don't need all the throat muscles that humans do. I pull my head back from the stalagmite, meaning to run, get to the surface if I can before I change, put space between myself and my friends. Lots of space. But then I see the face again. It's in front of me, bulging out of the stalagmite as though carved out of rock. A girl's face, similar to Gret's, as I noticed before, but not hers. Different. Younger. Darker hair, smaller. Eyes and lips closed like a death mask. The whispering. Stronger than last night. More insistent. Certain words break through, but they're not words I know. A foreign language, harsh and fast. I'm staring at the face, listening to the whispers, held firm to the spot, feeling myself change when suddenly... a scream! Behind me, at the waterfall. As I turn towards it, there's another scream. Then a very loud thud. Then nothing. I race across the cave, grabbing the torch on the way, lycanthropic fears momentarily forgotten, blocking out thoughts of the face and sounds of the whispers. There's a figure on the ground and it's not moving. That's where all my concerns focus now. I reach the figure and gently turn it over. It's Locke. Face ashen. Eyelids flickering, mouth opening and closing softly. "Locke," I murmur, holding his head up, trying to see how bad the damage is. I feel something wet and sticky smeared around the back of his head. I don't have to check to know that it's blood. Scrabbling sounds. Bill E. hits the ground hard, feet first, having jumped from a spot 2 or 3 meters above. "Is he okay?" he shouts, panting hard. "I don't know. What happened?" Billy gulps, kneels, stares at Locke's head and my bloody hands. "He fell," Billy croaks. I almost can't hear him. The whispering's louder than ever, the words coming fast and furious. "We were climbing. He slipped. I reached for him. It wasn't far away. I grabbed, but he fell. I couldn't catch him. I tried, but I couldn't." "Just as well you didn't," I comfort him. "He'd have dragged you down with him." "Take off your coat." Billy gawps at me. "For under his head." Billy shrugs off his jacket and balls it up. While I hold Locke's head, he lays it underneath. Then I softly lower Locke down. His eyes haven't opened. He's breathing raggedly. This isn't good. "I told him not to go up there," Billy says hollowly. He's crying. "I warned him, but he wouldn't listen. He thought he knew it all." "Hush!" I'm calmer than my brother. I've seen worse things than this. Blood doesn't alarm me. "One of us has to go for help. The other needs to stay here, sit with Locke, look after him." "I'll go," Billy says quickly. "Please, Grubs, I don't want to stay. Not in this cave. It's too dark. Please don't make me." "Okay." I shush him. "You can go. Find Dervish. Tell him what happened. He'll know what to do. But run, Billy, run!" Billy nods, stumbles to his feet, stares at Locke's face, opens his mouth to say something, then races for the exit. I hear him scrambling upwards, but only barely, over the sound of the whispers, then turn my attention on Locke and the dark pool spreading out from beneath his head and Billy's blood-soaked jacket. Talking to Locke, all sorts of nonsense. School, treasure, holidays, girls, wrestling. I've put my coat and jumper over him, have to keep him warm. His breathing comes jaggedly. His eyelids have stopped twitching. His heartbeat's irregular. I keep on talking, rubbing his arms and chest, but I don't know if I'm doing much good. The sickness is still in me. My head feels ripe to burst. Sometimes my words come out as growls and my fingers clench while I'm rubbing Locke, digging into his cold, clammy flesh. I fight it, search within for warmth, energy, magic, anything. I can't change, not until Dervish comes, not until Locke's in an ambulance on his way to hospital safe. "Won't turn," I snarl, slapping my cheeks one after the other. "I'm not a wolf, I can control myself, won't let the moon—" Locke shudders. His breath stops. I thump his chest hard, then remember first aid classes at school. Opening his mouth, I press firmly down on his chest, then release him and count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Press and count again, a third time. I place my lips over Locke's. Breathe out so that his cheeks puff up. Withdraw. Press. 2, 3, 4. Press. 2, 3, 4. Press. 2, 3, 4. Mouth to mouth. Trying to remember if I'm doing it right. Was it 3 presses on the chest or 4 or 5? Should I blow air firmly down Locke's throat or... Locke coughs and breathes again. I sink back, whining with relief and fear. That was too close. This can't be happening. We were looking for treasure, messing about. Locke was teasing Bill E. Everything was normal. You can't suddenly go from that to a life-or-death situation like this. Except I know from past experience that you most certainly can. Besides, things weren't normal. The face, the whispers, the throbbing, the sense that we are in danger. I should have been more forceful, made them leave, insisted they go home. The sickness within me grows. The noise of the whispers increases. Locke's blood continues to flow. Still talking. Telling Locke he's got to stay alive for Rainie's sake. "She'll be a mess for years if you die," I sob. "Trust me, I know what losing a sister does to your head. You can't leave her, Locke. She needs you." Feels like hours since Billy left. Locke stopped breathing again a few minutes ago. I resuscitated him, but it took longer than the first time. I was in floods of tears by the end of it. Sure, I'd lost him. I was keeping them. Damn it, they should be here by now. Don't they know how perilous this is? How much danger Locke's in? I can't keep him alive forever. Not by myself. If they don't... Locke's breath stops again. Cursing, I start with the chest pressing and mouth to mouth. The beast within me wants to suck in air, not breathe it out. It wants to draw the life from Locke, feed on all that blood around his head and shoulders, sip from that terrible pool, dark in the dim light of the torch. If I drop my guard, just for a few seconds, there's no telling what I would do. The whispers increase.
It's like I'm being shouted at now. I want to roar back at them, but I need all my breath for Locke. Press, 2, 3, 4. Press, 2, 3, 4. Mouth to mouth. Nothing's happening. I don't panic. It was like this last time. I just have to keep going. Stay calm. Stick with it. He'll revive eventually. Press, 2, 3, 4. Press, 2, 3, 4. Press. It doesn't work. No matter how much I press and breathe, Locke doesn't respond. His face has shut down. His lungs don't move. His heart is still. Third time unlucky. Oh, I whisper, I don't accept this. He can't be. No! I bring my hands up, meaning to press again, harder than before, wildly. But something about Locke's expression stops me. It's peaceful. Calmer than it ever was in life. Staring at him, I know with total, awful certainty. He's lost. I could press and breathe from here till doomsday and it wouldn't make the slightest bit of difference. Locke Gossel is dead. Stumbling around the cave, the whispers deafening, tears streaming down my cheeks, the wolf within me howling to be set free. Locke dead, muttering, this can't be so, this can't be so. My right foot hits either a large stone or a small stalagmite. I fall flat. As I'm picking myself up, the face of the girl forms in the floor in front of me. Her expression is the same as Locke's. I gaze at her in horror. This is what Locke will be like for all eternity, or at least until his body rots. Blank, lifeless, ever still, ever serene, ever... The girl's eyes snap open. Her lips part. She shouts at me, words I can't understand. I scream and propel myself backwards. Scream again. Halfway through, it turns into a howl. With an effort, I force the howl down, then fix my eyes on the face in the floor. No! I snarl, pressing my hands hard against the sides of my head. No! I roar. Something shoots out of me, a force I haven't felt in all its power since I fought Lord Loss and his familiars in slaughter. I shut my eyes, feeling energy zap out of me. The scream rises and rises. I feel as if I'm floating above the ground. I think if I open my eyes, I'd find that I am floating. I hold the scream, the cords in my throat, feeling like they're going to burst until... A sound like cannon fire. Then sudden silence. The scream dies away. My head flops. I collapse. My hands come away from my head to protect my face from the fall. When I sit up, I'm breathing hard and crying, but the whispering has stopped. I glance at the spot in the floor. The girl's face has disappeared, and I don't feel sick anymore. Only small, lonely and scared. Standing, I shine the torch around, trying to pin down the source of the cannon fire. It only takes a few seconds to spot it. A large crack in one of the walls, close to the waterfall, which wasn't there before. Did I divide the rock with my magical scream? Or is the crack coincidence, the result of air flowing into the cave, or a change of temperature? I don't know. At this particular moment, I don't really care. I stagger over to Locke and slump beside his lifeless form. Impossible to believe he'll never move again, or laugh, or wrestle. You think your friends are never going to die, that all the people you know and care for will be with you forever. Then the world makes a fool of you so quickly, so simply, that you wonder whether any of your family or friends will see out another day intact. I want to bring him back. I want to shake him, kick him, pump magic into him, make him breathe, make him live. It should be easy, like starting a stalled car or crashed PC. There should be rules, instructions, things you can do, but there aren't. When it comes to humans, death's death, that's that, and you're a fool if you think any different. Crying, I lean over Locke to hug his empty shell and tell him how unfair this is. How good a friend he was. How he shouldn't be dead. How much I want him to live. How scared I am. It's only when I grab his shoulders and haul him up, pulling his head in towards my chest, that I realise. His head, the coat, and the area around his shoulders. They're all dry. At first, I'm so distraught I don't understand why that should be so strange, why it strikes me as being out of place. I'm about to dismiss it,
to banish it from my thoughts. When the significance hits, and I do a confused, incredulous double take. Then, because I still can't make sense of it, I cry the question out loud, in case giving it a voice will help me find an answer.
Where the hell is all the blood gone?
Part 2. Junie. The Promise.
Dervish regards the cave with something close to religious awe when he enters. For a long minute he doesn't even glance at where I'm hunched over Locke. His attention is fixed on the walls, the roof, the formations, the waterfall. Then Billy nudges him softly and mumbles, "Over there." Dervish snaps to his senses and advances. "Billy told me what happened," he says, still several meters away. "How is he?" "Fine," I say, and Dervish smiles. "For a dead man." The smile vanishes. He slows. Behind him, Billy covers his mouth with his hands, stifling a sob or a scream. "You're sure?" Dervish asks softly. "Check for yourself," I say hollowly. "Prove me wrong." My face crinkles. "Please." Dervish kneels and gently pushes me away. He examines Locke, rolls his eyelids up, puts his ear to the dead wrestler's chest, goes through all the same resuscitation tricks that I tried. I don't bother telling him that he's wasting his time. Let him find out for himself. Eventually, he draws back, saddened, but worried too. He looks at me, then at Billy. "Tell me again what happened." "He slipped," Billy moans. "I tried to grab him, but I couldn't reach." "There was nobody else in the cave," Dervish presses sharply. He looks at me and licks his lips. "Nothing else?"
No,
Billy cries. "No," I whisper. "You're sure?" Dervish asks, voice low, directing the question just to me this time.
It's important. You were alone, the three of you. You're sure?
I nod slowly, confused.
I tried to save him,
Billy sobs.
but he was too big. Even if I'd caught him, he'd have dragged me down with him. Isn't that right, Grubs? It wasn't my fault. Please, Dervish, don't say it was my fault.
"Of course it wasn't," Dervish sighs. "It was an accident." He rubs his chin, troubled. He stands, looks around, glances at the waterfall and the spot Locke fell from. Doesn't mention the crack. He hadn't seen the wall before I howled and split the rock, so he assumes it's a natural feature. "Is there anything you can do?" I ask. "Any spells?"
No,
Dervish says plainly.
he's beyond help.
I fight back tears. "Will the ambulance be here soon? Maybe they—" "Nobody can do anything," Dervish snaps. "He's dead. You've seen death before. Don't ask the impossible. You're not a child." I stare at my uncle, stunned by his harsh tone. It sounds like he's criticizing me for caring about my friend, as though that's wrong. Dervish catches my look and his expression softens. "This is bad, and not just because Locke is dead." He looks around again nervously. "I didn't call for an ambulance." "What?" I explode. "But—" "He's dead," Dervish says, as if that explains everything. "An ambulance wouldn't have helped." "But you didn't know that when you came," I shout. "When Billy fetched you, Locke was alive. Why didn't you phone for help? Maybe they could have got here before you. Maybe Locke would be alive if—" "Billy, come here," Dervish interrupts me. Billy approaches slowly, fearfully, trying not to look at Locke. Dervish keeps me silent with a fierce frown. I want to scream bloody murder, but I bite my tongue, waiting to hear my uncle out. When Billy's a meter or so away from us, the closest he's going to come, Dervish speaks. "What happened tonight is a tragedy. I feel for you, honestly, even though I'm not showing it. We'll talk about this after. I'll give you all the support I can, make it as easy for you as possible. But right now, I have to be hard, and I have to ask something hard of you. He pauses. Again, a nervous glance around. As far as the official verdict goes, Locke can't have died here, Dervish says. I'll explain later. Right now, you have to trust me. We need to move the body, make it look like this happened somewhere else, cover up the entrance to the cave and tell nobody about it, understand? Billy and I gulp at him. Please, Dervish says. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't crucial.
You want to tamper with the body?
Billy croaks. I just want to move it, Dervish says. We'll take it to the quarry. You can say you were climbing there. We'll call the emergency services once we—
Bloody hell, Dervish! I yell. Locke is dead and you're playing games. What sort of heartless—
You're not listening! Dervish roars, losing his temper. He glares at me. Let me say it again. This is crucial. This cave has been hidden for hundreds of years for a very good reason. It must be hidden again.
Hidden, I whisper, and Dervish nods. You mean you knew about it?
I didn't know the exact location, but I knew it existed. Dervish is white-lipped. The entrance was deliberately blocked off many centuries ago. We'll have to fill it in again. He stands and offers his left hand to me, his right hand to Billy. I don't want to take it, but his eyes tell me I must. Billy is even slower to accept the hand, but eventually he takes it too. You've got to promise, Dervish says. Promise you'll back me up, lie for me, say this happened in the quarry, tell nobody about the cave, on all that's holy to you, in the name of your dead mothers. Promise.
And if we don't?
I ask stiffly. Dervish smiles bitterly. I could force you, but I won't. He squeezes our hands tightly. You both know that we live in a world that's not the exclusive domain of humans. There are other forces, demonic forces. This cave could be valuable to them. If we don't handle this right, demons will benefit and Locke won't be the only one who dies. Will you promise? Neither of us says anything. Dervish sighs wearily. I'll tell you more about it later. You can retract your promise then if you feel I didn't have good reason to ask for it. But there isn't time now. We have to work quickly, get Locke to the quarry and phoned for the police straight away. If we delay, it will show on an autopsy. It'll be risky, no matter how we play it, but if we don't act now while we have the advantage of time, it will be a lot harder. For all of us. Billy and I share a look. Neither of us knows what this is about, but we trust Dervish. He saved both our lives in the past.
You swear you'll explain?
I ask, voice shaking hoarsely. I swear.
Then I promise.
Dervish smiles gratefully and looks to Billy.
Okay,
Billy says weakly. In the name of your mother, Dervish presses, hearing a wavering tone in Billy's promise. Billy hesitates, then nods.
In the name of my mother.
Dervish relaxes and lets go of our hands. Thank you. This is more important than either of you can possibly realize. He looks down at Locke and gulps, then mutters under his breath. At least there wasn't any blood. That reminds me about the mysterious disappearance of Locke's blood. I start to tell Dervish about it, then stop. It isn't important. The blood must have simply seeped through cracks in the ground. I'll only confuse the situation if I speak up now. Dervish bends beside the body, gently touches Locke's pale forehead, then sighs and tugs at his beard. A moment's pause, during which I see how hard he's having to work to cover up his true feelings. Then his expression firms, and he moves into professional mode. Billy, you bring the torches, I'll take the shoulders. Grubbs, grab his legs, and for hell's sake, don't drop him. It's the last thing we need. The next few hours are nightmarish. We carry the body home, load it onto the back of Dervish's motorbike, strap the arms around Dervish, and put a helmet on, so if anybody sees Locke, it'll look like he's a living passenger. I watch them drive away, shivering next to Billy, then go indoors and try to drink a mug of hot chocolate in the kitchen, but I'm unable to gulp it down. Dervish comes back for us. Usually he'd only allow one of us to ride behind him, but there's no time to follow the rules of the road. At the quarry, Dervish throws Locke over the uppermost edge of the cliff. The dull thump as he collides with the hard floor brings tears from Billy and me. I don't know why Dervish didn't chuck Locke down when he brought him out here. Maybe he wasn't thinking straight, or maybe he wanted our tears to make the rest of the charade seem more realistic. I make a phone call, following Dervish's instructions. I dial the emergency number, report the accident breathlessly, give my details and wait. I wonder why Billy and I didn't do that before. We both have mobiles. Why didn't one of us climb out of the cave and ring for an ambulance? Did we simply lose our heads and panic? Or did something in the cave control our actions? The police arrived before the ambulance. Dervish debated whether or not he should stay with us or go home and return after the emergency services got here. In the end, he chose to stay, instructing us to tell them that we rang him after calling for help. Everybody here knows Dervish. They know how fast he goes on his bike. The police are always trying to catch him, but he's too crafty. They'll assume he tore over here at top speed. They won't like it, but given the tragic circumstances, they're hardly going to make a fuss. Paramedics examine Locke. They do what they can to bring him back to life, but they go about their job sluggishly, without hope, knowing it's too late. They don't cover his face before loading him into the back of the ambulance because they don't want to upset Billy and me. But as soon as he's out of our sight, I'm certain the sheet will be pulled up and over. The officer in charge asks to take our statements. Dervish clears his throat and gently suggests phoning Locke's parents first. The officer blushes. He's young, probably hasn't seen a corpse before, temporarily forgot his training. Dervish offers to make the phone call. The officer accepts the offer with a grateful smile. Dervish keeps it quick and to the point. There's been an accident. Locke's been taken to hospital, says it's serious, doesn't say Locke's dead, leaves that for the doctors. Not the sort of news you should break over the phone. Home. The police drive Billy and me. Dervish follows on his bike. More hot chocolate. I still can't drink it. Biscuits which I can't eat. Dervish turns on the heating. While the police are talking with us, Dervish rings Ma and Pa Spleen. They arrive before we're finished, splashing out on a taxi for maybe the first time in their lives, anxious to protect their grandson, eager to whip him away from the police and their questions. Dervish has to drag them aside and explain that it will be easier if they let the police finish. If we don't do it here, we'll have to go to the police station later. He takes them into the kitchen and plies them with tea and coffee. I imagine them discussing me, Ma and Pa Spleen blaming me for Billy being in the quarry after dark, saying I'm responsible for him risking his life on such a dangerous climb, and for Locke's death. The interrogation goes softly. The police don't suspect foul play. They just want to get the facts straight. We tell them we went for a walk, wound up at the quarry, went climbing, Locke fell. Billy tried to catch him, couldn't. The end. Kids fool around at the quarry all the time. Every few years some local official vows to block it off. Nobody's ever followed up on the promise, though I think they will after this. The police take the attitude that a fatality was bound to happen sooner or later. Just bad luck that it happened to us. They leave not long after midnight. How did it get so late so quick? They say they might return to take follow-up statements, but that shouldn't be necessary. They tell us to take a few days off school, maybe go away for a while. They warn of a possible backlash. Parents sometimes overreact in situations like this. Locke's relatives might blame Billy and me, hurl insults and accusations at us. The police say we shouldn't be too upset if that happens, to try and understand their position. Billy wants to stay the night, hear Dervish out, learn why we had to lie. But Ma and Pa Spleen are having none of it. They want out and fast. They've never liked Dervish and aren't a lot fonder of me. Billy's arguments are shot down before they're out of his mouth. Then it's into the back of the taxi which they've kept waiting, and home, where they can pour poison in his ear and remind him of all the times they warned him about the grisly Gradys, how we'd lead him astray. Then it's just me and my uncle, alone in our old mansion, a foul smell in the air, the stench of lies and deception. Without discussing it, we retire upstairs to Dervish's study, where we sit on opposite sides of his huge desk facing each other, me suspicious and wiping away tears, Dervish ashamed and tweaking the hairs of his beard. Time for explanations.
coming clean. You know about the Demonata. Dervish begins. You've seen them at work. You know of their powers, their magic, how destructive they are. You know that some, like Lord Loss, can cross between their universe and ours. Does this have anything to do with him? I croak. No. He doesn't need the cave. And from what I know of him, he isn't interested in it. Dervish stops for a moment, thinking about the best way to proceed. Lord Loss is an exception. Most demons can't cross readily between universes. If they could, this world would be awash with the Demonata and humans would be their playthings and slaves. Many demons hunger for that. They spend a large portion of their time trying to open windows between the two universes. They find weak points where crossing is easier and work on them, assisted by power-crazed mages on this side. The disciples try to stop them. We look for focal points, prevent crossings where we can, deal with the aftermath when we can't.
Like in Slaughter, I nod. You explained all that to me before, but what about the cave?
Dervish puffs his cheeks up, then blows out air. More than a millennium and a half ago, the Demonata invaded. Normally they cross singly or in small groups. The demons hate each other almost as much as they hate humans. Infighting is rife. But in this case, thousands banded together to launch an all-out assault. They set out to create a large permanent opening, a tunnel instead of a temporary window. The cave was the focus for their attempt. They were helped by a twisted druid. Our world was more magical then. Magic is an energy, and like any form of energy, it can ebb and flow over the course of time. Back then it flowed strongly through this world. There were many more magicians and mages than there are now, though they call themselves druids and priestesses. It's a source of debate as to why there's so little magic in the world these days. I guess
you're rambling.
Dervish grins sheepishly. Sorry. Keeping it simple, the Demonata tried to open a tunnel through the cave. They nearly succeeded. From what we know, many did cross over, but only lesser demons. The tunnel was shattered before the Masters could cross, and the cave entrance was later filled in and hidden from the world, so nobody could make an attempt there again. Since that time, a watch has been kept on this area. There's always been a watcher here, even before the disciples were formed, monitoring the situation, making sure the cave isn't reopened. I'm the latest in a long line of watchmen. That's why I don't wander the world like most disciples. I get away to deal with other matters occasionally, but the cave is my main priority.
But you said you didn't know where it was. How could you keep people away from it if you didn't know its location?
Powerful spells were cast when the cave was filled in. As Watcher, I would have known instantly if anyone tried to gain access. The spells would have led me straight to the cave.
Then why didn't you come as soon as we started digging?
I frown. Dervish's left eye ticks. The spells didn't work.
But you said
something went wrong, he snaps. That's why I was so worried. I thought a powerful mage must be at work, one with the ability to override the protective spells. When you told me Locke was dead, worry turned to outright panic. Before the tunnel can be reopened, a sacrifice must be made. If Locke had been murdered, the magical potential of the cave would have been reactivated, allowing the Demonata to start building a new tunnel.
That's why you wanted to know if there was anybody else in the cave?
I note. Dervish nods and licks his lips. I'm still concerned. Those spells were cast by a magician. They should have worked. You didn't see Locke slip, did you?
No.
So you can't be certain there wasn't somebody else present, that he wasn't deliberately killed?
Billy was with him. He would have seen if there'd been anyone else up there.
Maybe, Dervish says dubiously. But if there was somebody, and they were powerful enough to mute the warning spells when the cave was reopened, they might have been invisible, or used magic to wipe their presence from Billy's memory. I smile weakly.
You're seeing phantoms where there aren't any. We only broke through to the cave yesterday, I mean. We went down by ourselves as soon as we discovered the entrance. There can't have been anybody else.
You're right, Dervish sighs. I'm jumping at shadows. But I'm so wired.
Back when the tunnel was open, only lesser demons were able to cross. But the core of the tunnel was widening all the time. It had almost got to the point where the masters could cross.
The shell of that core remains intact. If the Demonata ever restored it, thousands could cross in a matter of days, masters and all.
Couldn't you force them back again, close it like before? I ask.
Dervish pulls a face. Humans are far less magical than they were the last time it was open. And back then, they only had to deal with weaker demons. We could stop it happening if we caught wind of it in advance. But if they opened it without our knowing...
He trails off into silence. It's hotter than normal in here. Dervish doesn't usually have the heating on this late. The temperature reminds me of the time we fought Lord Loss in the cellar, the unnatural heat of the Demonata's universe. I feel highly uncomfortable and shift around edgily on my seat. What happens now? I ask quietly.
The cave will need to be hidden again. Fresh spells will have to be cast, and we'll try to find out why those in place before didn't work. But that's a job for a magician. I'll put out the call, and we'll wait.
I thought there weren't magicians anymore, only mages.
Dervish shakes his head. There's one. He's the head of the disciples, though we don't have much to do with him personally. He fights most of his battles in the Demonata's universe. I fought alongside him once, a long time ago. He set me the task of guarding this area a few years later. I don't know how long it will take him to come, but hopefully it won't be more than a month or two.
Are we safe while we wait? I ask edgily. What if an evil mage finds the cave and makes a sacrifice?
It's not that simple, Dervish says. The tunnel can't be opened instantly. A sacrifice would have to be made to start the process. Then, over the next few weeks, the entrances would fuse with the core. At that point, someone would need to conduct a lengthy, complicated ritual in the cave. I'd feel that magic at work. It would be impossible to mask, and I'd move heaven and hell to stop it. But I don't think we've anything to fear. Since I wasn't warned by the spells when you broke through to the cave, nobody else can have been. The Demonata don't know the entrance to the cave has been cleared, so they have no reason to move on it.
Then we're safe. I watch his face closely in case he tries to lie.
As safe as we've ever been,
Dervish says calmly, and there's no hint of deception in his features. I start to relax slightly. He raises a finger.
But regardless of how safe it is, I don't want you going back to the cave.
As if? I lick my lips. What happens when you block it off again?
Dervish shrugs. Life will go on as normal. I'll stay here, keeping watch, and another disciple will replace me when I'm old and grey and of no use anymore.
What about Billy? Are you going to tell him what you told me?
Yes, as soon as Ma and Pa's spleen let him out of the house, which might not be any time soon.
Dervish stands and stretches.
What a night! I'll be glad to see Dawn.
Locke won't ever see Dawn again, I mumble. It's not fair that I'm having to think about the cave, demons and magic when I should only be thinking about my poor dead friend. Dervish smiles helplessly and comes around the desk, lays a comforting hand on my shoulder.
You can talk with me about him if you want. I know what it's like to lose a friend. I can help.
Yeah, maybe, thanks. I take a deep breath and look up. A fear grows in my chest. It tries to grab my tongue and hold it still. It whispers caution, screams for silence. But I have to tell him I can't keep it secret any longer. There's more than Locke and the cave that we need to discuss.
Oh,
a puzzled little smile, not expecting anything major. I think I have the family curse. His smile freezes. I push the fear down deep and spit out the words I never wanted to voice. I think I'm turning into a werewolf.
I tell Dervish everything. The sickness, the party, the bottle, the magic that's been growing within me since slaughter. Waking to find myself at the entrance of the cave, digging as if my life depended on it, the whispers, the face in the rock, splitting the wall with my scream. Dervish listens silently for the most part, eyes dark, chewing his nails or stroking his beard. Occasionally he'll ask me to elaborate, to describe the sickness and whispers in more detail, but most of the time he just watches me, his expression impossible to read, head cocked slightly like a priest hearing confession. A long pause when I finish. Then Dervish tuts like a teacher. You should have called me back on Saturday or told me as soon as I got home. I know what I should have done, I snap, but I didn't. I was afraid you'd make me become a disciple if you knew about the magic, and I hoped I was wrong about turning into a werewolf. Keeping quiet was dumb, but I never claimed to be an Einstein, so cut me some slack. I glare at him, but he only stares back calmly. Well? I grunt when he doesn't say anything. Am I turning or not? I don't know. The signs you described suggest it, but... What? I hiss. Victims don't realize, he says quietly. Nobody turns into a werewolf overnight. It's a gradual process, spread out over 3 or 4 months. The kids often know things aren't right if they wake covered in blood or lying naked outdoors, but I've never heard of anyone being conscious of the change or actively fighting it. When they start to turn, their minds blank out. They can't remember changing or do anything to stop it. What you describe is unlike anything any other member of the family has ever reported, and we've been dealing with this for a long time. You're saying maybe it isn't... I feel hope blossom in my chest. I don't know, Dervish says again. The signs all point to lycanthropy. The distorted face, the hands clenching, the howling. If somebody else had seen it happening to you, I'd say you were definitely damned. But you shouldn't be able to note these things yourself. He goes quiet again. His forehead's a landscape of worry lines. I've thrown him big time. He looks even more perturbed than he did in the cave. At least he knew where he stood with that and what he had to deal with. Tell me about the magic again, Dervish says. Everything you can recall. I go through the weirdness one chunk at a time, waking to find myself levitating above the bed, reversing the flow of water down the sink, moving things with my mind, making the bottle rise, explode and transform into flowers and butterflies. Everybody saw that? Dervish asks. Bill E. will confirm it. Of course, I frown. Why? Dervish grunts. If we're lucky, you're losing your mind, imagining the magic and the change. You've had a hard few years, been through a lot, more than just about any kid in the world. Maybe it's caught up with you. Maybe you're going... He twirls a finger around in the air at the side of his head. Know what I like most about you, Uncle? I ask waspishly. Your subtle tact. Stuff that. This is no time to be soft. If you were going mad, I'd be delighted because we could deal with it, seek help, fix what's wrong. Nobody's seen most of this magic you say you've been working. It could all be in your head. But if you really did those tricks with the bottle, and there are witnesses... There are, I say stiffly. And there's the cave. We found it on Sunday. We only dug down a small bit, but when we returned yesterday, it had been excavated. Rocks and earth everywhere. Billy will confirm that too. I did it, Dervish. I went there, not entirely human, and burrowed down. Any idea why? Dervish asks. No. Unless it was the whispers? The face? Dervish makes a long humming sound. If you're not mad, and much as I hate to admit it, I don't think you are, I've no idea what the face means, unless some spell was cast upon the cave long ago, one I don't know about. He scratches his left ear, then the right. You couldn't recognize anything the girl was saying? No. Did the whispers seem to be drawing you to the cave or warning you off? I think about it. Warning me off? But if that was the case, why was I there? What made me return and dig? Could it have been the Demonata, calling to the beast I'm becoming, using me to open a tunnel between universes so they could cross? Possibly, Dervish says. I wouldn't have thought they had that kind of power, but if it's true that you're turning, and if there's magic involved... He frowns and trails off into a very troubled silence. I let him brood for 5 minutes. 10. 12. Then I can't stand it any longer.
What are we going to do? I cry. I don't want to turn into a werewolf. I don't want to hurt anyone, but...
Quiet,
He shushes me. Let's not jump to conclusions. There's a lot going on that's queer to us, but I can ask around, seek advice, search for answers. You haven't turned and you haven't hurt anybody, so don't work yourself up into a state that won't help. He takes a sheet of paper off a pile on the desk, folds it up and tosses it from one hand to the other, thinking. First, I mount a watch of you every night. If you feel the sickness returning or anything that doesn't feel right, you tell me instantly. If you feel magic forming, tell me that too. He hesitates. Can you do anything now? A small spell. I shake my head, scared of even trying. If I could see you in action, pinpoint the source you tap into, it might help establish what we're dealing with. I shudder, then nod and focus. I stare at the ball of paper which Dervish is still throwing from hand to hand. I try using magic to knock it off course so it falls to the floor, but nothing happens. I can't do it, I say after a minute. It isn't there now, it comes and goes. Okay, Dervish smiles. Don't knock yourself out. Now, it's been a long, tiring night. Let's get you to bed, and I'll keep an eye on you. But the change, the magic, that's it? We're just going to leave it? Sure, Dervish says, then smiles reassuringly. We're not going to sort this out tonight. There's not much I can do until I see evidence of your transformation or magical prowess. When that happens, I should have a clearer idea of what you're going through and we can take it from there. Right now, the best thing you can do is hit the sack and get some sleep. The problems will still be there tomorrow, but we'll be in a better state of mind to deal with them. Since that's all there really is to do, I take Dervish's advice, get ready for bed, then slip beneath the covers. Dervish sits in a chair by the circular window, keeping watch, protecting me just as he did when I first moved into this house. Maybe it's his calming presence, or maybe it's simple exhaustion, but within minutes, despite everything, my eyes droop and I slip into unconsciousness. Just before I go under completely, I remember the one thing I didn't tell Dervish about. The blood disappearing from beneath Locke's head. I don't think it's important, but he should be told just in case I'm wrong. I try to rise, but it's too late. I'm too far gone. Dreams. I jolt awake. My eyes snap open and I lurch upright in bed. But it's not like waking from a nightmare. No racing heart or after images of a bad dream. It's more like somebody jabbed me with a blunt knife and stung me out of sleep. I stare around, confused, not sure why I woke so quickly. Then I see that Dervish is gone. That's probably what disturbed me. He slipped out for a few minutes to fetch something, go to the toilet, change clothes or whatever, and I sensed him leave. It alarmed me and I jerked awake. Simple. I start to lean back, half smiling, then stop. There's more to it than that. Something's wrong. I have the sense of being in danger. I get out of bed warily and pad to the doorway. There's a light in the corridor at the top of the staircase. I slip out of my room and make for the light. The house is warm. Dervish hasn't turned the heating off. I think of calling Dervish's name, but don't. If we're not alone, if we're under attack, I don't want to tip off our enemies. I don't think the situation is that grave. The sense of danger isn't overbearing, but it pays to be cautious. I reach the wide, ornate staircase which links the 3 floors of the mansion. Darkness below. A dim light above, coming from the direction of Dervish's study. I move in on it. Moments later, I'm standing outside the study door, which is ajar. Dervish normally shuts the door, but tonight he left it open, probably because of the heat. He's talking on the phone. If the door had been shut, I couldn't have heard what he was saying. Open like this, I can hear him perfectly. Yeah, he grunts softly. I know. A pause. I don't think so. I didn't explore it fully, but... Another pause. That's why I said I don't think so. I'll go back tomorrow, check it properly and... Yes. No. No. They said there was definitely no one else there. A pause. Of course I can't be certain. I wasn't there, but I trust them. We're safe. I'm as sure as I can be without being 100%. Dervish fidgets on his chair. I think he's maybe heard a sound and is coming to check. I start to back away, but then he speaks again. Just let him know what happened. A pause.
Yes, I know the consequences if... Yes, snappish now. I'm not a fool, and I'm not new to this. In my opinion, we're safe, but only one person can confirm that, and he will when he comes. But he can only do that once you get off the phone to me and pass on the message. A pause. I know he's not easy to get in touch with. I know we'll have to wait, but the sooner you start the... Silence. A long pause this time. I hear Dervish tapping the desk with his fingers. Finally, softly, he says, "He's like my son." I stiffen and move forward a few centimeters. Of course, if the worst comes to... Yes, I know, but I'm hoping... Dervish sighs. Another long silence. If I lean forward, I can see him. There's a black folder on the desk close to hand. I have the numbers, he says quietly. He stops tapping and draws the black folder closer to him. Doesn't open it. Yes, I can do it. I have the strength. If there's no other... If it comes to it... Another silence, which Dervish breaks curtly with, "Just tell him. You do your job. Leave me to worry about mine." He slams the phone down and gets up. I race back to my room, dive under the covers, pull them up over my chest, try to look like I'm sleeping. Dervish returns, checks that I'm okay, sits in the chair again. I lie very still, eyes closed, listening intently. Finally, after several long minutes, there's the sound of light snoring. I sneak out of bed, tiptoe past the dozing Dervish, head back upstairs in the dark, not turning any lights on. I think I know what was in that black folder and why I woke with the sense of danger. But I want to make sure. I couldn't see clearly. There's a slim chance it was something else. The study. The door's still open. I slip inside, gently shut the door, find the desk in the dark and turn on one of the smaller lamps. The desktop lights up. The folder's still there, close to the phone, black as the cave was. I pick it up and cradle it in my hands, staring at the blank cover, knowing what I'll find when I open it, praying to whatever gods there are that I'm wrong. Then with a snap I flick the cover back. I find several pages. A handful of names, addresses, phone numbers, and email addresses on each. And at the top of the first page, not in large letters, bold print or underlined, but standing out anyway, as if they'd been burnt into the paper and were still aflame, the two words which confirm all that I feared. The lambs. Misery, Mark II. I spend the rest of the week off school. Strangely enough, I'd rather go in. It's dull as hell hanging out at the house all the time, brooding, only Dervish for company. I want something to take my mind off Locke's death and all the other stuff. I want to be with my friends, talk about the tragedy, put it behind me, get on with life. But it's expected that I take the week off to recover, so I do. I try hard not to think about the folder or the lambs. Like Dervish said, the curse has been in our family a long time. Some parents kill their own children if they turn, but many can't bring themselves to be executioners. Generations ago, the lambs were formed to deal with that problem. The wealthier members of our clan founded and continue to fund them. It's their job to kill teenagers who've turned into werewolves. They also experiment on some of the beasts in the hope of unlocking the genetic secrets of the family curse and curing it. Dervish doesn't have much to do with the lambs. He mistrusts them. He always planned to kill Billy or me himself if the worst came to pass. There's nothing like the personal touch. But my uncle's been through a lot these last few years. He looks as strong as ever, but looks can be deceiving. Maybe he doesn't feel he has the strength to deal with me if I turn. I don't like the lambs either. I've only met one of them, but she was a cold, creepy woman, and the whole idea of letting strangers put me down like a wild dog fills me with distaste. Dervish has made it clear in the past that he would put me out of my misery if such a drastic step was ever called for. I can understand why he might want to retract that promise now, but understanding doesn't make it any easier to accept. As childish as it might seem, I feel like he's betrayed me.
Billy manages to come over on Thursday after Dervish argued hard on the phone for a couple of days to persuade Ma and Pa's spleen to let him out of the house. He looks shell-shocked, pale and sickly. His lazy left eyelid flutters so much it looks like worms are wriggling beneath the flesh. He doesn't say much, which is unusual for Billy, listens numbly while Dervish explains about the cave and why we had to move the body. Doesn't seem too bothered by the threat of a demon invasion.
I rang Locke's house,
Billy says when we're alone in the TV room. I stare at him, not sure how to respond. I wanted to ring Rainey all week, but didn't dare.
His father answered,
Billy continues.
I could tell he'd been crying. I wanted to say sorry, ask how they were, if there was anything I could do, but I couldn't speak, my mouth dried up. In the end, he put the phone down. He didn't get angry, he just sounded sad.
Billy's staring off into space. The way this has hit him, you'd think it was his best friend who died, not a bully he didn't like. But maybe that's why it's harder for him than me. Guilt's mixed up with grief. I think he's sorry for all the bad thoughts he had about Locke, the foul names he no doubt called him behind his back, the times he probably wished his tormentor was dead. I'm going back to school on Monday, I tell Billy. What about you? He shakes his head.
I don't know. You should, it might help. Gran and Grandad don't want me to. They said I could stay at home as long as I want. Said they'd hire a private tutor.
The meddlesome, selfish old buzzards. I probably shouldn't be too hard on them. They're old and lonely. Billy's all they have. I can understand why they want him to themselves, locked up safe where they can fuss over him 24/7. But they should know better. He needs to be out in the real world, getting back to normal as soon as possible. I remember you telling me about when your mum died, I say softly. Billy looks at me, eyes coming into focus. Your Gran and Grandad kept you indoors for a year. You didn't speak to anybody else. You fought with other kids who tried to talk to you.
Then I got whacked in the jaw by a boy in a shop.
Billy laughs jerkily. And that put you straight. I sit beside him. I think for a moment of putting an arm around him, but decide against it. No need to go overboard. Don't cut yourself off from your friends, Billy.
Do I have any?
He asks sadly. You know you do, I snap. Maybe not as many as you wish, but there are plenty of people who like you and feel sorry for you who'll help you through this. But they can't if you shut yourself off, if you let your Gran and Grandad smother you. Come back to school. Move on. You know it makes sense.
Locke can't move on,
Billy sighs. No, I agree stiffly. He can't. But we didn't die in that cave, we're alive. Locke isn't, and that's a wretched shame, but life goes on. Locke goes to a grave, we go back to school. That's how it has to be. Billy nods slowly.
Are you going to the funeral?
I don't want to, but I think I need to.
I can't,
Billy whispers.
I can go back to school, but not...
That's okay. I smile. School will be torture enough. Billy returns the smile briefly, then stares off into space.
I can still hear his scream,
he mutters.
And I can see his face, his eyes. He didn't know he was going to die. There wasn't terror in his expression, just worry and a bit of anger. He should have looked more terrified. If he'd known.
We sit there for hours after that, TV off, sniffling occasionally, but otherwise as silent as Locke must be. Friday. The funeral. It's horrible, and that's all I'm saying about it. Monday. School. Everyone staring and whispering. Kids scurry out of my way. It's like the Grim Reapers walking alongside me. I spot the gang in one of our usual hangouts behind the cafeteria, sheltering from the rain. Talk dries up as I approach. When I stop, they stare at me. I stare at them, and for a few long seconds nothing is said. Then Charlie breaks the silence with,
Locke must have been mad as hell looking down on his funeral. He hated flowers and having to wear a suit as well.
Everybody laughs.
You an arse, Charlie,
Frank giggles.
Don't say anything like that in front of Rainey,
Shannon warns him.
Please,
he huffs.
I'm not a total screwball.
The laughter fades. Frank clears his throat.
Was it really bad?
Crapville, I say tightly.
Did he say anything before he... You know,
Mary asks. I nod soberly.
His last words, I had to strain to hear them. I cough and everyone leans in close to listen. He said, his voice a painful croak, fighting for breath, eyes locked on mine. Mary Hayes has a face like a cow's dirty rear. Mary roars with fury and clubs me with her bag. The others laugh. Then the bell goes and we march into class. Back to normal. Or as much as it can be.
End of Disc 3. Disc 4.
A rumour at lunchtime. Misery Mork has gone on sick leave. A mental breakdown. Some say he was overcome with grief when he heard about Locke, but that's rubbish. Locke never went to see Misery. Apparently, he's been replaced by a woman. They say she's quite young, though nobody's had a good look at her yet. She's been in Misery's office most of the day. I don't see Billy during lunch. He's with the new counsellor. I hope she's got more of a clue than old Misery. Billy needs professional help, not some over-eager do-gooder. I'll have to check her out, make sure she's not going to mess him up even further. Grubbs Grady, root her out of frauds. Halfway through geography, a kid from a lower year delivers a note to my teacher. The new counsellor wants to see me. Guess I'll get to give her the once-over a bit sooner than I thought. I'm kept waiting outside the office for a few minutes before I'm called in. The counsellor is standing by the side of Misery's desk when I enter, her back to me. When she turns round, I almost drop through the floor. A slender woman of medium height, in her late 30s or early 40s, smartly dressed, more like a businesswoman than a teacher, pretty but not gorgeous, very little makeup, pure white hair tied back in a ponytail, extremely pale skin, pinkish eyes. She's an albino, but that's not what knocks the wind out of my sails. It's the fact that I know her and last saw her a year ago in Slaughter, frying the brains of a demon collaborator called Tudor Sewell. "Junie Swan!" I cry. "That's Miss Swan to you, young man," she says with a little smile, then steps forward and wraps her arms around me, hugging me tight while I stand frozen, stunned, staring down at the top of her pale white orb of a head. Junie was one of film producer Davida Haim's assistants, a psychologist. It was her job to make sure the children on set were being well treated. Dervish fell for her, and I think she had a thing for him too. I doubt the pair got beyond fond looks and holding hands, but I bet they would have if life hadn't gone crazy on us all. When hell hit the fan and the demons ran wild, Junie helped us break a hole through the barrier which Lord Loss had erected around the town. Without that gap, everyone would have perished. She was knocked out during the fighting and only recovered when the barrier had closed again, trapping hundreds of members of the cast and crew inside. Like the rest of us, she was helpless and had to stand by, watching and listening as the demons tortured and killed them. She lost herself to fury and found that, like me, she could tap into the magical energy in the air. In a fit of rage, she used this power to kill Tudor Sewell, a demon collaborator who'd slipped through the gap. She regretted it afterwards, snuck away in the night, leaving a note for Dervish saying she was confused and filled with sorrow. Said she might contact him one day if she sorted her head out, but not to expect to hear from her again. Now, here she is, filling in for Misery Mork, looking a bit more strained than when I previously knew her, but otherwise no different. "Why are you here?" I gasp once I've recovered from my initial shock. "How?" "That's what Billy asked." She chuckles. We're sitting in front of the desk, chairs close together. Junie's holding my hands. "Aren't you pleased to see me?" "Of course, but it's been so long, I never thought... And how did you wind up here in our school? You're not a school counsellor, are you?" "Not precisely." She sighs and lets go of my hands. It's not a long story or particularly complicated. My head was in a mess after our experiences on the film set.
She pauses. Her eyes make flickering contact with mine, and I get the message. Don't mention the demons or the slaughter. Please.
It took me some months to recover, she continues, but not as long as I feared. I realized early on that work would help, that I needed to be busy, that by helping others with their problems, I could help myself too. A friend offered me a job involving schoolwork. I became an advisor to a network of counselors. I supervised them, provided them with guidelines, helped out with their problems, organized meetings and conferences. The school network I initially covered was far from here. Then, a couple of months ago, I was given an opportunity to relocate. I knew your school would be part of my new network. To be honest, that's largely what drew me to it.
She smiles weakly.
I've been wanting to get in touch with Dervish since the day I ran off. I haven't because of fear, guilt, shame. This was a way to take a step closer. I meant to ease myself into his life, observe from a distance for a while, work up the courage to face him again. Then William Mock fell ill at the very time you and Billy most needed a compassionate and understanding ear. As his superior, I was expected to step in for him. As your friend, I felt compelled to. So...
She shrugs, embarrassed.
Ta-da!
Dervish will be well pleased,
I grin.
He's missed you.
Her face creases.
Please don't tell him. Not yet, not until I'm ready. But please.
She stops me, sharp this time.
I'll see him soon, but not right now. Not until I've had time to settle, get my bearings, and finish what I came here to do. What do you mean?
She leans forward, eyes warm but serious, and says,
I want to talk about your friend, Locke Gossel.
Puts a small, slim hand on one of my large, knobbly ones.
I want to discuss his death and how that hurt you.
We talk for almost an hour about my friendship with Locke, what he was like, how he died, what I felt, how I've coped since then. I feel awkward at first, but Junie listens patiently, asks all the right questions, never pushy, always sensitive. She doesn't pretend we're not old friends, but at the same time she treats me like a patient, the way a professional should. No falseness, no charade, no smarm. I find myself opening up to her, telling her things I haven't even told Dervish about my pain, my nightmares, my loss. We talk about Billy a lot. She spent most of the morning with him and she's worried.
I can't tell you all that we discussed, she says. I have to respect his privacy, but I got the feeling there was animosity between him and Locke. Would you say that was an accurate assumption?
They didn't get on, I admit.
Did they ever fight?
I smile.
No? Why the smile?
Locke was almost as big as me, a wrestler. It wouldn't have been much of a fight.
But they argued.
She presses. Locke, I hesitate, not wanting to say anything bad about my dead friend.
He teased?
Junie guesses.
Yeah. He picked on Billy. Sometimes he was cruel. I didn't like that, but I couldn't do anything about it. It was Billy's problem, not mine. Was Locke teasing Billy on the day of his death?
Junie asks. She's not afraid to talk about death openly, doesn't hide behind softer terms like incident or mishap. I like that. I think back.
A little bit, yeah. But we were tired from from climbing in the quarry. We were all a bit snappish. They didn't fight? No. You didn't argue with Locke or try to stop him from teasing Billy? Not really. You're sure?
I shrug.
I don't remember everything that was said. The hour or two before he fell is kind of blank. I'm not blocking it out. It's like when I look back, I'm looking through a mist. Do you know what I mean?
Junie nods.
I know exactly what you mean. Part of my job will be to help you pierce that mist. Does it matter that much?
I frown.
Absolutely. It could be a mist of guilt. If you said something ugly to Locke, which you now regret, you might have buried it. If you don't deal with that, it could lie within you for years, then work its way back to the surface, hurting you, making you feel horrible about yourself. Is that what you're doing with Billy? I ask. Piercing the mist? Yes. although it will be harder with him than you. You're not the still waters run deep type. Huh? You're honest and straight. What one sees is what one gets. Locke's death hurt, but I don't think it struck you to the core like Billy. You're made of tougher stuff, Grubbs Grady. Tougher than Billy and tougher than me. I doubt we'll have any serious problems. You're too plain to be complex.
You might be wrong, I mutter, annoyed at being described that way. Maybe I just do a good job of covering up my pain and confusion.
Perhaps,
Junie says.
But don't worry. I make no rash assumptions. If you are suffering deep inside, I'll find out and help. You have my word on that.
We talk a while longer about Locke's teasing and what I thought of it. Then a bit more about the day he died, how long I held him, my efforts to keep him alive, my feelings when I realized he was dead. I cry at that point. Junie makes no moves to comfort me, just sits, watching, waiting. When I recover, she hands me a tissue to wipe my cheeks dry, then moves on. At the end of the session, she stands and shakes my hand. When I try to pull away, she grips tight, pink eyes seeking mine and holding them.
Billy promised not to tell Dervish about me. If you can't make that promise or feel strange about it, please say so. I want to be the one to tell him I'm here. I'd rather do it later, when I'm ready. But if you feel like I'm putting you in an awkward situation, I'll do it now.
No, I smile. I'll keep it quiet.
He doesn't take much of an interest in school life. If he asks, I'll tell him some nutty dame replaced Misery Mork. I bet he won't even ask for your name. Thank you.
She releases me.
We'll talk again tomorrow if you don't mind.
I'd like that. She smiles broadly, then ushers me out, leaving me to wander back to class, head buzzing, lips lifting at the edges, feeling for the first time since Locke's death that there might be a slight silver tinge to what previously seemed to be a bleak, black beast of a future. Home visit. Billy improves over the next few days. He starts talking again, loses that faraway look in his eyes, stops moping around like a zombie. He sings Junie's praises whenever we meet, tells me how closely she listens, how she understands him perfectly and says the right things at precisely the right moments.
I never saw her in action in Slaughter,
he says as we trundle out of school, Thursday afternoon.
I didn't realise how cool she was. I thought it would be weeks, maybe months before I could smile again. But look at me.
He grins widely.
She's a miracle worker.
I smile, slightly strained, ridiculously jealous. I've seen Junie every day, but our sessions have been brief. She's spending far more time with Billy than me, and when we meet, she talks more about Billy's feelings than my own.
I feel like I can say anything to her,
Billy gushes.
She's like...
He stops. We're about to turn a corner. There's a tramp sitting on the pavement, his back against the wall, head low, face hidden by a bushy beard and straggly hair. Billy reaches into his right pocket, then his left, finds some coins and holds them out. The tramp doesn't respond immediately, then reaches out without looking up. Billy drops the coins into the tramp's hand and smiles. The tramp doesn't smile back. Billy shrugs and moves on.
Where was I?
He asks. Discussing the miracle worker, I grunt.
Oh, yes!
And he's off again. Junie this, Miss Swan that. I want to snap at him to shut up. He's driving me mad with his fanboy drivel. But that would be cruel and childish of me, and I'd only be saying it because I envy the hours and confidences they share. Friday, I try getting Junie to take more of an interest in me. I tell her about my parents and Gret, what my emotions were when they were murdered, and how I felt after the wide-scale killing in Slaughter. I run her through a few of my grislier nightmares. I expect her to jump at this fresh information and pump me for all the juicy details, but I expect wrong.
That's ancient history, she says. I don't think it's relevant now.
But I thought it was all linked, I splutter. The past, the present.
That what I felt then influences what I feel now. Of course, she says, but I believe you've dealt with the past adequately. Your nightmares are natural, a healthy way of releasing tension and confronting your fears. I see no reason to reopen old wounds. Don't you agree? She waits, one eyebrow raised. I shift awkwardly in my seat, blushing. It's not a contest, Grubs, Junie says quietly. I stare at her, uncertainly. My time isn't something you need to fight with Billy for. My relationship with Billy in school is the same as with you, purely professional. I spend more time with him because he needs me more. There are others who need me too. I've met with several students over the last week, including Locke's sister Rainey at her home. You've met Rainey? I ask, startled. Junie nods. Like I told you on Monday, I'm not an ordinary school counselor. My work takes me outside the classroom. Rainey is suffering dreadfully, but she's coping. She'll be back at school next week, and when she comes I'll be spending time with her here, which means I'll have even less time for you. That can't be an issue. Of course it isn't. I didn't. It's all right, she smiles. Jealousy is normal, even in a boy your age. I'm not jealous, I huff. Maybe not. But if you are, it's okay. We can't help irrational feelings. The important thing is to recognize such feelings and not allow them to fester. I don't want a rift to develop between you and Billy. I don't know what you're... Grubs, she interrupts. I'm being blunt because I respect you. This is how I'd address an adult. If you want, I can treat you like a child and tiptoe around these issues. But if... Okay, I cut in, angry but cool. It's no big deal. I understand. I can keep a handle on my... I scowl, then spit it out. My jealousy. I'm glad to hear it, Junie smiles, patting my right hand. Now we have that out of the way, let's talk some more about Billy and what you, as his best friend, can do to help him manage his pain. Marching home, thinking about what Junie said. She saw through me as if I was made of glass and knew exactly how to deal with me. She's in a different league to Misery Morgue. Every school should have a counsellor like Junie Swan, someone who can really connect with... A man steps out in front of me and I almost crash into him. I have to take a quick step back. It's a tramp. He's standing in the middle of the narrow path that leads from Carshry Vale to my home. He's staring at me, with small dark eyes. Very hairy, smells bad, dressed in shabby clothes which are 30 or 40 years out of date. Wears a small posy of flowers in one of his upper buttonholes. They look ridiculously out of place. Excuse me, I mutter, trying to nudge my way around him. He doesn't react. I take a more cautious look. We're alone. Nobody in sight, flanked by trees. My warning senses kick in. I prepare to run or fight if needs dictate, but the tramp makes no threatening moves, just stares at me, saying nothing, hands by his sides, eyes steady. Could you... I make a sign for him to shift slightly, but still he doesn't budge. Sighing, I step off to the side, trampling down a patch of nettles. I wave sarcastically at the clear path. The tramp nods at me slowly, then walks past. Shaking my head, I get on the path again and head for home. I've taken no more than 5 or 6 steps when I remember the tramp from yesterday, the one Billy gave money to. I turn to give this tramp the once-over, wondering if it's the same guy. But the path is empty. No sign of him. He must have slipped back into the forest. It's like he disappeared. Homework, struggling with a complicated chemistry formula when somebody knocks at the front doors. I gratefully close my textbook and go see who's there, glad of the excuse for a break. It's Junie. Hello, Grubs, she says nervously. Is your uncle in? Yeah, but, I thought you didn't want to see him yet. I didn't, she laughs thinly. Then, on my way to my hotel, I found myself taking a left instead of a right, and I ended up here. She shrugs. I guess the part of me that makes the big decisions thinks it's time. Do you want me to call him, or would you rather go find him yourself? Call him, please. It would be more polite. Dervish! I bellow, then gesture for Junie to enter. May I take your coat?
I ask as she steps inside.
Thank you.
She takes it off and passes it to me. Her fingers tremble as we touch. I think about taking hold of her hand and giving it a friendly squeeze, but before I can, Dervish comes trotting down the stairs from his study.
There's no need to roar,
Dervish grumbles.
I'm not deaf, I can...
He sees Junie, comes to a complete halt, left foot in mid-air. His jaw slowly, comically drops.
Hello, Dervish,
Junie says, waving awkwardly.
I'm back.
And they blink at each other like a pair of startled owls. 2 hours later, Dervish and Junie have spent the time shut inside the TV room. I've been in the kitchen where I'm still stuck on the same chemistry problem. Not that I've been trying hard. Most of my thoughts have been devoted to Dervish and Junie and the things they might be discussing. Part of me wants to creep to the door and eavesdrop, but that would be sneaky and unfair. I'd hate if somebody did that to me, so I'm not going to do it to them. About half an hour after that, when Junie's gone to the toilet, Dervish pops into the kitchen. He sticks the kettle on, prepares 2 mugs, grabs some biscuits, then sits beside me. He's grinning softly. "You should have told me," he says, but there's no anger in his tone.
She asked me not to,
I reply. "I know, but..." He chuckles. "No, it doesn't matter. Maybe it was better this way. The shock was nice. I'm just glad I didn't fall down the stairs and break my neck." He focuses on me. "Junie told me about the counselling, without revealing any of the confidential details. Said you're doing great, all things considered. She thinks you're a marvel. Said if everyone had your powers of recovery, she'd be out of a job." I shrug like it's no big thing, but the compliment tickles me. "Billy's not so lucky," he sighs. "I knew Locke's death hit him hard, but I didn't realise things were this bad. I thought, after slaughter, he'd be prepared for death. He seemed to handle that okay, but Junie says he's bottled up his feelings, that his reaction now reflects a delayed response to what happened then. She's the expert, I guess." Dervish nods slowly, then says, "Billy told her I was his father." "Huh?" Billy doesn't know that his mother had an affair with my father, that I'm his half-brother, that Dervish is his uncle. He thinks Dervish is his dad. "She normally wouldn't share information like that," Dervish goes on. "But this was one time she felt she had to. She needed to know if it was true."
What did you tell her?
"The truth? Well, some of it. I didn't mention Cal or your relationship to Billy. That's our secret. I didn't see the need to reveal that much." The kettle boils. Dervish pours water into the 2 mugs, glances at me as he's dunking tea bags. "I thought you might have told Billy about your dad." "No," I say softly. "You know that you can if you want. It's your call, not mine."
I know. I want to tell him, and I will. But I've never found the right moment. It's the sort of news that will turn his world upside down. I've been waiting for a quiet, uneventful period, but we haven't had any over the last few years.
Dervish picks up the mugs and pauses. "I wouldn't wait too long. You know better than most that time is precious. Waiting's a dangerous game. Sometimes you miss the boat and end up regretting it." I nod thoughtfully.
I'll give it a few months. Let Billy get over Locke. When I think he's ready, I'll sit him down and spit it all out.
"If you want any help..."
I'll ask. Thanks.
We smile at each other. Then Dervish heads back to the TV room to continue playing catch-up with Junie. 11. Junie's still here. At her invitation, I've joined her and Dervish in the TV room. They're sitting together on the couch, not touching, but very close. They're chatting away as if they hadn't seen each other for decades. They hardly ever toss a question or comment my way. I feel like a third wheel, but I don't mind. It's fun watching them. I've never seen Dervish so gushy. Didn't think the bald old coot had any romance in him. They talk about all sorts of things: school, Carshry Vale, motorbikes, bands, films, TV. For a man who's never shown any interest in music, movies or sitcoms, Dervish has become awfully knowledgeable all of a sudden.
"You were at that gig too?"
Junie squeals. Yes, squeals. When talk turns to a punk band they both liked.
"I don't believe it. What a small world. I was in the pit. What about you?"
"Backstage," Dervish says modestly.
I knew one of the roadies. He got me a pass. Actually, I used to hang out with the lead singer when we were younger. Dervish hanging out with punk frontmen? Moshing backstage at concerts? It's official. I've stepped through into an alternate reality.
I'm off to bed,
I mutter, rising and faking a yawn. I normally don't hit the sack before midnight, but this is getting too surreal. Bed? Junie blinks and checks her watch. Goodness! How did it get so late? I have to go. I need to get up early in the morning. She stands. Dervish is on his feet a split second later. Not yet, he gasps. It's only 11. That's not late. It is for me, she laughs. But I haven't shown you around the house yet. He throws it out in desperation, as if she must see the house now or self-combust. You said you wanted to see the upper floors, didn't you? Yes, Junie says hesitantly, looking at her watch again. Perhaps another time? It won't take long, Dervish smiles. A quick tour. You can come back for a better look later. Perhaps you won't invite me back again, Junie murmurs, lowering her lashes demurely. Yipes, what a line. You can't get much cornier than that. You can visit any time you like, Dervish simpers. I stand corrected on the corniness front. Well, okay, Junie decides, but it will have to be quick, 15 or 20 minutes max, agreed? You can have it in writing if you wish, Dervish smirks. No, Junie says and touches his hand. I trust you. Talk about love-struck puppies. This is excruciating. Any more slushiness and I might vomit. I accompany Dervish and Junie around the mansion, hanging back a few paces, grimacing like an old crone every time one of them makes some lovey-dovey coo or comment. Dervish is super animated, whisking her through the maze of corridors and rooms, treating her to brief sound bites about the house's history. She loves the cellar. She's a big wine connoisseur too. You'll have to come and uncork a few bottles with me, Dervish insists. Wine is made for sharing, Junie agrees. I was just about to say that, Dervish says excitedly. I can't believe how much we have in common. I know, Junie smiles. The same bands, movies, books, wine, it's freaky. She sounds a lot younger when she says things like that. I've noticed that in adults before. People learn a new way of speaking as they grow up, but words and phrases from their childhood pop out sometimes, taking them back 20 or 30 years in the space of a couple of syllables. Up the stairs the tour continues, although now they're talking more about bands and books, less about the house. I think of injecting some cutting remark. Maybe you're really twins who were separated at birth. But why spoil their fun? Besides, the more I let them babble, the more ammo I'll have to tease Dervish with later. We come to Dervish's study. The lights and PC are still on from when he was in there earlier. The door's ajar. Junie's slightly ahead of Dervish and starts to go in ahead of him. Dervish doesn't mind. He's smiling serenely, but then he remembers the spells. I think of them before he does, but wickedly choose not to say anything, thinking how much fun it will be if she turns into an elk or a zebra. Junie, no! He barks. She stops short, surprised. He smiles shakily. I mean, it's a mess in there. Please let me go in first and... He tries to press past her, but she puts up a hand and stops him. Wait. She frowns at the door, then takes another step towards it. Junie, I really don't think... It's okay. She looks back at him, calm and composed. Just give me a minute. I want to try something. She faces the door again and closes her eyes, raises her right hand and holds her palm up to the open doorway. I nudge up beside Dervish, wondering what she's doing. He's staring at her uncertainly. Junie takes a breath, holds it, murmurs something softly. The light in the room dims and her fingers glow. Then the lights come back up strong again and the glow in her fingers fades. She steps forward into the study, and nothing happens. Dervish stands outside, gawping at her as she does a twirl and smiles at him. You... the magic... the spells... you lifted them. Junie snaps her fingers. A book shoots off a shelf and into her hand. Ta-da! She sings, like when I first met her at school. Then she looks at Dervish seriously. I've had a busier year than I led you to believe, she says. Then Dervish is through the door by her side, babbling with excitement, asking about her magical abilities, what she can do, who taught her,
A dozen questions a second, Junie laughing and shaking her head, struggling to answer them all. I linger outside, staring with disbelief at my uncle and Junie Swan, bewildered and, for some reason I can't put my finger on, oddly ill at ease.
A familiar face.
It's official. Dervish Grady loves Junie Swan. It's only been a week since she turned up at the mansion, but she's seen more of my uncle in that time than I've seen of him in 3 months. She spent most of last weekend at our place, 4 of the nights since, and they're getting together this weekend too. They talk about magic a lot. Junie is able to channel magical energy when it's in the air around her. She tapped into her power in Slaughter. She wanted to discuss it with Dervish and learn how to hone her talents, but she wasn't ready to face him. So she made inquiries, found others who were part of that magical underworld, and studied with them in her spare time while she was putting her professional life back together. She made rapid advances and has blossomed into a powerful mage over the past few months. Dervish has gone gaga over her. He was attracted to her in Slaughter and thought of her a lot since then, but his feelings have gone haywire since she came back, and he found out they had so much in common. Most importantly, magic. He's so dazzled by her, it's unreal. I think if she asked him to get on his bike and ride to the other side of the world, he would. I'm a bit dazed by it all. From being a vague friend and temporary school counsellor, Junie's become a central part of my life. I feel like a tornado has struck and nothing will ever be the same again. I was used to just having Dervish about the house. It got to feel natural. Now that's changed faster than I would have believed possible. I can't get my head around it. But I'll have to, because these two are just warming up. I came down for breakfast this morning and found Dervish and Junie already in the kitchen, kissing passionately, and I swear if he'd had his tongue any further down her throat, he'd have been licking her lungs. Billy thinks the Dervish/Junie match is great. We've been spending more time together since Locke's death, hanging out at lunch, having long chats like in the old days. I thought he might be jealous of all the time Junie spends with Dervish, but he's not bothered.
It's what Dervish needs, he contends. He's been alone too long.
He had me, I huff.
Hardly the same thing,
Billy laughs.
It'll be good for him. Maybe he'll get out more and stop moping about the place.
Dervish doesn't mope.
Yes, he does,
Billy insists.
At least he did until Junie came along.
Junie knows I've been thrown by recent developments. She hasn't mentioned her relationship with Dervish or how her moving in might affect me, but she's asked several times, at home and in our sessions, if there's anything I want to talk about, apart from Locke's death, if anything else is bothering me. Each time I've said no and glanced away. She hasn't pressed, giving me time, leaving me alone until I'm ready to discuss it with her willingly. In the middle of all the confusion, Rainey starts back at school. I don't know what to say when we first come face to face. Apart from at the funeral, when we didn't speak, I haven't seen her since Locke's death. My first reaction, a huge bolt of guilt. I covered up the truth about the accident, helped move the body, lied to protect Dervish's secret. Several seconds of horrible silence, then. "Hi," Rainey whispers. "Hi," I croak. She leans towards me and rests her face on my chest. "I miss him, Grubs," she says, voice cracking. "Me too," I moan. Floods of tears. Both of us. It's easier after that. Not the same as before, it never will be, but it's okay, especially when we're with the others. Now everyone talks openly about Locke, the accident, how hard it's been, not shying away from the subject. We have Junie to thank for that. She's had all of us in her office, or visited us at home, since she came, working doggedly to help us talk about and deal with our grief. Life for us would be a hell of a lot harder without her.
"What are you doing this weekend?"
Shannon asks Rainey on Friday.
"Nothing much,"
Rainey says.
"Staying in, studying, have a lot to catch up on."
"Scratch that," Shannon snorts.
"You're coming to the cinema with the rest of us. I won't take no for an answer. Grubs, you're coming too."
"Yes, boss," I grin, glad for an excuse to get out of the house. Junie's not very big, but the place feels crowded when she's about.
How will we get there?
Rainey asks. There's a small cinema in the Vale, but we hardly ever go to it. Much more fun going to a multiplex in one of the bigger towns nearby.
Frank's dad will take us,
Shannon says. Frank's father is a taxi driver and owns a people carrier.
won't he?
Frank, Shannon flutters her eyelids at him, buttering him up.
I'll see what I can do,
Frank mutters.
Can Billy come?
I ask, eager to involve him.
Sure,
Shannon says after a moment's hesitation.
the more the merrier.
The gang's been kind about Billy since the accident. They don't mind me including him in our lunchtime chats and after-school activities. But I can feel the mood shifting back to the way it used to be. Billy's not one of us, and though he was temporarily accepted due to the exceptional circumstances, the natural order of the school world must soon be resumed. The day's fast arriving when I'll have to make a choice, Bill E. or the others. But that's a bridge to cross another time. This weekend's about friends, films, and fun. The more serious stuff can wait. Dervish and Junie spend the night practicing magic. It seems that Junie has quite a gift. She's learnt a lot over the last several months and can run rings around many of my uncle's spells. "Have you asked her to join the disciples?" I inquired earlier this evening, half joking, half serious. "You could head off on demon bashing weekends together, maybe check out some punk concerts at the same time." "I don't know," Dervish muttered, not picking up on the joke. "I really don't want to involve her. That life's so dangerous. But I can't stand by and let such power go to waste. We need all the mages we can get. And I think she'll want to join. That might even be why she came looking for me. Personal feelings aside, she's seen the Demonata in action and learnt about the disciples when they came to Slaughter to clear up. She knows what the world's up against, the war that's being fought. Maybe she wants to help. I'll have to broach the subject soon, but I'm not looking forward to it." As wrapped up as he is with Junie, Dervish hasn't forgotten about me. He still checks on me most nights, monitoring me, quizzing me about what I'm feeling, worried about what might lie ahead. We're halfway through the lunar month. I'm just a couple of weeks away from the madness again. Dervish isn't treating it lightly. For all the time he's spent with Junie and all the excitement and hope he's experiencing, he hasn't neglected his obligations to me. He's been in contact with everyone he can think of, trying to find out more about my situation, if anyone's heard of anything like it before, working hard for my benefit. He hasn't mentioned the lambs, but I'm sure he's thinking about them, just as I am every night, unable to turn away from the thoughts of what must be done if the beast emerges and I change. Heading out to the cinema, I stick my head into the study to let Dervish and Junie know I'm going. They're sitting together on the floor, facing one another, fingers joined, eyes closed, breathing deeply, working on a spell. They don't hear me when I call. I walk in and scribble a note. As I'm sticking it to the front of Dervish's PC, my glance slides to where Junie's sitting. I can see her eyes glowing behind her lids. She looks creepy. I exit quickly and race down the stairs, not sure what it was that freaked me so much, only knowing that I'm glad to be putting some space between us. Eating in a 1950s-style hamburger restaurant before the movie, everyone excited and buzzing, except me. I keep thinking about Junie's eyes, trying to pinpoint what it was about them that unnerved me. Billy's excited to be with us, though he finds it hard to join in all the talk. He'll start to say something, then stop and think about the best way to phrase it. By the time he has the words straight inside his head, the topic's changed. If he'd just be himself, he'd be fine, but he thinks he has to be extra witty and cool around us, and by worrying and hesitating, he comes across as dumb and stumbling. I think about saying something to him, but then I fall to thinking about Junie's eyes again. Rainey sits beside me for the film. After a while, she takes my hand. I half turn to smile at her, and she smiles back. I thought Locke's death might drive a wedge between us, but it hasn't. She still wants to be my girlfriend. Maybe it's even more important to her now than it was before. The more she focuses on me, the less she'll brood about Locke. I start to lean over, mouth dry, spinal cord tingling. But then I think of Junie's eyes again, and it finally clicks. The glow reminded me of the fiery, eyeless sockets of one of Lord Loss's familiars, the charmless hell baby known as Artery. I draw away from Rainey. She stares at me, surprised and slightly hurt. I force a bitter smile. Later, I whisper, I'm nervous, you know, letting her think I've gone shy, unable to tell her that thoughts of demons have set my teeth trembling, that I'm afraid I might accidentally bite her tongue if we kiss. Rainey smiles back and gives my hand a squeeze. I know, she says, finding it sweet. She leans her head on my shoulder and sighs. When you're ready, give me a shout. I can wait. I lay my head on hers and close my eyes, drowning out the sounds of the film, trying to listen to her heartbeat, feeling her hair soft against my cheek, but not able to stop thinking about Junie's eyes and demons. As we come out of the cinema, I spot a tramp sitting by the side of one of the mall's fountains. We're a long way off, but he looks like the same one I ran into on the path home last week. As the others file to the restaurant again for milkshakes, I halt and fix my gaze on the tramp. I'm certain it's him. Same shaggy beard, long hair, old clothes, posy of flowers in a buttonhole. And maybe it's my imagination, but he seems to be looking back at me, returning my stare. I start towards him, not entirely sure why, but bothered by his being here, wanting to make sure it's the same man. Then Rainey notices I'm not with the group. She calls my name. When I don't respond, she calls again, sharply. Sorry, I mutter, taking my eyes off the tramp. Thought I saw someone I knew. Who? Rainey asks. Nobody, I smile, when she frowns at me. A teacher, but it wasn't. Come on, let's go tuck into our shakes. You're in a strange mood tonight, Rainey comments, towing me along to catch up with the others. Just before we turn the corner, I look back at the fountain, but nobody's there now. The tramp has gone. Home, troubled, thinking about the tramp. Probably nothing, just coincidence that I've seen him a couple of times, but it might be something more. We're protected here from demons. Dervish has said it dozens of times. But some demons have human assistants. What if the tramp is working for Lord Loss, waiting for the chance to knock me out and cart me away to a spot where the demon master can set his evil hands on me? I decide to tell Dervish. I might wind up looking like a frightened fool, jumping at shadows, but it's best not to take chances with stuff like this. I go searching for Dervish in his study, then his bedroom, but I only find Junie sitting on the edge of Dervish's bed, staring out the window, pensive. Hi, I say, is Dervish about? He's gone for a Chinese. Oh? The local Chinese takeaway does home deliveries, but Dervish doesn't trust them to send the correct food. He always fetches it himself. No worries, I'll catch him when he's back. I start to leave. Grubs! Junie stops me. She pats the space on the bed next to her. There's a long silence as I settle beside her. She continues to stare out the window. She's so slender, I feel even bigger than normal sitting next to her. I saw you earlier in the study, Junie says. How? I frown. Your eyes were closed. I could see through the lids. Part of the spell. You looked scared. You ran away as if I frightened you. I fidget uncomfortably. Are you afraid that Dervish is falling in love with me? That I'm going to steal his love for you? No, I laugh. That wasn't it at all. Then why did you look so spooked? Your eyes. I clear my throat. They were like a demon's that I fought. Junie tenses when I mention the D word, then relaxes. We haven't talked much about that, have we? She notes softly. No. I'm still haunted by what happened, she whispers. I'm dealing with it, but it's hard, knowing there are demons in the world, or tearing at the edges of it, wanting to grab us and destroy. I know exactly how you feel. I hate them too. They terrify me. I blush at the confession. That's why I ran. I didn't realize it till later, but your eyes reminded me of a demon's. I panicked. It was silly, but... I shrug. You think I have a demon's eyes? Junie asks, bemused. No, I chuckle. It was just magic. Dervish told me magic comes from demons, that the energy we tap into has seeped through from the Demonata's universe.
Every time we cast a spell, we use a bit of demonic energy. I guess it makes us look like them sometimes. This was just the first time I noticed it.
Junie nods, understanding. Then out of nowhere she says,
Dervish is going to ask me to move in.
Oh? I blink.
I don't know if I should.
She looks worried.
This has taken me by complete surprise. Maybe I need to slow things down, stay away for a while, give us all some space and time.
I stare at her clumsily. I can't think of anything to say. I know nothing about stuff like this. After a few seconds, Junie laughs and lays a hand on my knee.
Sorry, I don't expect you to decide for me. I just needed to say it out loud. I mean, Dervish likes you. Really likes you. I think you should say yes. You wouldn't mind?
She asks softly.
No. You're sure?
Her fingers tighten on my knee.
Since I got involved with Dervish, I've noticed a change in your response to me. I wasn't sure you approved of our relationship. I thought you didn't like me, that you didn't want me to. No, I interrupt. That's crazy. No, smiling now. It's been strange having you here, but I'm not against it. Honest. I'd like it if you moved in.
Junie smiles blazingly.
You don't know how glad I am to hear that.
She leans over and kisses my cheek. My blush darkens and spreads. She tweaks my nose, then gets up.
Come on,
she says, heading for the door.
Dervish will be back soon. We ordered extra in case you wanted any. You can help me prepare some plates.
Following her down the stairs, grinning to myself, delighted to find that I truly don't mind if she comes to live with us, figuring crowded might not be such a bad thing for this hollow old house. Late Sunday. Junie was right. Dervish asked her last night if she'd come live with us. She agreed, but said it would have to be for a trial period. They'll see how they get on, and if things don't work, she'll move out again. She made the big switch today. Didn't have much to bring. She's moved around a lot this year, living out of a suitcase. She had a house once, but sold it when she accepted the movie job with Davida Haim. She's been living in hotels since then. Says she has bits and bobs in storage which she can fetch later, but there's no urgency. Dervish is like a child at Christmas. When Junie left to check out of her hotel this morning, he spent the time polishing and cleaning, making sure everything would be shiny and perfect when she returned. He's been dancing around the house like a pantomime fairy, whistling, sometimes singing out loud. Give me strength. They're in bed now. It's nearly 2 a.m. They've probably been asleep for hours, but I can't nod off, worrying about lycanthropy, magic, Junie moving in and how that's going to change things, Locke, Rainey, the tramp. I forgot to tell Dervish about him. I get up and dress, pad downstairs and let myself out, start walking, then jogging. Soon I'm running, breathing hard, breath turning to mist on the cool night air. I develop a stitch. Ignoring it, I run until it feels as if my stomach is on fire. Finally, I stop and bend over, panting like a thirsty dog. When I can breathe normally, I set off again, but only jogging this time, pacing myself. It's hard to jog at night. The forest is dark around me, have to be careful where I put my feet. But I'm not afraid. The sounds and smells of the night don't scare me. I'm safe here, on home turf. I jog without direction, simply enjoying the exercise, letting my feet guide me, not keeping track of my route, confident I can find my way back. Then I round a patch of briars and spot scatterings of rocks and earth. I'm at the entrance to the cave. I stop and squint suspiciously. Dervish hasn't had time to fill in the hole. He stuck a crate down it and covered it with soil and small stones so nobody would fall down into the cave, but that's as far as he got. I approached the hole cautiously, wondering if I've been drawn here by some external force, or if it's just coincidence. I listen closely for whispers, but I can't hear anything. Can't sense anything either. No magical warmth within, or feeling that I'm being summoned. I stop at the edge of the hole and stare down into darkness, thinking about Locke. It seems so long ago that we were messing about here, dreaming of Lord Sheftry's buried treasure. Everything was simple then.
You don't recognize the good times in life until it all goes bad, and you look back and see how lucky you were, how easy you had things. I wonder where Locke is now, if there's an afterlife, what it's like if there is. Is he sitting on a cloud, plucking at the strings of a harp, wrestling with angels, being waited upon by beautiful women? Does he know the answers to all the questions in the universe? Has he come back as somebody else or as an animal? Or is there nothing when you die? I know people have souls, but do they vanish into oblivion when the body shuts down? Is life the start and finish of all that we are? Is Locke—
You're out late.
A voice behind me. I whirl and spot the tramp, half hidden by shadows, watching me with a little smile that's hard to distinguish behind the tangled bush of his beard. "Who are you?" I shout. "Why are you following me?" The tramp steps forward, and I get my first good look at him. Dark skin, but I think the colour's more to do with dirt than flesh pigment. Black hair streaked with patches of grey and white. Small build, cracked fingernails, but not caked with dirt as you'd expect, clean as a surgeon's. Small eyes, blue or grey.
You should be asleep,
the tramp says. A deep voice, hard to place the accent. "Who are you?" I growl again, looking for something to defend myself with. The tramp walks past me to the edge of the hole, stares down, the same way I was staring moments before.
A grave, fit for a king,
he murmurs, then looks at me and smiles crookedly.
Have anyone in mind for it?
"Who are you?" I ask for the third time, but my voice is trembling now. This is no ordinary tramp. There's something powerful and dangerous about him. The tramp doesn't answer my question. Instead, he looks up at the sky, at the moon.
Won't be long now,
he says casually, then skirts the hole and walks off, not looking back, disappearing into the cover of the forest within seconds. I stay where I am for a minute, shivering, then bolt for home to wake Dervish, the hell with his beauty sleep, and tell him about the mysterious, ominous stranger. Almost back at the mansion, ready to scream myself hoarse about the tramp, when I slow, frown, and pause. Maybe Dervish already knows. The tramp knew who I was. I'm pretty sure he knew about the cave too, and what happened there. And he definitely knew about the moon and what it's doing to me. That was clear by his mocking tone. If he was a servant of Lord Loss, that would have been the perfect place to ambush me. I was alone. I didn't know he was there until he spoke. He could have clubbed me over the head or injected me with a sleeping drug, but he didn't. So I doubt he's in league with the Demon Master. If that's the case, he could only have known all those things if he'd been told, and Dervish is the only one who could have told him. Flashback. Dervish's study. Him on the phone. Checking afterwards. Finding the black folder with the numbers and names. Figuring. The tramp must be one of the lambs. A scout sent to keep an eye on me. Dervish promised to summon a magician to help, but instead he called in the lambs to be safe in case I turn and he can't handle me alone. The tramp has been shadowing me ever since, ready to move quickly if needs dictate. I enter the house and creep up the stairs. I don't wake Dervish or ask him about the tramp. Just undress and crawl into bed, cold, stiff, terrified, alone.
A secret shed.
Everything's a blur. School, chatting with my friends, playing happy families with Dervish and Junie. Life goes on as normal around me, and I take part the way I always have. But I'm not fully there. Always thinking about the moon, the cave, the tramp, Dervish possibly scheming behind my back, waiting for the change to hit, going to bed tense every night, lying in the dark, wondering if this is when I'll turn, stiffening whenever one of my fingers twitches or my stomach growls, terror when my lips lift back over my teeth in a wolf-like snarl, then relief when I realize I'm only yawning.
I discuss some of it with Dervish, but I'm reluctant to share everything. The more I think about it, the more positive I am. He called in the lambs. I resent him for that. There's no real reason to. It's not like he's washing his hands of me. I'm sure he'll be extra careful, that he won't let them act unless I'm beyond saving. But why summon them so soon? He didn't with Billy. He kept them in the dark, dealt with it himself while there was still hope. I was sure he'd act the same way with me. Of course, I'm different. We can't work the Lord Loss angle anymore. Dervish didn't call the lambs in last time because he planned to fight for Billy's humanity. If he won, Lord Loss would have cured Billy. If he lost, they'd have both been slaughtered by the demon master. Either way, no need for the lambs. I'm not that lucky. There's no get-out clause in my case. Also, there's the magic. Dervish can deal with a werewolf, but perhaps not one with magical powers. Maybe he's scared, isn't sure what I'll be capable of when I turn, doesn't feel he can handle me solo, wants the security of backup. Perfectly logical if he does. I can't blame him for that. But even so, I feel betrayed, and the feeling won't go away. I should talk with him, tell him I know he called in the lambs, discuss my disappointment, give him the chance to explain. But I don't. Afraid to bring the subject out into the open, like when I first became aware of the magic inside me and kept it secret. Ludicrously hoping that I'm wrong about the tramp, that things aren't at such an advanced stage, that I can still be saved, figuring if I don't talk about it, maybe it will go away. Grubs Grady. Human ostrich. A week to go. Today, at lunch, when we're alone, Rainey asks if anything is wrong. I haven't been paying her the kind of attention she expects. She wants to know if I've lost interest, if I'm seeing or thinking about somebody else. She puts it lightly, tries to make a joke of it, but I can see the suspicion and hurt in her eyes. I lie, say things are the same as always, make excuses, tell her there's a lot of confusion in my life. Locke dying, not that I put it so bluntly, Junie moving in with Dervish. I even mention exams and the future, pretending I'm worried about the direction I'm taking. She buys it, thinks I'm going through a mid-teen crisis, that it's nothing to do with her, willing to wait for my mood to improve, confident I'll be back looking to put the moves on her once I sort through my problems, never guessing that they might be the ripping her throat open with my teeth type of moves, if I turn into a werewolf next weekend. Walking home slowly, watching for the tramp. I've caught glimpses of him since that night at the cave, hanging around school, on the streets of Carchery Vale, once in the trees across from my bedroom window. But he's kept at a safe distance. No follow-up contact. Slips away if I try to approach. I'm surprised he even spoke to me that once. Maybe it was an accident. Late at night, standing guard in the forest at the scene of a tragedy. Perhaps the mood affected him, and he spoke without meaning to. I'm sure even the executioners of the lambs are prone to human slip-ups every now and then. Thinking about the tramp and the lambs as I let myself in, wondering how they kill the werewolves. I imagine it's clinical and undramatic, probably a powerful poison injected humanely. But I can't help playing out shock horror scenes, hordes of lambs dressed as tramps surrounding me, attacking me with machetes and clubs, a slow, humiliating, painful death. "Grubs," Dervish calls as I'm heading up the stairs, disrupting my train of morbid thoughts. "Could you come see me when you're ready?" "Sure." Up to my room, toss my bag into a corner. Out of my uniform swiftly, into jeans and a baggy sweater seconds later, jog back down in my socks to find Dervish and Junie sitting on one of the couches in the TV room, looking edgy and stern. I take a seat, wary. I look at them and they stare at me. A long, ragged silence. Then Dervish speaks quickly. "I've told Junie about you, about us, the family curse, what's been happening with you recently." I blink slowly and glance at Junie. Can't tell what she's thinking, wearing her most enigmatic counselor's face. "I thought long and hard about this," Dervish says, leaning forward. "It would have been easy to ask Junie to go away next weekend and keep her out of the loop. Easy and safe." He looks at her. She smiles briefly and lays a hand on his. "But we need her help. I don't know why, but you've stopped talking to me. This last week or two you've been withdrawn, moody, sullen. Maybe it's just fear. But I think there's more to it. You've cut me out as if you have issues with me, and that's not good. I need to know what you're thinking and feeling. I can't help you if I don't know what's going on inside your head. You think Junie can open me up? I say stiffly. Stick me on a couch, get into my brain, worm out the truth. Maybe, Dervish mutters.
We only have your best interests at heart, Junie says. This is a troubled time for you. Dervish wants to help. I do too. If you have problems with your uncle, or with me, you should lay them out in the open. Or if it's something you don't want to discuss with Dervish, perhaps you can tell me in private.
Patient to counsellor, I sneer.
If you like,
she says calmly.
I'd rather talk informally as a friend, but if you prefer, we can do it professionally with the guarantee of confidentiality.
I don't mind, Dervish says. I just want to help you survive the next week. If I've upset you and you don't want to tell me about it, fine. But you don't have to cut Junie out. Surely you can talk with her if not with me.
What if there's no problem? I mumble.
What if I'm just scared to death that I'm going to turn into a werewolf and don't feel like talking about it?
That would be entirely understandable, Junie says. But unless you're sure that's the case, you should discuss it with someone. Talking about your fears can be a highly positive experience. You know that, Grubbs. You're not an innocent child. Going through this alone is a bad call.
Especially as you might not even be going through it, Dervish says. I look at him with a raised eyebrow. You mightn't be turning. Junie thinks... He stops and looks at her.
Just because people in your family are victims of a disease which alters their bodies, I refuse to refer to them as werewolves, since that's a hysterical term, it doesn't mean you are going to change, Junie says. From what you've described, it sounds as if you're in trouble, but it's by no means certain. This might be a mental problem, not a physical one. You think I'm imagining things? I growl. Perhaps, Junie says. The mind can play tricks on the most ordinary people, and you're far from ordinary. To come through what you have, to see so much of the world and other worlds at such a young age, to lose your loved ones in a grisly fashion, then fight for your brother's life. What happened to us in Slaughter? Your resilience amazes me. You're one of the strongest people I've ever met, and I'm not saying that to stroke your ego. You're incredible, Grubbs.
I smile crookedly, blushing, tears coming to my eyes. Part of me wants to leap up and hug her. Another part wants me to wave her compliment away and act cool. In the end, I just carry on smiling, blushing, and crying lightly.
But even the strongest of us has a breaking point, Junie says. Maybe Locke was yours. Or perhaps there's something else, a small upset you're not even aware of. It's possible you're turning, but it's also possible you're not. I want to try and find out. In a week we'll know for definite, but we can cover a lot of ground in a week. It could make a real difference if you're wrong about the change.
And if I'm right? I ask tightly. Junie beams.
We'll just have to fire a silver bullet through the middle of your forehead.
I laugh loudly. Dervish does too. My sense of humour's rubbing off on her. Dervish chuckles proudly.
You say that like it's a good thing. Boys, Junie tuts. Let's not get sidetracked. Grubbs, will you accept my offer of help? Talk with me privately if you have something you don't want to say to both of us. Accept me as a counselor, if not a friend.
I almost blurt it out and tell them I know about the lambs, which is why I've been so surly. But that would mean a confrontation with Dervish, admitting to his face that I feel he betrayed me. I can't do that, not after all the good things he's done for me. If I'm wrong, it would hurt him to hear me speak that way. So I take Junie up on our offer, lower my head to hide my thoughts, and mutter,
Yeah, talking with you sounds good. Thank you,
Junie says. Nice one, Dervish adds. And we pretend for a while that everything's fine, and all our problems have been solved. Long talks with Junie at school in the day and at home in the evenings. Not just about Locke. We cover all kinds of ground. My past, parents, Gret, Lord Loss, the Institute, life with Dervish, Bill E. changing into a werewolf, Slaughter. All the things we didn't discuss before, when she was only interested in helping me deal with Locke's death. We spend a lot of time on magic, the buzz of energy I sometimes feel in my gut, what I've done with it, my mindset when the magic was flowing through me. With Dervish's permission, Junie runs some tests, trying to tap into my magical core to find out what's going on inside, what I might be capable of doing. But she comes up blank. If the magic's still there, it's buried too deep for her to find. She also spends a lot of time researching the Demonata, pumping Dervish for information, finding out all she can about them. She's especially hot on Lord Loss. If he's able to cure our lycanthropic curse, she doesn't see why we shouldn't be able to do it too. We're not powerful enough, Dervish tells her.
Maybe it's just a matter of knowing the right spells,
Junie suggests. I don't think so, he says. If that was the case, Bartholomew Garadex would have discovered them. He was dogged in his determination to end the curse, but he got nowhere by himself. It takes a demon master to overturn the spell.
But...
No, Dervish insists. Bartholomew was the world's most powerful magician of the last couple of centuries. If he wasn't able to do it, none of us can. We'd be wasting our time if we went down that avenue.
What if we tried Lord Loss? She asks. Maybe you're wrong about him not accepting the chess challenge again.
No, Dervish laughs shortly. That isn't an option.
But if he's the only one who can turn Grubbs back,
Junie persists. It's not an option, Dervish says again, firmly. End of discussion. I'm enjoying my time alone with Junie. She's different than when she was merely counselling me. Magic is her thing, what really interests her. She's more open when we're talking about spells and demons. She lets her guard down and stops treating me like a patient. Sometimes it seems we talk more about her and magic than we do about me and my problems, but that's fine. She still sees Billy and some of my friends in her professional capacity, but not as much as before. She's due to finish at our school at the end of the week. Misery's not returning, but he's been replaced by another counsellor. Junie's done what she set out to. Time to move on to another job, another challenge. But she's not thinking about that until after the weekend. First, she wants to see what happens to me when the full moon rises. Thursday. Testing for magical potential again. In the TV room, Dervish is in the kitchen, keeping out of the way. Junie's trying something new. Up to this point, she's probed carefully, gently, just scratching the surface. Tonight, she wants to go deeper.
Relax,
she says, standing behind me as I squat on a stool.
Clear your mind.
She puts her hands on my head.
I'm going to provoke you.
Her fingers slide to my neck, and her nails scratch the flesh there, lightly.
I'm going to pick and poke at your flesh while I jab magically at you.
It will be more irritating that way.
I'm hoping something will stir within you in response, drive me out and stop me hurting you.
Hurting? I repeat uneasily.
Don't worry.
I sense her smile.
I won't really hurt you. Trust me.
She massages my shoulders. At first it's nice, but then she digs her thumbs in, works her way down my arms, pinching, scratching. Nothing too severe, just irritating, like she said. She mutters spells while she works. I feel magic seep into me, a weird sensation beneath my skin. It's like having a dead leg, only I'm itchy all over. Minutes pass. Junie works, down my back, my chest, my legs. Very prickly now, twitching and jerking, wishing she'd stop, wondering if I should say something or just grit my teeth and bear it. Finally, when I'm on the point of calling it quits, she releases me.
Nothing,
she says, sounding disappointed. She puts a couple of fingers on my left cheek.
You can open your eyes.
As I blink my eyes open, I catch her looking at me. A strange look, as if she thinks I'm lying and disapproves of me. There's even a shade of hostility in it. It was definitely there before, I tell her as she takes her fingers away.
I'm sure it was,
she says, the suspicious look disappearing. Maybe it will come back tomorrow or the next night, when the moon... I nod towards the window where the curtains keep out the light of the almost full globe.
Perhaps,
she says.
Magic is certainly affected by lunar movements. Most mages experience a surge of extra energy around the time of a full moon. But it's strange for you not to be showing any signs.
She sits beside me, brings a hand up and ruffles my hair, smiles fondly, then whispers,
Tell me your secret. The thing you won't talk to Dervish about. I haven't asked before and I won't ask again if you don't answer, but I think you want to reveal it. Mouth dry, heart beating hard. I wasn't going to tell her. I meant to keep it secret, but now that she's asked, I realize she's right. I want to share it with her. Hell, I'm suddenly longing to spill the beans. He called the lambs, I croak. Lambs? She frowns. What have sheep to do with this? No, family executioners, the lambs. When one of us turns, if the parents can't bear to keep them alive but can't kill them by themselves, the lambs do it. Oh, I remember. The Dream and Slaughter. Their laboratory. A frown deepens. You think Dervish summoned them? That he's plotting against you? Not plotting, I mutter. But if I turn and he can't control me, I think he wants them to kill me. He said he was going to ask a magician for help, but he didn't. He called in the lambs instead, and that's, not fine. But I know why he did it. I just wish he'd waited or told me he was summoning them. He hasn't told you? No. Then how do you know? I explain about his conversation on the phone, the black folder, the tramp. She asks me to describe the tramp, but I can only give her a very general description. You're certain he's a lamb? She asks dubiously. Pretty sure. He never said? No. But he's been hounding me. I've seen him outside this house and at the cave. We've told her about the cave. How Locke really died. Dervish took her there to get a sense of it. One magical whiff of the place and she agreed he'd done the right thing, that it needed to be hidden from the world. Why would he be following me if he wasn't one of the lambs? I ask. There are all sorts of people in the world, Junie says. Some follow boys for dark, but very human reasons. I know. I shift uncomfortably. But it'd be an awful coincidence, this tramp taking an interest in me at this precise time. I sometimes think the world runs on coincidences. Junie pats my hand. Don't worry about the tramp. I'll keep an eye out for him, and I'll do a bit of work on Dervish and find out if he really contacted the lambs. You won't tell him what I said, will you? I ask, alarmed, not wanting him to think I've been bad-mouthing him behind his back. I'll be discreet, Junie vows, and gets up to leave. Junie, I stop her, when you find out, if he did call them in, will you tell me the truth? A long pause, then. Do you really want to know? Yes. You can handle it if he did? Yes. She smiles and touches my cheek again. You're so brave, she whispers, then draws the fingers away. I'll tell you what I find out. I promise. No lies. You can trust me always, Grubs, about everything. Even if you can't trust Dervish.
End of Disc 4. Disc 5.
Shake, dog, shake. The shakes. Bad. Dervish and Junie keep me pressed down on the bed, talking constantly, wiping sweat from my face with a series of fresh towels, Junie muttering calming spells which don't make the slightest difference. Friday.
The night before the full moon. The sickness struck at school in the middle of physics. I had to rush for the toilet. Didn't make it. Was violently sick against the classroom door. Lots of cheers from the boys, gasps of disgust from the girls. Didn't stop to catch an earful from Mr. Clifford. Bolted for the toilet and spent the next 10 minutes hugging a hard plastic seat. Junie drove me home. I threw up twice into a bag along the way. I've had the dry heave since then, though Junie makes me drink lots of water, so sometimes I vomit clear, acidic liquid. You're going to be okay, Dervish lies, grasping my shoulders as I cry out in pain. It feels as if there's a second body growing within mine, forcing its way out.
I could try a sleeping spell,
Junie says. Don't be stupid, Dervish barks. The only reason he hasn't turned is because he's fighting so damn hard. He can't fight if he's asleep.
Sorry, I wasn't thinking. I just hate to see him in so much agony.
I scream hoarsely, sure my head is about to split down the middle, dimly aware of a heat in my stomach, the magical heat which was there last month. It's battling the wolf and change, keeping me human, denying the demands of the beast, unable to tell Dervish and Junie about it, incapable of speech, only screams. Later, the moon starting to dip, moments of quiet after hours of madness. The sheets of the bed are ripped in many places. Dervish is cut above his left eye, and both his cheeks are bruised.
Did I do that?
I groan. No, he deadpans, carefully pouring water down my throat. I walked into a wardrobe.
We thought we'd lost you,
Junie says, squeezing my hand. I've scratched her forehead, but it's not a deep cut.
The magic,
I gasp. Both of them pause.
Did you feel it?
No, Dervish says.
It was there. That's how I fought. Would have turned otherwise.
Junie? Dervish asks.
I sensed something, she says hesitantly. I wasn't sure if it was magic or the energy generated by the alteration. The werewolf.
I grin weakly.
Go on, say it, just once. There's no such creature,
Junie huffs. I start to reply, but pain strikes again, deep in my gut. I double over. The water comes up almost as quickly as it went down, hits Dervish hot in the face. He ignores it and pins me to the bed, talking fast again, trying to comfort me. His words only a dim murmur above my endless, wretched screams. The beast snarls and claws at my skin from the inside. It can't speak. It's a wild animal, but I can sense its feelings and translate them into words.
Release me,
it would demand if it could.
End the pain, set me free, become what you must. We can run as one and take the night.
No! I howl back, clubbing it down with fists of a magic I don't understand.
You can't deny me.
Get stuffed is my eloquent response. The internal battle rages on, but I have the sense that I'm winning. The pull of the moon is fading. The creature has lost the fight. But there's another night to come, and it will be stronger then. Perhaps too strong.
You can't deny me.
The beast hisses again from somewhere deep inside me, deeper than it should be.
This is what we are. It's our fate.
I'll choose my own fate, I mutter, staying on guard, ready to fight again if it launches a last-minute attack. But it doesn't. The sun is rising. The moon's losing its luster. I've won. For now. Wearily, sitting up, Dervish and Junie regard me suspiciously. Both exhausted, cut, bruised, and scratched in many places.
What happened to you two? I quip.
Now he gets cocky, Dervish growls. For the last 8 or 9 hours it's been screams and agony, hell on earth. But now, with the sun rising, you feel like you can joke, regardless of the agony you've put us through. We regard each other coolly, then laugh. We survived, I shout. You beat it, Dervish chortles, hugging me tight. Junie just smiles tiredly, watching us. When Dervish releases me, I collapse backwards and stare at the ceiling. How do you feel? Dervish asks. Or is that a stupid question?
No, I sigh. I don't feel so bad. Tired, but not as beat as you or Junie look. To tell the truth, I'm hungry. If you're expecting breakfast in bed, you're in for a nasty surprise, Junie snaps.
Dervish and I giggle. It was strange, I mumble, recalling my battle, especially the end when I imagined the beast speaking to me. Like I was wrestling with another person, a thing inside myself, but really wrestling like it was there physically. My body was a ring and there were two of us inside the ropes. It was the hardest fight of my life. No piece of cake for us on the outside either, Dervish says, touching his bruised cheeks. You put us through the ringer. I know you're a colossus in the making, but I wouldn't have credited you with that much strength. It would have been worse if the beast had won, I tell him quietly. I could feel it, so strong. Without the magic, it would have walked all over me, burst loose, torn into you. Tonight, when the moon's full... Don't think about that. We'll take this one fight at a time. Focus on the victory now. Deal with the next bout when we're faced with it. He stands, stretches, and groans. Go to bed, Junie smiles. You worked hard and took most of the blows. We both need to get a lot of sleep today, but you more than me. I'll be fine, Dervish says, then wobbles on his feet and almost falls. Junie steadies him, then says firmly, Bed. Yes, miss, Dervish sighs. You're coming? Soon. I want to sit with Grubs a while longer. Dervish leaves, rubbing the small of his back and groaning. Junie watches him go, then examines her wounds. Murmuring spells, she brushes her fingers over the light cuts on her arms. They heal swiftly, the flesh closing neatly, only the slightest lines of red giving away the fact that she'd been scratched at all. Neat trick. A useful spell. She works on her neck and face. It's no good on deep gashes, but it's perfect for little rips like these. Better than plasters or bandages. I'll tidy Dervish up later. Finishing, she turns her attention to me, wipes hair back from my eyes, heals the scratch on my forehead, rubs the flesh to make sure it's okay, then says softly, He was terrified. I was too, but not as much as Dervish. He really loves you. I know. He'd give his life for you if it would change anything. I stare at her silently. There are tears in her eyes. I instinctively know why she's saying this, defending him when there's no apparent need. He called the lambs, I whisper. She nods miserably. I got him to admit it. He didn't want to involve them, but if you turn, you have to be killed. He can't do that, not kill his own nephew. So as much as he hates them, it's okay, I tell her, forcing a weak smile. He didn't have a choice. I suppose, she sighs, lowering her gaze. I had a son once. I blink, not sure how to respond to this startling, unexpected confession. A darling boy, he was my world. Died in his sleep a few months before his 2nd birthday. A brain defect. There were no warning signs, nothing anybody could have done about it. She breaks down in tears. I pat her back clumsily, wishing I could wash her hurt away with words, feeling as useless as I've ever felt. Finally she regains control and wipes her cheeks dry. It almost destroyed me, she croaks. I survived, but only just. I became a child psychologist so I could be close to other children, ease my pain by helping them with theirs. She laughs hoarsely. I once said you were psychologically plain. Well, I'm an open book, too. Whenever anything goes wrong in my life, I hide behind work. Use it to haul myself out of whatever dark hole I've fallen into. She takes hold of both my hands and squeezes stronger than I imagined. When Dervish asked me to move in, I was delighted. Not just because I love him, but because it meant I could become a mother to you. She lets go of my left hand and strokes my cheek, smiling warmly. I've always wanted another son to mother, but it never quite worked out until now. The smile fades. She lets go of my other hand and stands. I won't abandon you, she says, her voice throbbing with surprising menace. I won't give you over to the lambs. Not unless there's no hope at all. I'll stand by you until the very, very end, even if Dervish doesn't. Then she's gone, leaving me to stare after her, jaw slack, senses whirring, not quite sure what to make of her fiercely supportive vow. A day of rest. We all sleep until early afternoon and lounge around after that. Junie's oddly distant, withdrawn and quiet. Doesn't look at me straight, or Dervish, almost as if she's ashamed of what she said, or is planning something and doesn't want us to know. Evening. The shakes again, throwing up everything I've eaten. I fight my vomitous body, sitting on the grass out back, taking the warm evening sun, determined to enjoy what might be my final sunset. Dervish and Junie are close by. Dervish asks if I want to go in. I shake my head. Don't want to abandon the outside world, afraid that once I do, that's it. Game on, game over, doomed. Billy rang earlier. Wanted to come over and hang out. Dervish made my excuses, said I'd caught a nasty bug, told Billy to stay away in case it was contagious. Billy wasn't suspicious. Why should he be? Thinking about my brother, wishing I'd told him about us. Dervish was right. I waited too long. I wanted to spare him the emotional rollercoaster ride of the truth, but I was wrong to stall. If I change tonight and the lambs exterminate me, he'll only think he lost a friend. He'll never know how close we really were. I consider phoning him, telling him the truth while I'm still capable of speech. But that would be lunacy. If I survive, beat this thing, or at least delay my transformation for a month, I can tell him then. Phoning now would be pointless. Worse, dangerous. He might come over, get in the way, fall victim to the blood-crazed beast I might by that stage have become. Do you still have the cage? I ask suddenly. Dervish stops talking to Junie and stares at me. The cage in the secret cellar, is it still there? He nods slowly. Put me in it. I thought my voice might quaver, but it holds firm. I stare at him unflinchingly. If you start to change, we can... He begins. No, I interrupt. Do it now, before I turn. I made a mess of you last night. I hurt Junie too. She was able to fix us up, but I'll be stronger tonight, wilder. Maybe I'll inflict damage she can't cure. Dervish is silent. He exchanges a look with Junie. That could be detrimental, Junie says softly. You believed in yourself last night. That belief gave you the strength to fight. If you allow yourself to be caged like an animal, perhaps you'll start thinking of yourself as one. You might stop believing. Stop fighting. I won't. It might be for the best, Dervish mutters. If he does turn, I'm not sure we can control him. You have drugs, Junie says. You can subdue him if you have to. Remember Mira? I say before Dervish can answer. When Billy changed, he got to her. Knocked her out before you could inject him, almost killed her. If that happens to Junie... Dervish's jaw stiffens. You're right. It has to be the cage. He takes Junie's hand. It doesn't mean we're giving up, we're just being safe. She nods reluctantly and looks at me. Her expression communicates the same thing that she promised earlier. Trust me. I'll stand by you, even if Dervish doesn't. I rise quickly. Best do it now. I take one last look at the sun. The moon will be up soon. I put my hands on my growling stomach. I can feel it. The cage, howling, screaming, battering the bars. Dervish and Junie on the other side, roaring encouragement, telling me I'm winning, calling to the human within, the one who's rapidly disappearing, giving way to something new, deadly, beastly. I fight, but it's much harder than last night. The beast is stronger. It assaults me without pause, snapping and growling, hurling itself against the ball of magic that is my only protection, ripping into it, howling bloody murder, hell-bent on breaking free to run wild and kill. I grip my head between my hands and scream, veins in my neck stretched, fingers curling inward into claws. I keep shouting my name, trying to hold on to my voice, but all that comes out is a jumbled snarl, and the light around me is changing, becoming darker, the shades more limited, colors fading to grey. Not going to turn! I bellow, having to fight for each word. I let go of my head, clutch the bars of the cage. Lock gazes with Dervish, then Junie. Not going to... The last word becomes an inhuman shriek.
That's right! Dervish shouts desperately. You won't turn! You're Grob's Grady! You'll win this fight! Grady's never lose!
Keep fighting!
Junie pleads. She puts her hands over mine. You can do it! I know you can! I fall away from the bars, shaking my head, roaring with pain. The beast cackles. The battle continues. Torment claims me whole. I've been fighting for hours. At least I think it's hours. Maybe it's just been minutes. Maybe I'm so far gone that I've lost track of time. Perhaps for me this night will last an age, never ending, an eternal fight between humanity and a force of wolf and evil. I slump on the floor, leaning against the bars of the cage, staring around with wide, wild eyes, seeing the main desk, the key to this cage, candles, books, a chess piece in one corner, left over from my last fight here. My skin feels like it's rippling. I want to let it. I'm tired. I can't go on.
You must.
A new voice. Not my own, and not the imagined voice of the beast. The voice of magic. It speaks quickly, softly, telling me we can beat this thing if we work together. It starts to explain how I can use it, the spells I need to cast, the words I must chant. But the beast picks that moment to yowl violently, filling my head with white noise, causing me to jam my hands over my ears and scream. When the noise passes, and I lower my hands, the voice of the magic is gone. Or is so quiet I can't hear it. I'm not alone. I still sense it's there, but I no longer feel like it can help me. I'm losing this battle. Maybe I've already lost and just don't know it yet. More fighting, pain, terror, another rare moment of rest and understanding. On the opposite side of the cage this time, but in the same slumped position as before. Dervish and Junie are crouched close by, telling me how well I'm doing, how proud they are. I'm going to win, I just have to ride it out. I turn my head a fraction and smile sadly at Dervish. Sorry, I croak. No, he snaps. You can't give up, you have to beat this thing. Sorry, I mutter again, head dropping, panting hard, crying, tears hot on my cheeks, not feeling like they're mine. He's slipping from us, Junie says. She sounds much calmer than my uncle. No, Dervish barks. I won't let him. We have to... Quiet, Junie commands. But we can't. We won't. She reaches in and tilts my head back. It takes a few seconds, but my eyes finally focus. She's studying me coolly. He's losing concentration. We have to help him regain it, jolt him back into action, and spur him on to fight. How? Dervish asks tightly. A spell. One to act on the magic within him. It will be like injecting him with adrenaline. Only it's magic we'll inject into, not flesh. What spell? Dervish growls. I don't know any. I've been preparing one, Junie cuts in, just in case. She looks away from me and trades gazes with Dervish. It's dangerous. If it doesn't cure him, it will kill him. I didn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. I still won't, not unless he slips further and concedes more ground to the... werewolf. She smiles fleetingly as she says it. Then her expression firms again. I won't do it if you object, but I want you to know it's there if we need it. And I have to know if you'll consider letting me use it so I can finish preparing. Dervish looks lost, like he wants to cry. For a moment I don't think he's going to respond, but then with a wrenching effort he nods stiffly. But only if there's no other choice, he wheezes. Of course. Junie touches his cheek lovingly. You'll need to go to the house. If I proceed with the spell, there are things I'll need. What? Junie closes her eyes. A couple of seconds pass. She opens them again. Got it? Yes. Dervish laughs crazily. You'll have to teach me how to do that. Then he stumbles for the door leading to the wine cellar. Junie waits till he's gone, then hurries to the desk, grabs the key to the cage, and inserts it in the lock. What are you doing? I mumble, backing away from her as she opens the door and enters my lair. Get out! It's not safe! The lambs are outside, Junie says, stooping beside me, taking my hands, helping me to my feet. Dervish was in contact with them earlier. They have the house surrounded, ready to finish you off when Dervish gives the word. I shrug wearily. Maybe it's for the best. I can't be helped. No! Junie hisses and slaps my face. I won't let you sacrifice yourself. I don't believe you're lost. We can get through this, but only by thinking positively, only if you fight. Dervish doesn't understand. He called this wrong. He loves you, but he underestimates you. He doesn't know how strong you are. No. I'm weak. I can't fight anymore. I just want to let it happen. Simpler that way. I'm sick of all the pain. I don't care how sick you are, Junie snaps. Then her voice changes. I'm not doing this just for you. I want you to live for me, too. She grabs me by the front of my jumper, pulls me in close and kisses me. It starts innocently, the way my mum used to kiss me when I was little and woke up scared in the middle of the night. But then it changes into something deeper, and I kiss her back, the way I kissed Rainey when we played Spin the Bottle. The beast within me howls as we kiss. The magic surges and seethes. Around us, the bars of the cage turn red, then crack and melt, tumbling away. The roof of the cage falls upon us. I swat it aside with a single powerful hand. Junie releases me. She's breathing hard. Run, Grubs, she says, eyes bright, cheeks flushed. Get away from the lambs. Go to the cave. Wait for me there. The cave? But if I turn... You won't, she vows, and kisses me again, quickly this time. Go! Without thinking, I bolt. Leaping over the bubbling bars of the cage, I race to the other exit, the one that leads away from the house. I tear the door open and flee up the stairs. Junie cheers encouragingly behind me, then laughs, her laughter trailing me, staying with me, comforting me, urging me on. The top of the stairs, the way ahead blocked by a pair of doors, locked from the other side by chains, covered by a sheet of corrugated iron. I pause for the briefest of seconds, then set my right shoulder to the doors and thrust sharply. The chains snap, the doors explode open, the sheet of iron flies clear. I emerge into moonlight, standing in the open, chest rising and falling rapidly, staring around, seeing the world with eyes 1/3 human, 1/3 animal, 1/3 magic, picking out shapes, even if they're hidden from direct sight by trees or the house. 9, 10, 11, 12, the dirty dozen, but not dirty enough to hold Grubs Grady, uber escapee. The beast in me wants to attack, rip them open, teach them not to mess with the grubster. But tempting as that thought is, I push it away and break for the forest instead. There are 3 members of the lambs back here. The unexpected shattering of the doors stunned them, but they recover quickly. Their training kicks in and they move to intercept me. Large men with clubs, stun guns, nets, rifles. Halt! One of them shouts, aiming a rifle. I snarl at his gun and it turns bright red. He screams and tries to throw it away, fails because it's burnt into his flesh and welded itself to the bones in his hand. The second lamb rushes me, tries to bring me down with a rugby tackle. I grab him as he leaps, spin him round in the air, then slam him down hard, knocking him out. A perfect wrestling move. Locke would be proud. If I had time, I'd pin him for a 3 count. But, as powerful and playful as I feel, I can't linger. If the rest of the lambs converge, things might not go so smoothly. I think I could take them all on and beat them, but it would be stupid to put myself to the test. The third of the rear guard has fumbled out a walkie-talkie and is barking into it. I growl in his direction. Metallic claws sprout from the hard plastic and dig into the flesh and bones of the lamb's face. Roaring with shock and pain, he tries jerking the walkie-talkie loose, but the claws have dug in too deep, wiring the device to his jaw. I leave the lamb stumbling around, screaming, tugging at the walkie-talkie, blood pouring from his ear and cheek. I race for the cover of the trees, moving swiftly, surely, feeling more alive than ever before. As I reach the forest, I spot the tramp standing nearby, watching me. I laugh at him. He saw what happened to the others and is too scared to tackle me. I think about turning his legs to jelly or setting his clothes on fire. But since he's not interfering with my escape, why bother? The spineless creep isn't worth the effort. I want to shout, "So long, sucker!" But my vocal cords are twisted and words won't form. I settle for a mock salute instead. He stares back silently, face impassive. Then I'm gone, sheltered from the moon and hidden from the remaining lambs by the trees. Running with the ease of a wolf, fast and slick, leaving no trail for anyone to follow. Heading for the cave and my reunion with Junie.
Savage.
For a couple of minutes, I feel like a superhuman. Legs of steel, iron lungs, running faster than any normal person ever ran, obliterating records. Where are the Olympic judges when you need them? But then I slow. Pain sweeps through me. I stumble. The beast snarls, writhing on the cold, hard forest floor, sobbing, trying to fight. I raise my head and try. Next thing I know, I'm in the hole that leads to the cave, tugging at the crate which Dervish left there, ripping it to splinters, clambering down into the dark abyss. Part of me hesitates, grateful to still be human, eager to reach the safety of the cave, happy to wait for Junie, but remembering Dervish's warning. This cave is dangerous, a place of evil magic. Perhaps I should... In the cave. I'm howling, the howls echoing eerily. With an effort I make myself stop and the echoes die away. Then, all I can hear is the waterfall and the super-fast beating of my overworked heart. How long have I been unconscious, howling, the beast thinking it had won, only for me to somehow scrap my way back and regain control? Impossible to tell, but it doesn't feel like a lot of time has passed. The dark is absolute. It scares me. The feeling of invulnerability and supremacy which drove me through the cordon of lambs has passed. The magic's still there, and so is the beast. But mostly it's just me now, human and cold, alone in the dark, thinking with horror how close I came to killing the 3 lambs, hoping I didn't hurt them too much, wondering if I did the right thing by running. I slide to the floor and huddle my knees to my chest, clasping them tight, trying to see something, anything through the darkness, remembering Junie's kiss with confusion and shame, wondering what prompted it, or if I just imagined the adult passion. What I definitely didn't imagine. She said she'd stand by me even if Dervish gave up. She set me free and promised to meet me here. It's wrong. Her intentions were good, but we shouldn't be doing this. I should have stayed and took what I had coming, let Dervish handle the situation the way he thought best. He knows more about these matters than Junie or me. I've passed a fatal point, split from Dervish, crossed swords with the lambs, made a pact with Junie that's cut me off from everybody else. What if she doesn't come? What if she changes her mind and leaves me here? What if... A light. I start to rise, thinking it's Junie. But then I see that it's coming from the wall of the cave, close to where the waterfall flows, just to the left of the crack I created in the rock. A strange, soft light, not of natural origin. It comes from within the wall, circular but jagged around the rim, and in the center, forcing its way out of the rock and into shape, the girl's face I saw when Locke died. The jaw, cheekbones, and forehead bulge outwards, illuminated by the light. The face looks like a cross between rock and flesh, neither one nor the other, but a splice of the two. When it's jutting out as far as it can, I can see the tips of its ears, the eyes open. A moment later, the lips move. She speaks with urgency, words tripping off her tongue. I can tell it's important. Her need to communicate something vital is clear, but I can't understand what she's saying. The language isn't like any I've ever heard. I don't know what you're saying, I moan, shaking my head helplessly. In response, she raises her voice and speaks even quicker than before, as if that will help. I can't understand you, I shout, losing my temper. Then the pain hits again. The beast howls. Magic flares. I sink to my knees, moaning. The girl's voice rises. She yells, harassing me, repeating the same sharp phrases over and over. But I couldn't make sense of her words the first time, and I can't make sense of them now. I want her to leave me alone. Stop! I groan, but she doesn't stop. Firmer this time, glaring at her, letting her see the anger in my eyes. I need peace and quiet if I'm to fight the beast and drive it back into its den. Doesn't she realize how hard this is, and that she's only making it harder? No, she doesn't. Or if she does, she doesn't care. She keeps on jabbering, voice rising, words coming faster and faster. Then a pair of hands grow out of the rock and she points at me accusingly, at the cave in general, at the crack in the rock. Shut up, I hiss, feeling the beast scrape the inside of my skull with its claws. I can't take it anymore. Stop it! Stop it! Stop!
With the final cry, I lunge to my feet, throw my hands wide, and scream. A sharp snapping sound. The crack beside the waterfall widens and lengthens. The girl's face and hands disappear, and the waterfall freezes. It turns to ice. A solid stretch of crystal from top to bottom, glistening beautifully, caught in full motion. An image no artist could ever hope to replicate. I stare at the ice, mesmerized. How the hell did I do that? Then the light where the girl's face was fades. I'm plunged into darkness again. Moments later, while my head's still spinning, I notice the glow of another light behind me. I turn, expecting the face again, but this is the flickering of a torch, and it's coming from overhead, from the shaft to the forest above.
Grubs!
Someone calls, the most welcome voice in the world. Junie! I cry, stumbling towards the spot where she'll enter the cave. Come quick! You'll never believe... Agony. A flash of total torment. The beast, closer to the surface than ever, incredibly powerful. The magic flares in response. The pair wrestle, spitting flames, fighting for possession of my body and soul. I collapse, screaming. Junie shouts my name again. The world dims around me. My thoughts go thin. I try to call and warn her to stay away, but it's too late. I go under. The beast drives me down. I vanish. Returning to my senses, indescribable relief. When I felt myself lose control that last time, I thought I was finished. No more Grubs Grady, lost forever, werewolf in command from this night till doomsday. It's good, delicious to be back. But relief fades as quickly as it swelled. I'm no longer in the cave. I'm in a house, and there's blood everywhere. A couple of mauled, gutted bodies on the floor. Junie stands across from me, beaten and bruised, bleeding freely from her arms, head, neck. She's facing me, talking rapidly, hands outstretched and making frantic gestures, trying to calm me down. I'm growling at her, my blood-stained fingers curled into fists, keeping her away from the corpses. Apparently the beast wanted them all for himself. I managed to stop growling and lower my hands. "Grubs?" Junie croaks nervously. "Is that you?" I cough, clear my throat and try again. "Yes."
Thank God.
She weeps, collapsing.
I thought you were going to kill me.
I'd never... I stop and look around. I know this house. And now that I look past the layers of blood, I know the people. Ma and Pa Spleen.
No!
I cry.
Not Billy! Tell me I didn't... Behind you.
Junie says through her tears. I turn slowly, expecting the worst, ready to rip my own heart out if I've killed my brother. But he's alive, lying on his stomach, unconscious, bleeding from a blow to his head, but his body's moving with his breath. I go to him quickly, turn him over onto his back, make him comfortable, check that the cut to his head isn't serious.
You changed,
Junie moans.
I couldn't stop it. I thought I could tap into the magic of the cave and help, but you became a monster and tried to kill me. I managed to ward you off, quenched the light, hid in the darkness, masked my smell using magic. Then you left. I tracked you here. You burst in before I arrived, killed the old pair. You would have killed Billy too, but I fought and stalled you. I don't think I could have held you off much longer if you hadn't turned back when you did.
She breaks down. I stare at her, then at Billy, then at the butchered Ma and Pa Spleen. I never liked them. They were cranky, selfish busybodies, always interfering, trying to keep Billy and me apart. But they didn't deserve this. Ripped to pieces in their own home by a savage animal of the night.
What have I done?
I cry, sinking to the floor, burying my head in my hands.
I killed them. I'm a murderer. No,
Junie sobs, crawling across, trying to prise my hands away.
It was the beast. The werewolf. You didn't do this, Grubs. It wasn't your fault. Of course it was!
I scream, head shooting up.
I knew what was happening. I knew I had to be locked up. Well, I could... do if unleashed. I should have stayed in the cage and let the lambs slaughter me. Don't say that, Junie pleads. It's true, I cry. I should be dead now, not the spleens. It should be... I stop, frowning. But why did I come here? Why pick on them and Billy? You didn't like them, Junie reminds me. But I didn't hate them, and Billy's my best friend. Why? Does it matter? She interrupts sharply. You were jealous of Billy, or you wanted to kill his grandparents, or the beast just came to somewhere it knew, to a familiar place it stole from your memories. It could have been your home, school, another friend's house. It happened to be here. What of it? Just be glad you regained consciousness before... She can't continue. I pat Junie's head as she cries. The tears have dried in my own eyes. I'm staring at the dead bodies again, but calmly, detached, knowing what must be done. Phone Dervish, I tell Junie. Give him our position. Ask him to bring the lambs. I won't fight. They can have me. I'll surrender. No, Junie gasps. They'll kill you. They'll exterminate me, I correct her. And that's what I need. This can't go on. I was wrong to run. A thought. Dervish doesn't know you helped me, does he? She shakes her head. I told him you broke out, that I tried to stop you but couldn't. He took off with the lambs to track you down. I stayed behind, then sneaked out once they'd gone. He doesn't know anything. Good. Forget about ringing him. I'll do it. Go home and clean yourself up. Say nothing about this to him. You don't have to be involved. You don't know what you're saying. Yes, I do. This has gone far enough. Too far. I killed tonight. Whether it was me or the beast doesn't matter. We both know that if I carry on, I'll kill again. That can't happen. I won't allow it, so go. Thanks for everything. But I'm past helping. I reach for my phone and start tapping in numbers. Junie gently takes the phone from me. Come away with me, she whispers. We'll go where nobody can find us, where you can't hurt anybody. What are you talking about? I frown, trying to get the phone back. We'll run, she hisses, holding the phone out of reach. She stopped crying. Sounds more like her old self. I can imagine her brain whirring behind her eyes. Head for somewhere secluded and remote. When the next full moon comes, we'll go up a mountain or into a cave. I'll tie you up and sedate you with magic and drugs to make sure you can't kill anyone. I'll only set you free when the moon has passed. We'll stay in that place and carve out new lives for ourselves. Keep the world safe from you. From the beast. You're fantasizing, I sigh. It wouldn't work. You saw what I did to the cage. I'd escape and kill again. No, she insists. I can control you. I'm sure I can. And if I change forever the next time? I ask. If the beast takes over? Then I'll do what the lambs tried to do tonight, she vows. Takes my hand and squeezes. Don't doubt my conviction. If I have to kill you, I will, regardless of how much that would hurt me. But I don't want to harm you if I don't have to. I still believe you can be saved. The werewolf should have taken you over tonight, but it didn't. You fought it and won. You can win again. I'm sure you can. If I'm wrong, if you lose, her jaw goes firm. So be it. But we have to try. Life's too precious to throw away needlessly. I don't know. I look at the bodies again. At Billy. The risks. There'll be none, she promises, standing and pulling me up. We'll leave immediately and find a place where you can't hurt anyone. I hesitate, torn between knowing the right thing to do and wanting to live. If not for yourself, Junie says softly, do it for me. I love you, Grubs. Please, stay alive. For me. I don't know what to say. I want to go with her. But the beast, the magic, the murders. I open my mouth, meaning to ask for the phone again, making up my mind to act bravely, selflessly, for the welfare of those I care about. But what comes out is a weak, okay, but you have to promise to keep me away from people, and if necessary you'll stop me the next time any way you can. Junie crosses her heart and smiles. I promise. She goes to the back door and opens it, then pushes me ahead of her out into the night. I stumble through the doorway meekly,
silently cursing myself for my cowardice, head low, crying again. Once I'm out, Junie quietly closes the door on the bloodshed and carnage, leaving Bill E. sleeping, to awaken later in the morning, to horror and chaos.
Fly me to the moon.
Junie finds a car parked close by. She mutters a quick spell and the doors open. Another spell and the engine fires. She smiles at me through the window and nods for me to get in. Sitting numbly beside her as she drives, thinking about the last 12 hours, studying the blood caked to my hands, wondering if Billy saw me kill his grandparents, if he recognized me behind the mask of the beast. If not, will Dervish tell him? Will he hate me or understand? I think hate. If I was in his shoes, I'd despise the monster who let this happen. No excuses, no forgiving. Running away is wrong. I've killed Billy's grandparents, let Junie wreck her relationship with Dervish, and now, what? Drive off into the sunrise, find a sweet little cottage where we can settle down and live happily ever after? Play a warped mother and son game? Let Junie tie me up like a rabid animal every time the moon grows round? Madness. I should call an end to it now, make Junie stop, hand myself over to Dervish, accept what I have coming. But instead I sit quietly, staring at the blood or out the window. I try to tell myself I'm doing it because of Junie, that I don't want to hurt her. But that's a lie. I'm running because I'm terrified of being killed. I don't want to let myself be executed, even though I know for the safety of everyone I love that I should. The car comes to a stop. Junie leans back and sighs, massaging her temples, eyes closed. I look around. We're in a car park. Hundreds of cars, a roaring overhead. My gaze lifts and I see a plane come into land. It clicks. We're at an airport. Junie? I ask quietly. Yes, she says, not opening her eyes. What are we doing here? We have to get out. They'd find us if we stayed. We need to go somewhere they can't track us. Fly far, far away. It might take 3 or 4 flights before we're really safe. But I don't have a passport. Luggage, clothes, money. Junie lowers her hands, opens her eyes and smiles twistedly. You want to go back to pack a suitcase? Of course not, but how? She rubs her fingers together. Magic. Inside the airport, nobody pays us any attention, even though we're bruised and cut all over, covered in blood. A masking spell, not that difficult to perform. Even Billy's able to cast a lesser masking spell, one of the first tricks any wannabe mage learns. Junie sends me to the bathroom to get cleaned up, says she'll meet me by the main departures board in 15 minutes, tells me to be careful not to talk to anyone. Staring at my reflection in the mirror, eyes dark and ravaged, the hopeless expression of the lost, the damned. Dervish has often said I'm a natural survivor, able to wriggle out of any sticky situation. But sometimes it's not worth wriggling free. What's the point of being alive if you have to live with memories and guilt as crushing as this? I run hot water and splash it over my face, washing away the worst of the blood. The sink's soon a streaky, pinkish mess. I squirt liquid soap into my hands, clean around the sink, then set to work on myself, scrubbing my hair, taking off my jumper and t-shirt, throwing them into a bin, washing my upper body and arms. I should get rid of my trousers too, but I don't like the idea of wandering around in just my boxers. Crazy, considering all that's happened, but some habits are hard to break. Waiting for Junie, nervous, shivering not from cold but shock, wanting to call this off, wanting her to take charge, be a responsible adult, talk me into giving myself up. It's strange how she's acting more irrationally than me. I always assumed a mature adult could control themselves better than a child, regardless of the pressures. Junie's proving me wrong with every bad call she makes. Sorry I was so long, Junie says, popping up beside me, smelling of soap. She looks rough, but not desperate. Her eyes are no match for my wild pits of fear. Junie, this is crazy. We should... I begin, but she puts her fingers to my lips before I can continue. shakes her head lightly.
Just go with it, she whispers. I know it's wrong. I know what we should and would do if things were different, but they're not. So let's give ourselves over to madness and see where it takes us.
Before I can think of a suitable argument, she glances at the departures board, then leads me to one of the sales desks. I stand behind her as she requests 2 one-way tickets. No money exchanges hands. Instead, a quick spell and the sales assistant is smiling, handing Junie a pair of tickets, telling her where to check in, wishing her a safe flight and pleasant holiday. Queuing for check-in. I don't know where we're going. I wasn't paying attention at the sales counter. I think about asking Junie, but can't be bothered. What does it matter? We're probably just going to hop straight onto another plane at the next airport anyway, and another after that. Throw the lambs off our scent, keep moving until we're safe. We nudge forward. Soon we're at the front. Junie handles the practicalities. No passport? No worries. Not when you use a Junie Swan confusing spell, trademark. Just over an hour's wait once we breeze through security. We spend half of it shopping, replacing our ruined clothes and shoes. I suggest buying extra clothes to change into when these are dirty, but Junie says we can restock at the next airport. It'll give us something to do while we're waiting for our connecting flight. The new clothes feel stiff. The jumper itches, the trousers dig into my stomach, the shoes pinch. But I don't complain. A bit of discomfort is small punishment for the crimes I committed last night. Sitting on the hard airport chairs, Junie works healing spells, mending the worst of the damage I caused while on the rampage. Her fingers are gentle on my flesh, her voice soft in my ear, warmth as my cuts stitch themselves closed. Nice. We're called to board and shuffle on with the rest of the passengers. A large plane. We're 12 rows from the front, seats A and B. When nobody sits in 12C, Junie edges over just before takeoff, so we both have more room. She smiles at me as I stare out the window at the runway, glistening in the early dawn light. I catch her smile in the glass, turn and smile back. She holds out her hand and I take it.
All alone now, she says.
Yes.
I'm terrified, but strangely exhilarated.
Me too. I give a sickly grin, lying through my back teeth. I'm not the least bit excited, only scared, confused, and disgusted with myself for running. The engines howl, we're pressed back in our seats. Arrivederci, terra firma. Exhaustion kicks in before we reach cruising altitude. My eyelids flutter shut. My brain and body scream for sleep. I try denying myself the pleasure. I want to stay alert in case Junie needs me, but I'm fighting a losing battle.
It's okay, Junie says, touching my cheek. You can sleep. I'll watch over you.
But what if you... I mutter groggily.
I'll be fine, Junie says. We both will. Nothing can hurt us now. Not here.
She's right. We're thousands of meters above the earth and rising. The lambs can't touch us, not until we land. And with Junie's cunning, I doubt they'll catch us then either. No need for the unease I'm feeling. Better to give myself over to my body's demands and sleep, just for a few. Dreams of the cave. The girl's face, screaming at me, trying to communicate, to warn me, frustration in her expression as she realizes it isn't working. I want to understand her, if only to calm her down, but the words make no sense, even in my dream. Then her face changes. The voice stays the same, but it's Junie's face now. She leers at me, a look of vile hatred. It frightens me. I turn to run, but Ma and Pa Spleen are there. You stay away from our Billy, Pa Spleen says, blood gushing from the hole where the right side of his face used to be. We'll come back and haunt you if you don't, Ma Spleen adds, trying to jam some of her guts back into her stomach. Whirling away from them, stumbling for safety, I find Dervish sitting on a stalagmite, looking glum. You're a fool, he says sadly. I thought I taught you better. Running away never solved anything, especially when you don't know what you're running into. His face changes. He becomes a werewolf. Growls wickedly and leaps. I cringe away from him. Before he strikes, Junie appears and slides between us. She knocks Dervish flat. I rise, shaking, to thank her.
but when she turns, there's fire in her pink eyes. "Grubs," she says, and the word comes out garbled, ragged, as though the lips which formed it aren't entirely human. The ground rumbles beneath my feet. I snap awake, but the rumbling continues. I sit bolt upright in my seat, not sure if I'm still in the dream, heart racing as it does when I have an especially bad nightmare. I look for Junie, but she's not there. The rumbling again. My seat is trembling as if it's about to snap loose from the floor. My insides clench. I feel like something terrible's about to happen. We're in trouble. Where's Junie? I have to find her, save her, get her away from... Nervous laughter. "I'm glad I'm not flying on a full stomach," someone jokes. "I doubt if anyone will have a full stomach if this keeps up," somebody else replies. I chuckle and relax. It's only turbulence. We hit another blast of rocky air. Bump. Groans throughout the cabin. People buckle up their seatbelts and sit down if they were standing. Another blast and the whole plane shakes roughly, as if a giant has caught it by the tail and is trying to shake the passengers out. Even the air hostesses and stewards make for their seats. That's worrying. It's always a horrible feeling on a plane when you see the professionals acting like there's trouble in store. But it's a normal human type of worry. No big deal after what I've come through. I sit back, smiling as kids cry and adults curse. Nervous flyers don't get any sympathy from me. They'll be fine when we pass through this patch of turbulence. Laughing and grinning when we set down. Telling their family and friends about the rough flight, an amusing story in retrospect, fear forgotten by the time they reach home. You're never as safe as when you're in the air. Everybody knows that, even if they temporarily forget at moments like this. I bet not one person on this plane will hesitate to fly again, regardless of how much rattling and shaking. The door to the cockpit blows off its hinges and slams into the people in the first set of seats. Screams of shock and pain. Passengers further back crane their necks to see what's happening. Some take their belts off and stand despite the turbulence. Panic is setting in, but not taking over. Not yet. I snap my belt open and slide across to the aisle seat. Where's Junie? Probably in one of the toilets. I have to find her immediately. Something bad is happening. I need to get to her so we can face it together. I'm halfway to my feet when I freeze. I can see into the cockpit from here. Pillars of smoke fill the cabin. My first thought, fire! That would be terrifying enough, but it's not normal smoke. There are strands running from floor to ceiling, left to right, all sorts of crazy angles. Smoke doesn't form in strands. In fact, now that I focus and my brain catches up with what my gut knew the instant I saw it, I realize the pillars inside the cockpit aren't smoke at all. They're webs! Something small shoots out of the cockpit and attaches itself to the face of a man in the second row. It's the shape of a very young boy, but with too large a head and pale green skin. His scalp crawls with living lice, or it might be cockroaches, hard to tell from here, instead of hair. Fire in the bare sockets where his eyes should be. Mouths in the palms of his hands. Artery! I gasp, taking a few automatic steps towards the held child, numb with shock. People are really screaming now. Those close to the front can see the demon, his teeth, the fire in his eye sockets. Artery rips the man's face off. Blood gushes. Chaos erupts. All the passengers around that row leap to their feet at the same moment and pile into the aisle, getting in each other's way, fighting to race clear of the monstrous baby. Another demon emerges from the cockpit. This one crawls across the ceiling and drops onto a lady's head. It looks like a giant scorpion, but has a face that's almost human. It's bigger than the woman's head. Her neck breaks under the weight. The demon hisses, then strikes the person next to it, a man with the stinger in its tail. The stinger hits the man's eyes and gouges them out. The demon turns and spits spawn-like eggs into the vacant, bloody sockets. As the man pushes to his feet and screams, some twisted breed of demonic insects hatch from the eggs. They quickly set to work on the flesh around his eyes, spreading like wildfire. Moments later, there's not much left of his face, and the demon is striking again, this time at a child. 2 more demons spill out of the cockpit, the general shape of humans, but covered in boils, gaping sores and pus. They roar mutely, arms flapping, horrible beasts. They seem to be threatening even more bloodshed and terror than Artery and the other demon. But then they fall to the floor, moaning and thrashing. And I realize they're not demons at all. They're the pilot and one of his crew. Something leaps over the stricken humans and those milling around the aisle. It lands on top of the seats of the 4th or 5th row. It looks like a rabbit, except with a huge, ugly bulge on its back and claws that are much bigger than they should be.
All the better to slice you up with, my dear.
A detached part of me giggles hysterically. The people in the row stare at it, more bewildered than scared. Then it opens its mouth and sprays liquid over them. They fall back, gasping and spluttering. Then choked screams as the liquid eats into their flesh, bubbling and boiling, transforming them into mockeries of the human form, just like the pilot and his mate. I'm standing in the same spot, frozen with fear. Not just fear of what's happened, but what I know will happen next. Thinking numbly, how? The Demonata shouldn't be able to cross between universes like this. And how did they know I'd be here? While I'm searching desperately for answers, and the cabin around me fills with bodies and screams, a new demon glides out of the cockpit. This one is worse than all the others put together. Tall and thin, pale red skin covered in smears of blood which oozes from a system of cracks in his flesh. 8 arms with mangled hands, like something a young child might draw, and strips of flesh where his lower legs end. Bald, dark red eyes with even darker pupils. No nose, a hole where his heart should be, filled with dozens of small, hissing, constantly slithering snakes. A year after slaughter, making good on his vow to track me down and wreak revenge, timing it perfectly for maximum impact and shock, Lord Loss has found me.
Children!
The Demon Master says, his voice exactly as I remember it, slow and miserable, like he's experienced all the pains of the world. Although he doesn't speak loudly, the word echoes through the plane, right back to the last row of seats. Everyone stops rushing, struggling, fighting and screaming. All eyes fix on the terrible spectacle hanging in the air just outside the door of the cockpit. Lord Loss smiles weakly at us, as though we'd come to a funeral, only to discover we're the ones due to be buried.
Such a tragic way to die,
he murmurs.
Above the clouds, cut off from the earth from which you sprang, most of you without your loved ones. Although isn't it worse if they are with you? The pain of dying alone versus the torment of seeing one you love die too.
He sighs.
Such a tragedy.
He drifts forward. People slide back into their seats, clearing the aisle, almost hypnotized by the sight of the demon floating towards them. He stops at the 3rd row. There's a young woman in the aisle seat, no more than 5 or 6 years older than me. He reaches out with one of his 8 clammy hands and strokes her cheek, then gently clasps her jaw.
If it is any comfort in this time of great sorrow, I promise your suffering will be short.
Lord Loss says, smiling at the young woman. I can see tears in her eyes. His fingers squeeze together tightly. He rips the lower half of her face away and tosses it to Artery, who catches it with the mouths in his hands, snapping it in two and devouring it, yapping like a dog being thrown a tasty tidbit.
But it will be painful,
Lord Loss adds with morbid relish. A child tries to scream. Its father puts a hand over its mouth and cuts the cry short. Everyone's staring at the Demon Master, transfixed. This is the calm before the storm. Within seconds, this cabin will be a place of riotous abandon. But nobody wants to be the first to break the spell. Maybe we think that if we stay this way, motionless, barely breathing, the nightmare will pass. The demons won't go wild. We won't all be slaughtered and bled dry by these creatures of evil. Then, movement behind Lord Loss. Somebody steps forward and looks down the cabin, leaning sideways to see past the Demon Master. My stomach tightens another notch, but I find my voice at last.
Junie!
I shout.
Get away from him, quick, before he...
Why, Master Grubich?
Lord Loss cuts in, unable to mask his delight.
You here? What a delightful coincidence.
Junie slips around the floating demon. Lord Loss takes no notice of her. He only has eyes for me, leering, puffing up his chest, snakes hissing wilder than ever. For a moment I think Junie's cast another masking spell, that he can't see her. Hope flares within me, just the faintest flicker, then dies just as quickly when she says,
I summoned him, Grubs.
a chill, which is colder than ice.
You?
I gasp.
Why? He's the only one who can cure you.
Junie says,
Remember what I said to Dervish? I told him the challenge should be made again. I said you'd be fools not to try. What have you done?
I shriek.
We can't bargain with Lord Loss. He won't help us. He'll kill me. He'll kill you. He'll kill us all. Do you know something?
Junie mutters, frowning and nodding slightly, as if the thought just occurred to her.
I think you're right. With one exception.
There's a man holding a child on Junie's left. Junie reaches across and tries to take the child from the man's arms. He doesn't let go. She tugs, but he holds firm. She shrugs, leans in close, and kisses him. I gawp at her, bewildered. But confusion quickly turns to terror when I see the man's skin turn grey, then peel away, revealing the blood vessels and bones beneath. He shakes madly, but still doesn't let go of the child, who has started to cry. Junie kisses him relentlessly until there's a sharp snapping sound. She brings her mouth up and his face is attached to hers, head severed at the neck, the remains of his lips snagged between her teeth. She turns her head aside and spits, sends the man's head flying to the floor. Panic erupts, people go crazy and surge down the aisle. The demons snicker and lay into the humans around them with renewed relish. Carnage flowers. I stand my ground, frozen, more horrified than ever, staring at Junie. She leers at me and wipes her lips clean. Then Lord Loss drifts up beside her. He wraps 4 arms around the albino and picks her off the floor. She smiles at him and pecks his cheek, licking a drop of blood clear of the corner of his mouth. Points to me, grins like a tiger and says, He's all yours now, Master.
To be continued.